from New York City, New York, Mamdanistan. The vibes are fucking immaculate. I'm going to tell you all about that right now. It's 69. It was 6-7 before, and now it's 6-9. Someone is knocking on my door already. I just got started. Hello? This is room service, I think. Anyway. Love the tie? Well, guess what? It's also relevant to my personal news. Anyway, so yeah. Last night I ended the broadcast early because I was really tired. As you guys know, you were like, please go to sleep. Please go to sleep. And I was like, I'm not going to sleep. And then I did. I napped a little bit, took a little nappy poo. I got a Mamdanistan t-shirt hand delivered to me. Shouts out to Means TV. Going to be wearing that at Game 4. And I went over to Noah's house. He was doing a watch party. It was the most like New York podcast journalism scene watch party of all time. Basically, everyone that has ever thought about even attempting to have a podcast in the New York State area was there. Didn't know there were a lot of Knicks fans. Everyone in New York is a Knicks fan. I feel like even if you were like a Nets fan like a couple years ago, you're a Knicks fan now. Like everyone is, right? Anyway, it was an exciting journey. I had to grit my teeth and white knuckle through the process as everyone was celebrating, obviously, but there wasn't too much to celebrate. Obviously, I'll get into my personal news about that in a second, but it's true. Yeah, was watching Hasan very closely tonight and didn't cheer loudly enough for my taste. I think Piker might have blown this one for us. I mean, he's not wrong. Like, I wasn't. I actually was not cheering for the Knicks. Did you wear the suit to a watch party or change? Of course I changed, man. What are you, crazy? But yeah, this is the Trump curse. This is exactly what happened. Donald Trump cursed the Knicks. Donald Trump might have cursed New York in general. I mean, they've had such a good run, and then Donald Trump comes in and just fucks it up. Anyway. But overall,
I just
more of this. Okay, we'll look at that in a second. Overall, ladies and gentlemen, the script is in. We'll talk about that in a second. But personal news-wise, went to the watch party, had a great time with some friends, quietly cheered. Didn't do it too loudly, you know what I mean? I was just like, oh, but like, wouldn't it be more fun if there's a more fun finals, you know? That sort of thing. That was the vibes for me. But other than that, I woke up early this morning. Will's in town. The Fear End crew has finally gotten in. We worked out. We did a big business deal. I did another podcast. I did Pod Save the UK. That was fun. I worked out. I went to a vintage store and got this tie and numerous other vintage ties. So that was exciting. I'm glad that you guys appreciate this tie. I'm a tie guy now, vintage tie guy. But in any case, we'll get into all of that news and more right now. Let's blast off really quickly. There's a lot to talk about as always, obviously. In Mamdanistan, New York City, the Istanbul of America, IRANxAMERISRAEL war heats up. Trump causes Knicks to fail amidst boos. Loud boos. Iran shoots U.S. chopper. Trump vows retaliation. And yeah. Wow. Wait, I just realized I can just like make some of the. Okay, MSG Chaos. Get in now. Short stream today? No. Not a short stream today. Regular stream today. Don't you worry about that. I'm much more... I mean, I sound like I'm not actually more energized, but I actually am more energized. You don't have to worry about that. So yeah. New York City reacts to the Trump curse. We'll take a look at that. We'll have some guests on as well, by the way. We'll have some guests on later in the broadcast today. Don't you worry about that. Let's take a look. Let's get started there. Let's get started with the New York City reacting to the Trump curse, okay? Where the freaking heck was I? Hold on, let's blast off. Yeah, Wembanyama is my guest. Yes. I don't think Wembanyama is leaving his hotel room today, I'm going to be honest with you. After last night's performance, your mic's fucked, man? Why? Why is it fucked? Why? Your mic volume is a little low? Here, I'll crank it. I'll boost it for you, okay? Is that better? Are you happy? Is that better for you? All right. It's no longer quiet. Okay? There it is. I fixed it. Is it too cranked now? Now they're going to be like, it's too loud. All right. You were right. That one chatter that actually complained about audio for the first time ever in the history of chatting was correct. I'll hand it to you. Don't think that this means you're right all the time. I don't want you to get the wrong idea. I don't want you to think that you're right with regular frequency. You are always wrong. Audio perverts are usually wrong, except for this one instance, this one very, very hyper-specific instance where the audio perverts were correct. Okay. All right. Anyway, where was I? So, we just blasted off. And reward number 1 minute timeout. No. All right. We're blasting off, ladies and gentlemen. New York City. I'm in New York. You already know what it is. We got a lot to cover, obviously. But let's get started last night. At the events that unfolded at Madison Square Garden against the president, the best president of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. New Yorkers obviously were very frustrated with the reality that Donald Trump was there. There were tremendous logistical hurdles that even the players had to overcome to get to the goddamn stadium, to get to the goddamn facility. I talked to some people who were inside that were frustrated about the whole process. Donald Trump shamelessly wanted to partake. Okay, he wanted to be a part of the glory. He wanted to be there. He was invited by Dolan, the owner of the New York Knicks. Belfast, if you ain't aware, big dog, check logs. Lots of love. What's in Belfast? Race riots just started across Northern Ireland tonight, stoked by Musk. Jesus Christ. Okay. Anyway.
Yo, I blame Donald Trump. He should have never came in the fucking first place. I don't know what the fuck is wrong with him.
I suggest you stay inside.
Every ref after the game, he's finding him.
Fuck Trump.
Next game in the biddy, no Trump. It's Trump's fault.
Trump, you're a bad fucking luck charm. I hate you.
Donald Trump, why the hell did you come to this game, bro? The Knicks were gonna win this game until you fucking came. We gonna come back. We gonna win that shit in
Fuck Trae Young.
It's Knicks versus Spurs. Ain't the rest. Fuck Wemby. Fuck Harper. Fuck Castle. Fuck them all.
Fuck the Texans. Fuck the Astros. Fuck anything from Texas. Fuck Sandy Cheeks. I'm clapping your cheeks.
Only reason why we lost is because the NBA wants money.
Fuck Wemby one more time. He a nice player, but fuck Wemby one more time.
The officiating was horrible.
Fuck Trae Young, Donald T. I'm not jacking you right now. I'm not jacking you, all right?
I'm on the phone with my ex. Fuck the Spurs.
13 games straight. The day you come, boy. The day you come. Stay your ass in D.C.
I feel like the game was rigged. The New York Knicks had it.
Fuck Wembanyama.
Fuck Dylan Harper. Send that weapon, get ass home. I promise you. Suck my dick, Trump. Don't fucking come back to MSG, nigga.
Them niggas wasn't thinking about Donald Trump. They was thinking about winning. The fuck?
Stop that bullshit.
Of course, the one guy with the American shirt. See, I told you this was going to happen. Did I not? Did I not tell you this was going to happen? I mean, no, all memes aside, did I not literally tell you that this was going to happen? And a lot of you motherfuckers were like, oh, don't say it. You spoke it into existence. You're speaking it into existence. I straight up told you. I told you. I pre-watched it. I precogged it. I fucking told you that this motherfucker was going to show up. He was going to ruin the vibes at MSG. There was no way that the Knicks were losing. If Donald Trump had not shown up, the Knicks would have won last night. They'd be on the way to Game 4. I'd be at Game 4 watching potentially history in the making. Okay? It's just not even a question. It's not even a question. He fucked the vibes, bro. And worst of all, not only did he fuck the vibes, not only did he fuck the logistics, he slept through the whole goddamn game. I mean, what can you say about this asshole, dude? What can you fucking say about this goddamn asshole? And for the record, I had already mentioned this. I said, Trump wants Spurs to get a dub here. The script is in. # stay woke. Is James Dolan's fault? Is James Dolan's fault? Is Adam Silver's fault? Is Donald Trump's fault? Does he even like sports? He'd rather be at Broadway? Oh, 100%. He destroyed it. Donald Trump wants to love New York, but his presence in New York is not wanted. And whenever he fucking brings his fat ass to New York, he ruins the vibes. New York is doing well without him, okay? New York was doing great. New York was doing great without him. And he wanted a little bit of that shine because he's a little bitch. Okay? And he fucked it all up. He fucked it all up. He went where he was not invited to. He went somewhere he did not belong, and he ruined the vibes, and he ruined a fucking streak. Obviously, we'll be talking about Adam Silver sucking him off sideways too, because that was dumb as hell. But here's what the cameras did do. Okay, classic move, showing the president during the national anthem. Why would you do that? Well, you would do that because the expectation during the national anthem is no one's gonna fucking boo, right? Which I called out. I said they thought people wouldn't boo if they showed him during the national anthem, Lamau. Turns out New Yorkers don't give a fuck about no national anthem. When they see the motherfucking president of the Jumbotron, they're going to boo. And they did. And it was actually loud as hell in spite of the ABC broadcast trying to make it seem Kai acting sad her villain of a grandfather being booed will forever be hilarious. Yeah, let's take a look. Whose brush stripes and bright stars through the careless sky. One of the funniest copes from the Republicans was like, no, they're not booing. They're chanting USA. You guys are lame. You're lying. You're lying about my fucking decrepit old rapist, pedophile, psychopathic president who everybody actually loves, even though he's got like 20% approval. Yeah, and it wasn't just inside Madison Square Garden where the boos were thunderous and could be heard, and he certainly fucking heard it while he was trying to hold that smile up. That little bitch. But the boos could be heard outside of Madison Square Garden. Maybe they were saying USA as well. Why did this motherfucker and his dumbass fans think that he would be welcome in New York City, man? It's like one of the most diverse places on the entire planet. one of the most diverse places in the entire planet, one of the most woke places in the entire goddamn country. Like, how stupid that these Republicans think they got any motion, let alone motion in New York City. And I'll show you the boost from inside as well, just so you get a fuller understanding of how loud they were, for the record, for those who are disputing it still at this point. Here's what it sounded like inside Madison Square Garden. Very quickly, they take him off the Jumbotron, too. Yeah. Yeah, they thought they were, bro, ABC thought they were so slick. ABC thought they were so slick. Yeah. ABC was like, no, you don't get it. You don't get it. If we just like show him, if we just show him during the national anthem, nobody in New York City is going to boo the national anthem. Fuck no. Of course they're going to boo. Like Madison Square Garden thought, oh, we'll show our beautiful president during the national anthem and then, you know, maybe they won't do nothing about it. Well, of course not. Of course they're going to fucking boo him. I got to see the Fox News clip on this too, though. I love this shit because obviously, like, very clear everybody hates him, and it's always great that he knows everybody hates him. It's even better when people know. It's even better when he knows, he actually feels it. You know what I mean? He feels the pain a little bit. Yeah, what's so funny is that Trump knows what authentic, universally cheering crowds are supposed to sound like every time he does a rally, so you know he's getting booed, which makes the USA cope even funnier. Yeah. Fox News apparently continued to lie to their audience, though. It shouldn't be unexpected. Does anyone have is this the guy who zaps his dog? No, I don't think the president has a dog. I don't even think the president likes dogs, really. But you know, simple mistake. No, that you might be confusing what you're seeing on screen with the former Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem, who shot her dog. Unless you're talking about JD Vance, in which case I don't know. He might actually have a weird arrangement with JD where he actually zaps him. You know, some kind of kink arrangement with JD Vance. Anyway, here's Fox News' cope.
What did you think of
Someone showed me the Fox News cope where they were like, they're chanting USA, USA. Are they saying boo or boo-room? True. Well, let's hear what Donald Trump had to say because they asked him about it. He's in Teterboro, I assume. Let's see what he had to fucking say.
What did you think of the reception you got from the Knicks fans tonight?
I thought great. I mean, I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good, yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think, mostly cheers. It was.
Cope, he knows is not. He knows. Oh my God, he fucking knows, dude. He fucking knows. Being at the game with Cop like 24 hours after another escalation in the war with gas at like $5 is also wild. Yeah, he's ass, bro. He's ass. It's so funny. Like, look. Americans don't understand this, but this is literally what like third world countries deal with, okay? Deeply unpopular leadership that's increasingly more authoritarian, constantly fucking things up. You seemingly have no way of dealing with it. Inflation is always an ever-present danger. And the leadership tries to make these sorts of like weird inroads with audiences that despise them. This is literally third world shit, okay? Straight up. America is a third world country with a Gucci belt. And America, unlike the actual developing nations, has no excuse for this kind of like leadership, this kind of rulership, because at least those developing nations, we fucked up. Half the time, we installed a puppet leadership there. Or half the time, the people that actually come into power, that are deeply unpopular but very authoritarian, are coming into power because they successfully overthrew the American puppet leadership. So we have no excuse. We're just kind of doing it to ourselves, I guess. Meanwhile, this motherfucker brought the Epstein Avengers, dude. We got war criminals and pedos all up in that bitch where we were doomed before tip-off. Howard Butlick was there. Dude, they had... I could not believe it. I mean, sitting next to Larry David, my goat, was, you know, Robert Kraft, I think, was there, right? I mean, they had literally everybody. They had all the OG. They had all the OG Epstein affiliates. It was the Avengers. It was the Epstein Avengers 100%. My woke king, Rahm Emanuel, was there too. Devastated. What the hell is this? No, the Trump aligned Citizens for Sanity. Okay, all right. We'll look at Tallarico in a second. Swaggerico. Oh, here is Fox News' Maximum Cope. What the fuck? Oh my God! Did they overlay fake audio? When is this from? Oh, it was right before the national anthem. Did they edit that? Did they splice the USA chants in? Or was it like right before the national anthem? That's incredible, bro. That is, that's next level pathetic. Respect. Respect to the depths that these guys are going to make it seem like everybody fucks with Trump. But he knows. Look at him. He knows what's up.
Good, yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was loud and it was very enthusiastic.
Trump now backs out of Game 4. Shams reports President Donald Trump is not expected to attend Game 4 of KNICKS, but you know who will? Me, motherfucker. That's right. Let's go, baby. Game 4, Madison Square Garden. I'm going to fucking be there. But Trump is not, because Trump is not welcome in fucking New York City, okay? President Trump is not expected to attend Game 4 at Knicks Spurs in the NBA Finals on Wednesday night at Madison Square Garden due to scheduling conflicts and obligations, sources tell ESPN. Trump, a lifelong Knicks fan, watched the majority of Game 3 from a suite. Now, what's you dropping a bag on it? Don't you worry about it, baby. Don't you worry about it. Please subscribe, though. Anyway. Yeah. Also, motherfucker says, oh, I had obligations. I have obligations during Game 4. Bitch, you had obligations last night. You're the president. You have obligations all the time. You should never be at the Knicks game. You should never be at any game, honestly. What the fuck are you doing? Be the president. Except him doing president shit is also awful. So honestly, I guess it was a brief moment of respite for the rest of the world and perhaps the rest of the country when he was at the fucking Knicks game. So he could only ruin New York in that brief moment instead of ruining the entire planet, I guess. Brother. This motherfucker was at the Knicks game, and a couple hours later, Iran shot down a helicopter, okay? And the owners. Shot down a U.S. Apache. A couple hours. We are a... Yeah. The IRGC's fake Navy that the American government has destroyed, allegedly, seemingly, shot down a motherfucking Apache helicopter in the Strait of Hormuz, bro. Yeah.
Replay.
Yeah, reporter, will you go to the fifth
They're
game?
going to come out for game 4 and they are going to deliver. Oh, I don't know. We're busy with a lot of important stuff right now at EPA.
Like a war.
There's a lot of important stuff going on.
He knew every play.
They're going to come out for game 4 and they are going to deliver.
Yeah. Dude, it's actually crazy. It's actually crazy that the fucking dumbass president was literally at a New York. Wait, what? Not a couple hours, 7 p.m. Eastern last night. Man was there when it went down and he stayed at the game. Wait, what? Wait. It was during the game? Oh my Lord. This motherfucker was sleeping. He was taking a fucking nappy poo. He was taking a nappy poo while the fucking American Apache helicopters were getting shot down by the IRGC Navy, which is supposed to be destroyed, by the way. Destroyed. The Navy, it's gone. They got nothing. We've shot 1,100 jet skis. Believe it. They're done. They're done. They're so scared. They're so scared. Meanwhile, they're fucking lasering Apache helicopters. What is this motherfucker doing? Hawk shoot me. This is unbelievable. Unbelievable, dude. I cannot believe it. This is down to the fact that he is a decrepit carcass who can't even keep his fucking eyes open. This is literally third world dictatorship shit, bro. I swear to God. Every element is here. I'm telling you, as someone who grew up in fucking Turkey and watched this unfold, this is a 1-to-1. Except Erdogan was much more dynamic, obviously. Unfortunately, he was much younger and much more dynamic in the beginning. But it's just like, this is literally how it happens, okay? This is how it happens. Who's next to him sleeping? That's Dolan, isn't it? He's the owner. The owner's not sleeping. He's just fucking sad because, you know, he's made some mistakes. Okay? Bro, it's so funny. He doesn't even blink. Like, he wakes up for a brief moment when the cheers happen, and he goes right back to sleep. Right back to sleep. Dolan is regretting inviting Trump. No, man, these guys are assholes. They don't even care. You don't understand. He got great prestige out of it. Extremely wealthy people? Are you fucking kidding me? They love this shit. They're like, oh my God, I love this dictator. I love the dictator pedophile president. He's going to give me great contracts later down the line. That's all they give a fuck about. The cost benefit analysis in that situation is, who gives a fuck if my lifelong paying fans of this team, that is the lifeblood of this fucking team, that's the backbone of this goddamn team, have to sit outside Madison Square Garden for like 4.5 hours, can't bring anything into the fucking, can't bring anything into the garden. Who gives a shit if they can't have a watch party outside? We got the president here today. The most unpopular president of all time, by the way, but we got him in here. Ultimately, that cost-benefit analysis works out for Dolan. It works out for Adam Silver. It works out for these unbelievably wealthy people because they know as long as they dick suck Trump, Trump is going to, on the back end, offer them better contracts. Trump is on the back end, offered that is going to extend favorable contracts to them, allow them to do whatever kind of corrupt thing that they want to do. That's just how it works. These guys know it's fucking quid pro quo. Meanwhile, by the way, I'll be honest, the Knicks fans outside did get a little crazy. They were beating ass.
Hey, last
fuck about the Knicks winning.
They said move the chat down.
Bro, because of Donald.
I'm gonna be honest. The auto captioning on clips is probably the greatest invention on Twitch in a long time. Like, I don't think Twitch has had any like real good new things that they've rolled out. This is fantastic. This is an incredible thing.
Oh, Trump, bro. I was stuck.
Oh, they booing Trump. Ain't no fucking with you, New York.
Someone found I stand with Iran lawn sign in Maine. Yeah, this is the one guy who's not voting for Graham Plattner because Graham Plattner was a child killer. Like, that's the one guy in Maine. That's the one HasanAbi head in Maine who's always in my chat being like, you're a fucking piece of shit. You love American empire. You love American imperialism. You ride for Graham Plattner because he's a child-killing Marine. That's the one guy. This is fucking lawn sign. Respect. Yeah, new YouGov poll about you highest with black voters. Yeah, respect. I was actually kind of shocked that La Raza didn't have my back on this poll. 7% favorability is crazy. White people fuck with me higher. Black people are the only people that actually have a positive approval rating of me, which is kind of weird because everyone always fucking says like, oh, you're racist. You're racist. It's like, you know, I know, I forgot that there's a YouGov poll on me, which, by the way, there shouldn't be, okay? I don't like being perceived. You need to stop it, okay? You need to fucking stop it. I should never be polled. I'm a fucking Twitch streamer. Jesus Christ, dude. Have you seen the new Colorado polls putting Julie within 8 points of Hickenlooper at 38-30? She might have a real shot, but not enough time left. I will be hanging out in Colorado. Rolled at R Paint Champ. What do you mean? La Raza. They didn't ask me for my opinion fake ass poll. Yeah, we got the fake ass poll saying that I got haters across the board. Yeah, but Adam Silver also did this like long fucking convoluted posture being like, sports brings everybody together. Shut the fuck up, Adam. Shut your bitch ass up. We know you wrote the script, motherfucker. Look, I love Wemby, but it's clear to me that Silver did not want a fucking 4-game sweep. Silver did not want Knicks to make history. Okay? It's clear. They did not want the rags the riches story, the underdog story, to come into fruition. He's got his young talent, Wembanyama, on the other side. He wants Wemby to have a longer fucking finals. He wants it to be more exciting. He wants it to be more, he wants to sell more fucking tickets, okay? I'm going to be honest. I'm a Wemby fan, and I'm secret. My heart is with the Spurs, right? Like, it's hard for me not to root for them. It's just, but I love New York. I love New York City, and the Knicks are technically the real underdogs in this situation, right? Here's the thing. Silver wants it to go to 7. It's clear. He wants this to be a 7-game finals. It's obvious. He makes more money this way. Okay? That's it. And they did actually aid in a bet. They did aid in a bet in the Spurs victory last night. 24 fouls in the fucking second half as opposed to the Knicks getting 8. I mean, come on, man. That shit was crazy. I mean, I'm not even hating on it. Like, I think, great. It's a more exciting finals for that reason. But 24-8? Or was it 4? I thought it was 8. Yeah, yeah. And then Wemby did that thing to fucking dude to Brunson. Wemby to Brunson, that was egregious. Like, yes, this is absolutely fucking egregious. It's indefensible. He's young, he's heated, he's gonna learn, but that is definitely an egregious thing that he did. Okay, that's crazy.
Watch this play. This is what frustrated Brunson. Oh, whoa. That's
like he flicked him so hard. Bro, look at this. There's additional impact here, okay? People saying he flopped. Come on, man. He fucking pushed him off his neck. That's crazy. Yes, brother. I already purchased them, and I already have the other one. I have the fucking Mamdanistan tee. Hold on. I'll show you. Chat, look at this. Look at this. You want to see? I'm wearing this shit to game 4 so they don't beat my ass, okay? There's like only 5 samples, and I got one of them. Bro says 4 to 6 for delivery. What the fuck? Rich privilege? No, that's a sample. Adam Silver releases the new NBA logo. Stupid. Okay. The Spurs literally had 6 people on the court at one point, got no foul, and the Knicks lost time on the shot clock. It was rigged. Yes, it was definitely officiated a little strangely, okay? I admit it. I fucking admit it. It was the officiation was a little strange. The referees were maybe putting their fucking thumbs on the scale a little bit, okay? Stop crying, all right? You got to fucking beat them. You got to beat your meat or you got to beat the team, okay? All I'm hearing is excuses.
This is what frustrated Brunson. Oh, whoa.
Yeah, Castle was awful with that charge. There were numerous instances where it felt like I was watching the fucking NFL, bro. They were they were tackling motherfuckers, okay? Neither Spurs player got called for a foul here. Good defense, I guess. Yes. They were babying when baby. Okay. Okay, I think after this series, it's going to be, I'll be honest, I think Wemby's going to be a villain after this in New York. Even though a lot of people love him, I feel like they're going to, it's not going to be Trae Young level, but this is your boy. This is who you want leftism to be represented by. Unethical revisionist hoops. He's not a revisionist. He's a Maoist, bro. Chill.
That's, excuse me, that should be a flagrant 1. I can understand why Brunson and then Wemby's laughing at it. And watch this play. This is what frustrated Brunson. Oh, whoa. That's, excuse me, that should be a flagrant 1.
If they come back, he will surpass Trae. Maybe. I can see that. I'm tired of these activist referees. Yeah, is reform or revolution? We already know what's up. And last night was revolution, okay? Last night was revolution. Let's be real. Interesting how Wemby played his best game in front of the pedophile president. Okay, bro, that was just timing, dude. A lot of people wrote him off because he was frazzled in the first 2 games. You forget, he's literally 22, man. He is 22 years old. He's 22 damn years old. You got to calm down. And it's not even his best. It's not even his best. Anyway, listen to fucking what Adam Silver had to say about this. Where he's like, "Oh, it's great, sports unified."
Because Jim Dolan invited him to the game, and he said yes, and he's welcome to be here. I think that what makes sports so special.
Yo, fuck Dolan. Actually, that's so shit. That's such shit. That like you knew this was gonna happen. You kind of deserve it, Dolan. You kind of deserve to watch the glory that you could have had. It's such a shit move, dude. I cannot believe it. Like, any president would have been devastating to have. Okay? Because all of a sudden, the story becomes the president's there. The fuck are you doing? You're so unserious. You're so goddamn unserious. Why would you invite the president? Like, even if it was Brandon, it would have been a shit move. Okay? It'd be so funny if Knicks win in 5 and the only game they lost was that one.
Especially when there's so much that divides people. Is it something that we have in common and we should...
Like, nobody was like, hey, you know, the security theater is going to be unbelievable, unbearable. It's going to frustrate the fandom. You know what I mean? You didn't think about that at all? That wasn't a consideration at all?
Look for those things that we have in common and build off that. And I'll also say about President Trump, you know, I've been with the league for a long time. I ran NBA Entertainment years ago. He did an I Love Kids game spot with us. He was a fixture at NBA at Madison Square Garden. You guys remember, well, all of you?
Yeah, when he was a fixture at Madison Square Garden, he was just a real estate developer. He was a fucking asshole, okay? Very different set of circumstances as opposed to one of the most historically unpopular presidents, one of the worst American presidents of all time. Like, he's now officially in like the top 5, okay? Very different set of circumstances. And on top of that, like the security theater alone is already such a burden for the fans, you know?
When you played here, not Draymond, but back in the old days, he had courtside seats. He was here all the time. He was at drafts, so he's a genuine Knicks fan. And so, yes, there's some inconvenience to the fans here, but one looking around this arena, it's packed. So people listen, they came early, they got through whatever extra security, which is necessary. So
look at Charles Barkley.
So, as I said, I think we should be using sports to create more of a sense of community with people. I found out because...
Dude, he was like, I don't know about that.
Okay, so Shannon.
The Inside NBA crew responds to Mike Brown's comments about Game 3 officiating. I mean, it's valid to fucking complain about the officiating here. Knicks coach Mike Brown calls out NBA officiating for the free throw discrepancy in Game 3. To go 24 free throw attempts in the second half compared to 8, I don't complain that much. I never thought I'd see that in an NBA Finals game.
To at least try to even the free throws out. Now, we didn't play good. San Antonio played great. We could have played better. There were a lot of things that we didn't do that we did in Game 1 and Game 2. But to go 20.
Bro, when they brought it back, because, like, okay, the room was, like, so bummed, as it was expected. For the first quarter, the Spurs were dominant, leading by 10. That's literally happened every single fucking game at this point. So I kept repeatedly telling everyone in the room, like, they're gonna turn it back. They're gonna turn it around. They always do. And then they did. So then everyone was super fucking stoked. The only difference this time around was that, you know, the Spurs were able to keep it up. Spurs were able to keep up the pressure and not boof all their fucking shots like they kept doing in the second half in the previous 2 games. That's the big difference.
24 free throw attempts in a second half. That's 48 for the game if you think about it the way that they called that second half. Compared to 8, all the shots we took, we got fouled 4 times, roughly, for 8 free throw attempts. Again, I don't complain much. I never thought I'd see that in an NBA Finals game.
Yeah. So, wait, what did they say about that?
So San Antonio made more than New York took in this game. 25 for 32, 18 for 22. When you hear what he had to say, do you see what the point he's making, especially talking about how many free throw attempts in a half that they got?
Well, he should stop that we didn't play well. You can't go back.
Or they played more. San Antonio played very well.
Yeah, we can. Well, he can say, but his point was they did not play well enough to win the game. The Spurs outplayed them tonight. Listen, referees gonna miss some calls. That happens. But officiating did not lose this game. Mike Brown.
Yeah.
You know I love Mike Brown, but he said it first. We did not play well. Yeah, because we'd got more free throws. Of course we could have. Maybe it was a bad call here or there. But the bottom line was he should have stopped that. We did not play well enough to win. That's why they lost, not the free throws.
And points off.
Knicks scored 22 in quarter one and 45 in quarter
Turnovers
two.
21-7 in favor of San Antonio.
Ernie, when I was good enough to lead my team to the finals, one time I had a bad game and Phil Jackson said, "What's wrong?" I said, "I didn't get no calls." He put his hand on my shoulder and said, "Real champions don't complain." And he walked off. Mike Brown knows better. He's won with the Warriors. He knows what it takes to win the championship. I agree with Chuck. You didn't play well. You should have played better at home. Everybody's expecting, the blowout, and we're here in New York. Everybody's celebrating. He should have stopped that we didn't play well. Real champions do not complain. Sorry, Draymond.
Oh, no, all good. I'm sorry. I love Mike Brown as well. The referees usually side with the more aggressive team. Victor Wembanyama started the game. 3 of their first 4 possessions, he had dunks. All series long, when Victor Wembanyama has rolled, it's been like bumper cars. He's getting tagged right here. He gets another tag.
He does get his ass beat, to be fair. He does eat a lot. But that's just that's just what's going to happen when you're a fucking big boy,
Now he get 5 or 6 lobs today. So I blame the Knicks for that. If you're aggressive, if you're not letting him roll to the rim, then they're not penetrating and get to the basket, and they're not getting more foul calls.
Ernie, I want
to... Okay, so...
Anyway, we got like 12 different Hitlers at MSG tonight, dog. It's true. Like, it was a fucking villain show, bro. It's actually crazy. Every goddamn American villain decided to storm Madison Square Garden last night, so it kind of makes sense that the vibes were a little fucked. I like that he's talking about it with... I suspect who he's considering to be Adolf Hitler here is Draymond. Fucking classic NBA Twitter. There are literal American Adolfs in the room, and this motherfucker's like, you know who's the biggest Hitler of all? Draymond. He's like, yeah, fuck the Epstein class, but also the real basketball terrorist was there. A third MSG rally. Wait, what? Ozempic Laura Loomer was there too? No. Ain't no way. Oh my God. Oh my God, your favorite Zio-Nazi Ozempic Laura Loomer showed up too. They were cooked. Don't show that to Trump. Trump's going to be like, we need her. We need her on the team. All right. Anyway, let's take a look at the mainstream media coverage of the night
this morning
before we get into war.
In the streets of New York.
War!
People climbing on top of cars and up scaffolding after the Knicks lost to the Spurs in Game 3 of the NBA Finals. Police deploying pepper spray in the clashes. Several people arrested. It was a different scene inside Madison Square Garden. President Trump becoming the first sitting president to attend an NBA Finals game. The president booed during the national anthem. Trump calling the game experience amazing.
It was certainly amazing. It was I think mostly cheers. It was loud and it enthusiastic.
Fox gets into the paint, puts up jumper, got it! De'Aaron Fox with a clutch bucket right there.
On the court, with the season on the line, the San Antonio Spurs pulling off a gritty road win.
Alley-oop to Wembanyama.
7'4" superstar Victor Wembanyama with a huge night for San Antonio, dropping 32 points in his first finals game at Madison Square Garden.
Another long three-pointer, lines it up and knocks it down.
Knicks captain Jalen Brunson also scoring 32.
Steps back, three-pointers up, it's good!
It was a physical game, players battling on every possession. Josh Hart getting a technical foul here after this dust-up with Luke Cornett, while this non-call between Wemby and Brunson raising eyebrows.
Whoa! That should be a flagrant one.
Brunson sharing his perspective post-game.
What happened between you and Victor in the first quarter, and did their level of physicality bother you?
No, to answer your second question. And whatever you saw is what you saw.
The Knicks mounting a comeback in the fourth quarter.
Goes to Anunoby in the corner, fires away, three-pointer, got it! OG Anunoby nails it!
Celebrity
Dude,
row filled with
OG is a fucking demon, by the way. A demonic entity. Oh my fucking lord, dude.
The who's who of Knicks fans. Spike Lee, Timothy Chalamet, Ben Stiller, and more all courtside for the first finals game at MSG since 1999. But San Antonio snapping the Knicks' 13-game playoff win streak, taking Game 3 at the Garden 115 to 111.
We did what we were supposed to do, but the job is absolutely not done. We're not even halfway. The hardest is still to come.
Come on. Midnight, man, let's go.
Fans in San Antonio far from the game, but still in on the action. The Salesian sisters bringing divine inspiration, supporting their team from home.
So Spurs players and fans are feeling good. They're right back in this thing, but some solace for Knicks fans. Never before in NBA Finals history has the road team won each of the first 4 games. So if that continues, the Knicks would win tomorrow night at 8:30 Eastern on ABC.
So we're on board with those stats.
You're right that Wemby had an amazing game, but how did they miss?
Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. Every game is a fucking home team game for the Knicks. They got so much goddamn money. I mean, even in the fucking, even in San Antonio, half the fucking stadium was Knicks fans, dude. Those motherfuckers fly. And they also have the financial power to just buy out the Spurs arena. It's crazy.
Missed that headline.
It was so obvious in the arena, like he just basically punched Brunson.
For them, they're like, oh, this is a much cheaper ticket. It's literally cheaper to fly out and watch the game in San Antonio and stay in a fucking luxury hotel than it is to actually watch it at Madison Square Garden.
In the back of the head, and Brunson got distracted and walked after him. Everyone's like, what's going on? The refs left something to be desired for Knicks fans for sure.
Knicks can buy out San Antonio, but they're the underdogs. I mean, team-wise, yes, they are. They have less, they have less victories. It's, yes. Team makeup-wise, they're also a longer shot for sure. That's what it is. No, they're not. I mean, the only difference is that San Antonio's young. Knicks won 13 in a row amount. I'm just saying, like, there's a reason why Wemby cried after fucking beating the Oklahoma City. They thought perhaps wrongly that like Thunder would be way more difficult to defeat. 2 home games coming up. They were like, this shit's going to be sweet. There's no respect for the Eastern Conference around these parts, okay? Yeah, they thought Eastern Conference easy. No, bruv, he's just emotional.
But got another game tomorrow.
Yeah, I had to write a note to Isabel because she went to bed at halftime. So her
what
note,
a terrible note.
Donald Trump returned to New York City to attend Game 3.
Yeah, the Spurs were the second best team all year. Yes, the Knicks are the underdogs. Yeah, people will point to the Knicks like winning record to be like, what do you mean? It was a fucking 13 game winning streak. But like, I think pound for pound, yes.
3 of the NBA Finals, and he was shown on the Jumbotron at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem. The reception to the president's homecoming may not have been what he hoped for.
Yes! Yes! Fuck you! Fucking suck my dick, dude. Fuck
it was
you.
Amazing. It was.
That makes me so happy. I can't even. Oh my God. I mean, I expected that to happen. I also thought the real cheeky shit would have been that, and then they somehow find Zoran in the fucking crowd. They put his ass on the Jumbotron, and then loud fucking cheers. I wanted that juxtaposition. I wanted that juxtaposition so bad, but I feel like they were not crazy enough to do it. Okay? They were not crazy enough to do it. Zoran was up in the nosebleeds. Yeah. He's going to increase ice in New York City now because of this? Yeah, no.
I think mostly cheers.
You know, when you mix sports and politics,
mostly
you do so
cheers.
at your own
Was it?
peril. For instance, here's Stephen A. Smith before last night's tip-off at the Garden.
If the New York
Is Zoran even going to the games? Yeah, he went last night. He was there last night.
Knicks lose Game 3, this is on Donald Trump. You think I've been on him before? I'm going to be on his ass like back pockets. Like white on rice. You got no business doing this. He doesn't belong at this game. No president does.
He's right.
None of them. Democrat, Republican, Independent.
I can't believe I'm saying it, but he's right.
So
he's right. He's right. You're not like you're making it about yourself. If you're the president and you go somewhere like that, a massive event like that, you're selfish. Like you're literally saying like I'm going to make this night about me. Yes, a broken clock, but it's still rung true in this moment for Stephen A. Smith.
President who is
also in the middle of a war. I can't believe we're forgetting about this, but there's a war going on. What the fuck are you doing? Bro, there was a helicopter that was shot while you were sleeping on the Jumbotron. The fuck? This is Donald Trump says Stephen A. Smith is not smart enough to be president. Wait, what?
President, ESPN commentator Stephen A. Smith, who was talking about running for president, said he would blame you if the Knicks lost the game. How do you respond to that?
I think he's a nice guy, but you need a certain aptitude to run for president. You need a high IQ. I'm not sure that Stephen has that.
Oh, classic. Oh, he's black. Low IQ. Classic Trump. Anytime a black person says anything about Donald Trump, he's like, oh, black person, low IQ. He doesn't have high IQ. Bitch, what about your IQ? Go to bed, grandpa? Nah, he had a nap time, dude. He had nappy poo time. He was good. Look, he's alert now. Hold on.
I don't think he does, actually.
Yeah, anytime it's a person of color, it's like, low IQ. We got it, bro. We got it. Okay, let's keep
It's a
going.
New Yorker, showed up anyway, and that's not unusual. Trump has attended the Super Bowl.
Yeah, motherfuckers like go to bed to Donald Trump. Yeah, he was already. He was sleeping. He was sleeping the whole game, dude.
U.S. Open College Football National Championship. He's now the first sitting president to attend the NBA Finals.
Trump just had to bring his ass there.
He's a jinx. It's like the GOAT in Chicago. He freaking jinxed everything.
Okay, today in the group chat, we've got Brianna Lyman, reporter for The Federalist, and Christine Quinn, executive committee chair for the New York State Democratic.
That's so funny to have the Federalist reporter to be like, no, it's totally defensible that Trump selfishly wanted to attend the fucking attend a finals game in Madison Square Garden and make it all about himself is perfectly valid. He's the president.
Committee. Sports people are very superstitious. Let's just say that. There was this tweet from Ron Filipowski. I'm not an expert on jinxes, hexes, and voodoo, not superstitious either. But if I was the Knicks, I probably wouldn't let Trump near the arena for Game 4 just to be on the safe side. What was the point of this for Trump?
Well, I think Trump has been a lifelong Knicks fan. There are pictures of him with Marla Maples, with Melania Trump in the 90s and early 2000s. So this is someone who probably is rooting for the same team he's been rooting for decades.
This is the argument from Whoopi Goldberg. She said the
she
same
did.
thing.
She defended
Trump and Mamdani are Knicks fans.
Oh my God, who cares? Who cares? Who cares? You're the president. Who cares? Oh my God. Oh, well, to be fair, like, no, you don't have to be fair. How about being unfair for once? What do you mean, to be fair, he was there all along? Like, I don't care. Why should anybody care? He's the president. There's a fucking war going on. Sit your ass at home and end the war, dumbass.
They've been New Yorkers. You can't tell them what they're not going to do. I think the thing I found interesting is Trump is very much our sports president, has been.
Yeah.
Obama was an NBA guy, and he didn't go to games because he said it creates too much of a problem for the fans.
Absolutely. Look, I live on the west side of Manhattan. It was a mess yesterday.
I was about to say, how are you here?
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It was a total mess. Fans had to get there at least.
It's true. She's right for saying that. Obama literally not only plays basketball, but is a fan of the game, is a fan of the sport, and did not attend any of the games because, yes, if you attend the fucking finals game especially, it's going to be all about you. Also, when you're the president and there's a fucking war going on, what the hell do you mean you're going to go to the finals? It's crazy.
...2 hours early. There didn't get to be a watch party right outside the garden. I get that he may be a fan, but you have to really appreciate when you're president.
Yeah, like he literally fucked everyone's day up, attended the game, then just slept the whole game. He's such a fucking asshole, dude. It's so funny. It's so funny. He just ruined everyone else's game, got booed at, and then slept through the entire fucking game and left 7 minutes early too, by the way. I heard that he actually left before the game even ended. He does not give a fuck. He did not care about the motherfucking Knicks, man. He just literally was there to make it about himself, ruin the fucking vibes, left early.
You're not just popping in and popping out. You're putting a whole bunch of people out. And in this case, he was a jinx. There is no question about it.
Mamdani could have been the jinx.
Completely like he was a jinx. Yeah. Christine Quinn.
Oh, really? Mamdani was a jinx. That's crazy because he's been at all the games. And every game he's gone to, they've won.
Exactly.
We'll put that under your name. Well, here's the thing. The reason why I'm asking about this is not just because it's funny, but also because one of the things...
Yeah, I told you. Secret Service left the perch above the suite. Dolan has moved courtside. Trump left the building 7 minutes to go. He left 7 minutes early, bro. That is insane. At least stick through. That is actually crazy. What a fuck you, dude. Nah, I don't need to see the last quarter. Who cares? Is it important? Is that the important quarter? Is that when they win or lose the game? I'm bored. I'm sleepy. It's nap time. It's nap time. I'm sleepy. Get me out of here. I ate all these French fries.
People are accusing the administration of being in this moment when there's economic difficulty for people is tone deaf. The idea that, look, we're here, the regular schmoes who want to be involved in this thing, and he comes and just says, kind of let them eat cake, right? You can watch it on TV. And what was the sort of, I understand he's a fan, but does that contribute to the tone deaf narrative?
Oh, I don't think this was tone deaf at all. I think, first of all, a lot of those tickets, I mean, some of them are going for thousands of dollars. I think I saw...
Yeah. Of course you don't think it's tone deaf because you're a writer for The Federalist.
one ticket price at $7,000. And the people who were buying them and who were courtside were a lot of people very popular among the left and celebrities, right? And I don't
Did they have motorcades and massive security? Or?
No, but those are the same people who for 4 years lectured us that things were fine under Joe Biden. So they also could be considered tone deaf. But I think the president, politics is obviously very hostile. But
yeah, Ben Stiller, the real mover and shaker in American politics, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? This is not even apples to oranges at that point. You're talking about the American president being unbelievably selfish, ruining everybody else's fucking time, and then turning around and being like, well, you know, Ben Stiller, Joe Biden. But what about Joe Biden? Yeah, what about Joe Biden? If Joe Biden did this shit, they would assassinate him, okay? The Republicans would be losing their fucking minds. They'd be like, oh my God, our 800-year-old demonic president, amidst an inflation crisis, decided to go and watch the Knicks play at Madison Square Garden, created a security theater, ruined everybody's night. Republicans would have lost their damn minds. They would be calling for his fucking head.
Of those last remaining arenas where people do put politics aside.
Let me play for you the reception Trump got. Though.
I know he got booed.
I just want to play it because
City.
It's Madison Square Garden. He is the New Yorker of New Yorkers, and this is how people reacted.
I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good. Yeah, it was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was.
Carrie Champion here, CNN contributor and host of the Flagrant and Funny podcast. We had to bring in a little bit of an expert because we're political people. We don't know. We know about jinxes. We know about hoaxes. We don't know when politics and sports clash. What is the outcome? It's just New York. New York wasn't voting for Trump en masse anyway. But is this a problem?
Well, first of all, you said, you know, people in sports normally, I hear you say that, normally they don't really care so much about politics. They absolutely cared about politics. This is such a rare moment for New Yorkers. People have waited their entire lives. The last time they won a chip was 1973.
Yeah, but isn't that why the President of the United States, who is a New Yorker, would want to be there?
No, in fact, you should not want to be there because you want to keep that same momentum going. You know, New York is such a rare place. I've never seen fans like this before in my entire life, and they deserve to have this moment, and it was supposed to be uninterrupted, meaning we were supposed to have our watch parties around MSG. We were supposed to be in that moment, and I do believe, and you know the great Stephen A. Smith said just the other day, you played him, so he fully blames him, but so that was the vibe.
Yeah,
People were like,
no.
no.
You can't be the cooler, Brianna. You can't be on a streak and then have someone come in and cool the streak. That's not political.
He was absolutely
I'm saying cooler. Let me play one more thing. Tommy Viator,
he was the
Save
cooler.
America
It's true.
host. Obviously, these are Obama guys, but they're talking about the power of sports and why politicians would want to be involved. Here's that.
He knows the power of live professional sports, and that's the only like kind of monocultural events we really have left. That's why he goes to a lot of games. Usually it's the NFL. He went to the Super Bowl. Usually he's more welcome in those, you know, sort of southern NFL spaces. I don't think he will be here. I mean, he's also buddies with James Dolan, I think, the owner of the Knicks.
Always pals with the owners.
Yeah.
Not a real player guy.
Yeah, no, but like, look, he loves the limelight. He loves every spotlight, and he will attempt to co-opt this one too.
Just that word, corrupt, co-op. We know that he loves sports. UFC, claw, rising like a phoenix on the lawn.
I don't know if he, do you really think, I don't think he loves sports.
He's been going to ringside games and matches.
No sitting president has ever attended a finals, right? Look, Barack loved NBA, as you pointed out, and he went to a few games, but he would never do that. One, it's on our dime. Two, it disrupts everything that goes on while you're there. And yes, UFC is a different thing for him in terms of for Donald Trump. That's more of his fan base. That's where he lives. That's where people love to see him. He has obviously the relationship with Dana. So when we see him at the NBA finals, it really throws off everything that people want it to be.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if any of this comes down on Dolan, who obviously has some interest in renovating Penn Station. And there's a bunch of questions there about that.
Yeah, and they're calling it Trump Station. God, he's such a... I'm not going to say anything. I don't want to get fucking... Never mind.
Relationship that I wonder if people are going to probe more now that they are, I don't know, angry. Being from Boston, let me tell you, I know to keep my mouth shut. I'm not
You're not
messing
gonna say
with no New
anything?
York fans because I'm trying to live out a long, happy life.
I cannot imagine that the president was surprised that he was booed at MSG.
I was just at what was the thing where the Fernando Mendoza played? The NCAA football championship.
Okay, CNN. I've watched for 8 minutes of your coverage, and you have yet to reveal that there is a fucking war going on. Hello. 8 minutes and not one mention of a war happening? Hello. Not the war between the Spurs and the Knicks. The war between the United States of America and Iran. Hello. What's going on? I feel like that's, additional insult to injury here. That Donald Trump chose to take time out of his day, didn't go to his fucking son's wedding, ironically enough, because he was like, I don't care. He's getting married all the fucking time. Who gives a shit? I've known him for a very long time. He's a bit of an asshole. Who cares? Yeah, man, we're also waging a war against Iran at the behest of the nation state of Israel. Okay? Perhaps the most important ally of all time. But regardless, we are waging a fucking war. And you guys love shitting on Trump. Do it right. Perhaps that's the most appropriate way to dunk on Trump, is that he's doing this during a fucking war.
And Trump went. This was in Miami earlier this year. Spent so much money there. I'm not going to a sports event the rest of my life. And he was booed as well. So I think he knows that comes with the territory. New York, even more than in Miami, Florida. I would tell you basketball and in Madison Square Garden, even more. It also, caused a lot of disruption. It meant that a watch party that was scheduled to happen outside of MSG did not happen. But, he takes the punches. He knows that the boos are coming.
Maybe a glutton for punishment because the way that the city was bracing for chaos today was unbelievable.
Well, I think the boos weren't as much political. Well, I won't say that. They were definitely political. And what you did to the city. They couldn't have the watch party. Blocks of, streets are blocked off. And there was an opportunity for you to maybe have a watch party in Washington because there's so many Knicks fans in D.C. You could have done it in the White House lawn. It would have been cool. You would have been cool.
By that blue reflecting pool he just made.
Exactly. Could have put a little orange stripe down the middle.
The White House lawn is under construction right now.
But the point...
All right, that's crazy. All right, let's get to the fucking actual war now. Ladies and gentlemen, while Donald Trump was honk-shoeing and me-meing his way through the NBA Finals game that he absolutely disrupted with his presence and ruined for New Yorkers, there was a war that was being waged at the Strait of Hormuz, where an American Apache helicopter was struck, and what we find out now was by a drone, was taken out. Helicopter pilots were saved in the process, it seems. Trump announced that it was Iran that shot down the Apache off the coast of Oman and that the U.S. must respond. I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. A U.S. official told Barack Ravi that the investigation determined that the Iranian drone hit the U.S. helicopter and got it to crash. The U.S. official said the investigation still hasn't determined if it was intentional or not. Barry says if it truly was a drone, then that's on the helicopter pilot for not avoiding it, was likely not the intentional target. CNN claims it was a Shahed, definitely not the intended target if true. Yes, Shahed drones do not have the capability of striking moving targets like that, especially a target that's moving like a helicopter. Like that's not a slow moving target. So That dude flew into the Shahed drone. If it's actually a Shahed drone. Okay? Galabaf says, we prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled. Let's take a look at what Al Jazeera said.
All right, we have just gotten some breaking news that we wanted to break in to tell you about. President Trump has just posted on Truth Social. I'm going to read it here. He says, I've just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. So obviously this comes in the midst of President Trump trying to sort of tamp down tensions between the Israelis and the Iranians in recent days, and even saying earlier that he believed that a deal between the United States and Iran to bring this war to an end once and for all could come within 2 or 3 days. Obviously now, potentially, that calculus could be changing. Let's go now to Iran, where our Al-Migdad Al-Rahaid is standing by for us. So Al-Migdad, what do we know about what happened here? And obviously this is early, but do we have any indication of anything from the Iranian side?
Well, actually, from what I understand, this is apparently a very serious escalation, depending on what Donald Trump just posted on social media. But from here, we don't have an official response to this event. But at the same time, we do know that the Strait of Hormuz, the vicinity of the Strait of Hormuz, is a territorial that right now IRGC Navy and the Iranian army projecting what they called their sovereignty, their defiance, their controlling such an important area. And we've just yesterday heard from military commanders, Qa'ani, belong to Al-Quds fleet, belong to the IRGC, said that there's a new security measures linked between Bab al-Mandeb and also between the Strait of Hormuz, all the way from the Strait of Hormuz to the Bab al-Mandeb at the entrance.
What? People in the comments are turning against Rab? Wait, why? Fetterman vibes, DSA Dem won't defend Graham Plattner? Chris Rab won't defend Graham Plattner? Well, that's my goat. I don't care. I ride with Chris Rab. If he's got issues with Plattner, I ride with Rab. Sorry. Rab meant him. Anyway, let's continue.
Of the Red Sea. So this is an area controlled by the IR.
Mills Mafia is back on, baby. Janet Pills Mills Mafia. Rab just said he had no idea about Plattner, then brought up Fetterman as a PA resident.
GC and their allies. So while that's happening, they are sending a very firm and red lines for this control area geographically and also sovereignty. And we do know that this is a battlefield between Iranian and Americans over the past few weeks. We have seen a lot of escalatory events between both sides, especially when it comes to the naval blockade imposed by the United States Navy in the Arabian Sea, and also between the IRGC controlling such a strategic corridor. And now we have just heard from the Donald Trump that the Apache have been landed by the IRGC, by the Iranian, and such as an important event right now. We do know that this can be a new calculation between both sides, and we do know that the IRGC projecting their...
You are not going to get black socialists and communists to like Plattner. I know. I don't even know what he said, by the way. He might not be. You know?
full controls into that geographical area from the entrance of the from the entrance of the Strait of Hormuz, and there is a designated route for shipping and maritime shipping. Actually, they are presenting that as their new equation in the Strait of Hormuz, new reality on the Strait of Hormuz, which is becoming one of the main sticking point over the past few weeks in negotiating table. And right now, this is add another complexity to the already delicate situation when it comes to this particular front, adding to the southern Lebanon, to the southern of suburbs in Lebanon. So that all of that happening right now bring us the idea of
And by the way, yeah, black socialists are not monolithic, so
mistrust between Iranian and Americans when it comes to proceeding with the negotiations. And we have seen a lot of...
What the fuck? What the fuck just happened?
President Trump just...
Al Jazeera just deleted that video while we were watching it. What the fuck?
Provided an update on that U.S. military helicopter crash. He said, I have just been informed by our great military that last night Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved. Both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. I want to go straight to the White House to Elena Treen. Elena, what more are you hearing about what the president might be referring to in terms of responding?
Yeah, I think what this response will entail is obviously the key question here. We haven't gotten any more information other than what the president had just shared on social media. But I think one of the key parts of this post, Dana, is that he is saying that it was the Iranians that shot down this Apache helicopter. That is more information, of course, than we have gotten. This statement from CENTCOM this morning, all it had said was that the cause of the incident is under investigation, not giving any information about who was responsible. Well, Trump is now saying it is the Iranians who were responsible for downing that helicopter and that they have to respond, the United States, out of necessity. Very much unclear, again, what he means by this, if he means potential strikes or something else. But that can definitely, of course, be a major complicating factor after a very few tense days in this war, really, after, of course, we saw Israel and Iran exchanging fire, the president getting them to back off. Now he's been optimistic. The latest we heard from him this morning, very optimistic about a deal, but now saying he needs to respond to this. And I do want to provide some...
Isn't it kind of surprising that they're not even trying to cover it up? It is a little bit suspicious.
Information about the importance of these Apaches, because this marks the downing of this helicopter, the first time an Apache was lost since this war began. Typically, they have been responsible for precision attacks on some of these Iranian small boats. We know that.
I don't understand how an Apache helicopter runs into a fucking Shahed drone, by the way. I don't understand it. It genuinely doesn't make sense. Like, the helicopter had to have dove in the direction of the Shahed drone if that's the case. The Shahed drone would have been targeting something different, and the Apache either engaging in like an evasive maneuver, wasn't able to evade it, and fell in the water or something, or they just like... I mean, if they fucking got hit, they got dinged by the drone, I don't even know how the pilots survive. I don't understand how pilots survive helicopter crashes to begin with. The airspace is entirely clear from Iran to Israel. Strikes are incoming very soon. As clear airspace is always the first sign. The helicopter would not survive a hit. The Apache likely shot the drone down and the drone exploded, causing it to get hit by the shrapnel. Yeah, maybe. There's something about this story that just like simply doesn't make sense. Some reports saying that Iran hit an Apache with a hybrid drone missile, 358 SA-67, a loitering SAM, a loitering surface-to-air missile, which makes more sense than a standard Shahed. Launched from a rail guide, it can loiter for hours before honing in on an enemy helicopter or drones. Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. This is what the Houthis were also using, right? I'm pretty sure. Didn't the Houthis also fucking use this to specifically ding an F-35 as well, or come very close to taking out an F-35? There's, I mean, it doesn't make sense if it's a Shahed drone, because the Shahed drones are like, you know, you release them towards a stationary target and it goes and hits the target. So if it was a Shahed drone, it would either have to be a helicopter trying to intercept the Shahed drone and then, you know, the Shahed drone hits it, or the helicopter was like stationary in the air. I don't know. Like it was just like flying around and got hit. It just doesn't make sense. Like you literally had to have flown into the Shahed drone. The only two options are, if it's a Shahed drone, they either tried to intercept it and it exploded too close, and they had to crash the chopper. I don't know. I thought some of them can be remote controlled. No, the Shahed drones are good at hitting stationary targets.
Have been operating in the Strait of Hormuz, the United States using them as part of the Iranian blockade. So all to say, it's unclear what this response is going to be. I think we have a lot of work to do in our reporting with our sources on what this is going to look like. And I also think the fact that the president is even coming out and saying that there needs to be a response is a huge signal on how he's trying to handle this entire moment at a very fragile time for this ceasefire negotiations, Dana.
Yeah, it's so true. All of the factors here are very important. Thank you for bringing us this breaking news.
Let's go now to CNN's Zach Cohen. Zach, tell us what you are hearing from sources and from the Pentagon.
Yeah, guys, we now know from 2 U.S. officials that it was an Iranian drone that took down this Apache helicopter that was operating around the Strait of Hormuz. And now we're told this is an Iranian Shahed drone. This is one of...
By the way, put that up on the fucking leaderboard. That's another like multi-million-dollar asset lost in this process. Just, you know. I know we're just burning through it like it's nobody's business, but it is still fucking insane that it's happening at all.
Thousands of these types of one-way attack drones that Iran still has in its arsenal, despite the fact that Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and the Pentagon have insisted that Iran's military capabilities have been heavily degraded. And again, this is a reminder, too, of the threat that Iran still poses, not just to U.S. vessels and aircraft operating in that key waterway, but also the commercial vessels that have not yet...
The drone is faster than the helicopter? Buddy. It's one of those things where you just get out of the way. What are you talking about? If it's a Shahed drone, it's on its way to hit a stationary target. I don't think Iran has the capability of like Iran. The Shahed drones can't hit a helicopter.
Started to regularly transit for fear of attacks from the Iranian regime. And so this is a new detail.
Chatters bring up a very important and, dare I say, very good point. Okay. I'm sorry. I'll have you know, if this helicopter wasn't shot down, Iran would have a nuclear weapon. And I guess you're right, Chatter. We shouldn't forget that. And I'm glad you maintained this position. Iran was, my sources are telling me, Iran was merely seconds away from a nuclear, from developing nuclear arsenal. They were enriching the uranium, and they were too busy hitting that Apache helicopter, so they forgot to enrich uranium beyond that point. So I'm glad that we're out there still fighting the good fight. None of it matters, but the U.S. blockade of Iran as a war crime as a part of illegal war of aggression launched February 28th. International law seems so quaint now. Even legacy media, which until February 28th pontificated so much about the rule of law, miraculously lost interest just in time. Yeah, that my sources are telling me the Shahed drone was carrying the enriched uranium, actually, and these helicopter pilots bravely stopped it from, I don't know, doing a little tour over the Gulf of Oman and then coming back and then enriching the uranium inside of Iran or something. I don't even fucking know anymore. Who gives a shit, right? Fuck it. We ball. Just make stuff up. Yeah, it was carrying the nuclear dust.
Morning today, because earlier this morning the Pentagon said it was still investigating what happened, what led to this crash of the Apache helicopter around the Strait of Hormuz. We now know, thanks to President Trump's tweet and subsequent confirmation from U.S. officials, that it was an Iranian drone. Now, what remains unclear at this stage, though, is what the intent was, if this was an intentional attack by the Iranians or if it was a collision of some kind. But obviously, if you read the president's statement, that Truth Social post right there, it doesn't really seem that he sees a difference between the two, and that he feels it's important that the U.S. aircraft was hit by an Iranian drone and that the U.S. now, quote, must respond.
And Zach, do we know what options are being weighed as a response?
Yeah, Boris, the military has been developing a series of options. We've seen them also respond to other Iranian attacks, aggressive actions around the Strait of Hormuz over the last few days even. It will be interesting to see if the U.S. response is ultimately proportional or if Donald Trump does order the military to carry out something more significant. We know the military has been developing a target list of potential targets around the Strait of Hormuz, things like these drone launch sites, missile launch sites, things that are key to Iran's ability to pose a threat to vessels operating in and out of the Strait of Hormuz, which is effectively how they've shut.
Now's about the time to also maintain our support for the big, beautiful president and his big, beautiful ballroom. I do feel like if the president had a ballroom, this probably would have also not happened. Just want to point that out. If the president had his big, beautiful ballroom, this situation probably would not have taken place. A lot of people don't want to recognize that. You know? Trump says Iran shot down U.S. helicopter. U.S. will respond. A U.S. Army AH-64 Apache helicopter went down near the Strait of Hormuz off the coast of Oman Monday, with both crew members rescued within hours and reported in stable condition by U.S. authorities. President Trump said on Truth Social that Iran shot down the helicopter and that the U.S. must, out of necessity, respond. Iran's IRGC Navy claimed it shot down the aircraft after it ignored warnings targeting it with fire from a speedboat. The Pentagon has not confirmed or denied the Iranian account. I mean, Iran has been inconsistent with this as well. They initially said that they didn't do it. What is this? Talk about Grant Plattner for 2 hours, please. Talk about Grant Plattner for 2 hours, please. Are you okay? Are you all right, man? Like, you could have said that while I was in the process of talking about Grant Plattner. I mean, it is literally main primary day today. So there will probably be a little bit of Grant Plattner talk, but it's very funny to get mad preemptively. It's very strange to get mad preemptively about a thing that I'm not doing. Logs, please. I usually don't ask. The Shaheds have to have some end of flight human-in-the-loop capability. The early videos where it's hitting specific rooms and hotels is suspicious without a human in the loop. No, it's not. They get the targets ahead of time, and then they strike it. They get the targets from maybe other foreign countries, and their better surveillance capabilities, or maybe Iranian indigenous surveillance capabilities, take the priority targets and they lob them afterwards. Hasan, your tie sucks, but I love you. I would suggest changing your tie at some point with Love Brother. I disagree. I think this tie is fucking fire. It's a vintage Polo Ralph Lauren tie that I got, and I really like it. And I think you're wrong. How about that? Hasan can't read? Wait, what? Why? What did I read? Anyways,
shut down that key waterway since the early days of this conflict. So it ultimately will be up to President Trump, though, just to decide how to move forward here. The key thing to watch for is, will this response be proportional, or will this be something that escalates the conflict further?
Zach, last month you and our colleague Natasha Bertrand reported that Iran had restarted building drones. It had re-upped its drone production during the ceasefire. Is there any reflection on the part of administration officials that this ceasefire being dragged out now, weeks and weeks, is giving Iran these capabilities?
Yeah, Brianna, that's something that we hear from sources and U.S. officials in private for sure, but we have not heard the president in particular or Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth voice the similar concern, really painting a more optimistic and a more confident view of the damage that the U.S. military has inflicted on the Iranians' capabilities. But like you mentioned, we reported that the Iranians have been using this time, this ceasefire, to reconstitute many of its military capabilities, and it's already restarted production on some of these attack drones that, as we've seen today, are capable of taking down an Apache helicopter, also a threat to U.S. Navy ships and commercial ships alike.
Look, this is a war that the U.S. and Israel started, and the president was very clear that he wanted it to be over very quickly. And time again, things have happened as is that's what happens in war, that sets back his desire for a deal.
Yeah, we have heard so many times that a deal is in the offing. Sometimes last week he said potentially as soon as this weekend. He told farmers in Wisconsin that the fertilizer costs that skyrocketed because of the war would be down in 90 days because he was going to take care of this.
Let me just interrupt, sorry, Dasha, just to play what the president said last night about this very thing.
They were going back and forth.
This chair is so unbearable, and it hurts my butt sitting on it. Even though I got a juicy fat ass, it's still not enough cushion for me. So sometimes I have to stand up.
And now they both agreed through me to stop, and we're in the final throes of what will be a very, very good deal that will not allow in any way, shape, or form nuclear weapons, etc. And the Strait will open up right away. It'll open up immediately upon signing, which could be in 2 or 3 days.
2 or 3 days. And there he was talking about Iran and Israel and the fire that's been going back and forth there. But if you look back, our colleague Aaron Blake did a terrific report that you can see on CNN.com. Since this ceasefire started 2 months ago, the president has at least 38 times said some version of a deal is around the corner.
Yeah, and he's been really pushing for diplomacy here, and he has been calling this a ceasefire. It's really a ceasefire only by the president's definition, which he recently said just means a more moderate amount of shooting for that region, because you have seen a very hot Middle East in the wake of all of this.
Yeah, and, I think she's right. The president believes that there can still be some shooting and the ceasefire holds. But
Yeah, but that's not how a ceasefire works, is it? I mean, that makes no sense. Like, words, what are they? What do they mean? How do words work? You can't say it's a fucking ceasefire if there's no cessation of fire. You know? Ridiculous.
We've seen him so hesitant to restart these kinetic attacks. Even last night, he said, you know, we could bomb, that's an option, but the Strait of Hormuz would be closed for much longer. What has been much more helpful, he said, I'm paraphrasing, is the blockade. And so obviously we're learning more about we need to learn more about what the president's going to do. I've asked whether or not he's going to be in the Situation Room monitoring, haven't heard back. And then a CENTCOM commander, or the CENTCOM commander, who has been the leading role of kind of announcing to the public what has been happening kinetically, including those responses to those boat strikes that we've seen over the last 2 weeks, is supposed to be briefing at 2 p.m. on the Hill. Remains to be seen if that's still going to happen.
And it also, because it takes two to tango, it also says something that Iran is so brazen that they shot down Apache helicopters.
That doesn't sound like someone who's working towards a deal to end all of this, not just, you know, making the shooting less frequent, but ending it entirely. It shows that ending wars, they're easy to start, very hard to end. And Donald Trump has been, you know, making promises that are easier said than done.
And we just have something else in. This is from the Speaker of the Iranian Parliament, which was posted right before President Trump posted what we reported to you. And the Iranian speaker said, "We prefer the language of diplomacy, but we speak other languages far more fluently. Break your commitments and we'll switch to what we speak best. You ride the horse you saddled." Wow.
Wow. You talk about brazen. This is pretty brazen, and the fact that Iran has kind of used Trump's own style online in response to him is pretty striking. I mean, we were not hearing this kind of language and these kinds of threats out of Iran until very recently.
And so much of this conflict has been a strike would happen, and it was unclear how high that strike was ordered because of the inability, because of after those strikes that took out those top leaders, the inability for one side of the Iran government and military to talk to the other. And I think that Donald Trump has, for a couple different times, said, you know, those strikes are happening because they're not talking to the people. Those strikes are happening because they're not talking to the people. And so with that tweet, is he going to say that again?
Oh, by the way, while that was taking place, Israeli airstrikes were hitting Lebanon's Tyre and killing 8 people. This is, of course, a violation. This is, of course, a violation of the Iranian demands to restrain Israel in Lebanon. Israel is directly violating the demands the Iranian side is making. Here is Sayed Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of the Islamic Republic of Iran, and his statement: "Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, planned accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, the best solution is for them to leave. We prefer the language of diplomacy, but speak other languages too." Tehran this morning released a statement. "The Strait of Hormuz is not international waters, but shared between Iran and Oman, and located thousands of miles away from U.S. shores. Maritime boundaries are crystal clear. Our powerful armed forces are on constant alert for any violation of Iran's airspace, land, or waters. Foreign forces in proximity to our territory are at constant risk on account of their own human errors, plane accidents, or potentially being caught in crossfire. To reduce risk, the best possible solution is for foreign forces to exit as soon as possible, an environment which will never be hospitable to a hostile presence. Iran prefers the language of diplomacy. However, our brave warriors have shown to the world that that we know how to speak other languages too." And then they show a fucking map of the territorial waters between Oman and Iran, which is very funny.
With major strikes on Tyre today, Israel pushing at the limits of what both its main enemy and its main ally are prepared to tolerate. A brief but intense re-escalation ended yesterday, with Iran saying Israel had now to stop its attacks on Lebanon. Israel aware too that the US president wants to smooth the path to his putative impending agreement with Iran. But Israel's prime minister aware of the need domestically to show he's still able to hit Hezbollah. Israel
is also pretty crazy that they're just like openly stating this, where they're like, yeah, Israel has to flex. Like Israel has to do a show of force because of internal considerations. Oh, so they just have to keep murdering people. Otherwise, like, the public will get mad at Benjamin Netanyahu. Okay, then. I guess it's fine then. I find it rather odd that they're so fucking callous about wanton murder. And we all just have to look, we all have to just look in the opposite direction and be like, yep, that's just the calculation. What else can Israel do unimpeded with no accountability whatsoever, just because they have domestic considerations? Thank God they're a democracy, by the way. Oh my God, God forbid if they weren't democratically demanding more death and destruction.
Military ordering a mass evacuation for Tyre and its surrounding areas, including for the first time the Christian quarter, which Israel says has now been infiltrated by Hezbollah fighters.
Oh, it is home to the Christian quarters are also, it's so strange. Oh, they're also Hamas. I mean, Hezbollah, sorry. Isn't that crazy? What a coincidence. Everyone that Israel kills, no matter what age they are, no matter what their background is, they always happen to be Hamas. I mean, sorry, not Hamas, sorry. Hezbollah this time, because it's Lebanon. Wow. What a strange coincidence. I can't believe it. Also, guess what Hezbollah is? They're Lebanese. The easiest way to not accidentally or intentionally murder more Lebanese people is to not invade Lebanon and blow up Lebanese villages. But what do I fucking know?
Thousands of civilians, including families, children and the elderly, and preserves a rich cultural, historical and religious heritage that spans many centuries. Any attack or destruction of this neighborhood would constitute a humanitarian catastrophe.
Tens of thousands now fleeing their homes again. Since March, more than 1 million people have registered as displaced.
After the warnings in Tyre, we left. We picked up and left. Where should we go? There is nowhere to go. We'll end up in the streets.
We left to be reassured and safe. It's not fear, but one cares about family.
Or maybe don't start a war you can't win. Are you talking about Israel? Is that what you're talking about? I mean, who's starting wars here that they can't win? If not Israel. Has Israel ever even fought a war on their own? Did you forget that 102 days ago, America and Israel started this war against Iran? What's going on here? I mean, seriously. It's always Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself. Israel has a right to defend itself. And it's always deployed when Israel is, offensively defending itself. The greatest defense is a strong offense, right? I cannot get this New York Times headline from yesterday out of my head. One important form of propaganda is subtly lying about who is attacking, who is the attacking aggressor, and who is framed merely as responding. The 15-hour fight with Iran showed the bind Israel is in. As it braced for a possible U.S.-Iranian peace deal, Israel now knows that if it responds forcefully to attacks by Hezbollah, Iran may strike with Israel with missiles. How ridiculous. Israel has invaded Lebanon. Israel has quite literally invaded Lebanon. Israel is currently occupying Lebanese territory. Israel never stopped killing the Lebanese population throughout any ceasefire. They just kept drone striking over and over again. It was only after Hezbollah retaliated for once that people turned around and said, wow, how dare they retaliate? Bro, the Jew have like 80% of the money of the world, even if they are offensive. Stand the fuck down if you can't win. Wait, what? Oh my God. What a fucking response, dude. Jesus Christ, dude. Holy shit. Dude is both anti-Semitic and pro-Israel. Holy fuck. That is hilarious, man. Jesus Christ. He said, nah, man, I read the protocols. They got special powers. Don't even fuck with them. Facebook ad response, holy.
Family and dignity. We
Pick a lane, buddy.
don't know where we're going. Further south, more Israeli strikes on Shia villages. Israel saying too that an armed man crossed into its territory from Lebanon and was shot dead. For Israelis in the north, little faith in what remains a nominal ceasefire.
I simply don't believe in it. I think we need to complete this mission to the end and achieve long-term peace. Long-term peace for the residents of the north and, by the way, for the entire state of Israel.
Israel's army chief today saying there was a plan for a much broader strike on Iran, one that remains on the table, seemingly confirming reports in Israel that President Trump spiked it at the last minute, that Prime Minister Netanyahu complied.
I think the main accusation is that he has somehow outsourced Israel's freedom of action and that Israel is being constrained by America. You know, all joking aside about Trump as a mediator, what he really has been doing quite a bit more effectively than the United Nations is constraining Israel when Israel doesn't want to be constrained.
But the US president, who last night gave his now customary 2 to 3 day horizon for an agreement with Iran, also constrained by the unpredictable events of the war he launched. Posting on social media this evening, I have just been informed by our great military that last night the Iranians shot down one of our highly sophisticated Apache helicopters while patrolling over the Strait of Hormuz. There were 2 pilots involved, both are safe and uninjured. Nevertheless, the United States must, of necessity, respond to this attack. The US military said the helicopter crew were rescued from the strait by an unmanned sea drone. The incident coming at the same time as reports of a quiet increase in traffic through the strait, tankers bearing Gulf oil and gas with transponders turned off. Such progress, though, at best uncertain and contingent, with the US president now promising to strike Iran and Israel's prime minister determined to show his freedom to keep striking Hezbollah.
Well, let's go to our US editor, Anushka Astana. Anushka, everyone in Iran is wondering what Trump means by responding to the downing of this helicopter. Is it any clearer where you are?
Well, I suspect he means something pretty limited. Don't get me wrong, this is a really worrying thing to happen. We're in the middle of a very shaky ceasefire. This sounds like direct fire from the Iranians onto a US helicopter, and it sounds like the president himself saying that he is going to retaliate. But I think it is important to put it in the context of the broader mood music. You know, the president said he had just been informed about this, but actually he knew about it last night. The reason I know that is that he came out to speak to reporters after going to a Knicks basketball game in New York, and at one point he was asked about it and he said the pilots are okay, we'll give you more information tomorrow. But what was interesting was that was a 15-minute session with journalists. The question came 12 minutes in. For the entire first half of that event, Trump was instead talking about Washington DC and how beautiful it had become under his presidency. He was talking about the $13 million upgrade of the reflecting pool behind me. He was talking about the fountains that were coming up. It didn't sound like this was at the forefront of his mind. In fact, only halfway through did he come to Iran, and again, positive mood music. He said we could have a deal within 2 or 3 days, even after he knew about that helicopter. So look, I think he thinks that he needs to respond, but he wants this to be over, not least because right here in America, they're getting ready for the World Cup.
Indeed, and an Iranian team is prepping for that World Cup and getting ready to enter the country.
Yeah, an Iranian team that has already faced a lot of controversy. They're prepping for the World Cup, not here, but in the neighboring host, Mexico, because the Americans didn't want them to be based in the US. Only a few days ago did we find out that the players would get visas to cross the border. They're in Group G. They've got games in LA next week, and they've been told their support staff might not be able to come with them. Meanwhile, their fans have just been told their allocations won't stand. A Somali referee has been told he can't come in. And talk about dynamic pricing, Chris. You need a spare $1,000 to go to a game. That's not even mentioning the car park pricing. But look, everyone is getting excited for all that. There's a huge fan zone being erected further down the mall, just like all over America. And even though football fans might not always be in the games, they're certainly getting ready to watch them.
Thanks, Anushka. Well, since the US and Israel began the war in February, Gulf states have been caught in the middle, with civilian infrastructure and US military bases on their soil struck by Iran. Earlier, I spoke to Dr. Dania Taffa, the executive director of the Gulf International Forum, who's based in Doha, and I asked her how the Gulf nations see the latest developments in this conflict.
From the perspective of the Gulf states, just recently having the exchange of fire between the Israelis and the Iranians already raises concerns. And let's not forget that just within a week, a few Gulf states have received attacks. Oman has been attacked, not a lot know about it. Kuwait has been attacked quite aggressively, and so has Bahrain. So they're still feeling the brunt of this war. So they're very nervous. The stakes are high, and they're hoping for a deal to come through.
Right, so what does this mean for the equation around escalation dominance?
Well, that's a good question. So escalation dominance is not something that the Gulf states are very happy about, because from the Iranian perspective, they have escalation dominance when it comes to the Gulf region more properly, more so than they do have with direct confrontation with Israel. And that puts the Gulf states in a very precarious situation, because the Iranians can escalate horizontally by bringing in the Houthi card, which they did sort of bring it in when it comes to Israel more properly, but it hasn't affected the Gulf states as of yet in a tangible way. And also the Gulf states are being held hostage in this war. And so anytime there's an escalation, the risk increases for the Gulf states. And Iran's asymmetric strategy is to raise the cost, economically speaking, on the international community through attacking the Gulf states and blockading the Strait of Hormuz.
The feeling here amongst the Iranian government and its supporting politicians is that they feel increasingly confident that they have established a sort of a new rule, if you like, in the region, that if Israel were to hit Beirut, then they will be able to hit Israel, and that the Americans clearly don't want that, and that makes them feel like they're in control. Where does that, do you think that is how the Gulf states will see it as well, that Iran has actually had a boost from what has happened over the last 2 days?
I think the Gulf states in general worry that Iran has felt a boost through this whole war, because obviously this war has been very costly for the Gulf states, extremely costly for many states and the global economy, especially the global south. So I think that Iran actually feels quite confident in its position and is willing to tolerate a high degree of pain that most countries will not, including the Gulf states.
The odd thing about this, though, is that Iran seems to be tolerating what is going on in southern Lebanon. Is that going to be the new normal, that Iran will continue to tolerate this until it doesn't?
Well, I agree with you. Iran did not react to...
Yes, Israel flexed. The tire shooting is Israel saying, you're not going to do shit, okay? Like, Iran, by either pure accident or deliberately taking out an American helicopter, doesn't change that dynamic. Iran said that their red lines were their red lines, and they're now allowing Israel to violate their red lines unless they actually send a missile salvo in Israel's direction once again. But it's clear that Israel is the unstable partner here and is the one that does not want a ceasefire to take place and is doing everything in its fucking power to shoot at as many Lebanese people as they possibly can in an effort to say, nope, you don't get to have a say here. We control whether or not there is a ceasefire. Iran's shoot down of U.S. Apache over Hormuz wasn't a big deal, says Donald Trump. What the fuck? Bro, what is happening in this goddamn country, man? What is happening in this goddamn country? What the fuck? I don't even know what to say anymore. I mean, that's the smart thing to do, is to de-escalate here. But if you're going to de-escalate after they fucking took out a helicopter, you might as well do a ceasefire. Trump just getting on Truth Social to be like, Iran shot down one of our best helicopters. Please don't ask what this means for American hegemony and military superiority. We will do absolutely nothing. Which, by the way, is probably a lie. Just so you understand. There's no way.
Concerned Israel attacking Lebanon. We're talking about more than 3,000 Lebanese have died in this war at the hands of Israeli attacks, but also the fact that Iran has maintained this ceasefire for a month and a half while the people of Lebanon have been dying, until the Hezbollah stronghold in the southern suburbs of Beirut were at.
We should celebrate the decline of American might. I mean, it's not a cause for celebration if we don't manage the decline. My argument is to manage the decline, because the decline is an inevitability. It's just reality. It's already happening. Whether we celebrate it or not, that doesn't change the dynamic. It's already taking place. It's already happened. And now people can actually see it. The problem is what we do next matters the most. Okay? What we do now matters quite a bit. If we don't actually recognize what's taking place and then try to manage that decline to ensure that it's not as belligerent as physically possible, which is unfortunately the direction that we're heading down, okay, then things are going to be devastating. Because empires don't die quietly. I mean, this was the whole purpose of the Yale speech that I delivered, right? This was exactly what I was trying to get across. Empires inevitably fall. There's no such thing as like a permanent empire. And America's demise is here. The American empire's decline is here. Now it's up to us to make sure that we retreat. Focus on ourselves. Ensure that that decline is managed and not violent. But obviously, my assessment or my sentiment here is utterly irrelevant. It's immaterial. It doesn't matter. Netanyahu to the Security Cabinet says Israel may need to face Iran without the support of the U.S. It will be difficult, but that's the direction we're headed in. Zamir on U.S.-Iran says almost any agreement is a bad agreement. Israel is not exactly an unmitigated hawkish force. The sweet spot for them is actually the state of no deal, no war that degrades Iranian society. So they want to maintain this like weird limbo where they get to take pot shots at whoever the fuck they want, advance on Lebanese territory, unimpeded and unrestricted. And I guess like that's kind of the current deal at play right now. It's not a real deal. No real ceasefire. This is what Trudeau was talking about when he said like this is the worst possible outcome for Iran, be anything short of like obviously defeating Iran militarily. This would be the worst possible outcome for Iran, where there is this like almost this loophole, this like legal limbo. Is there a ceasefire? Is there not a ceasefire? They get no sanctions relief. They get to control the Strait of Hormuz. However, they don't get to they get to control the Strait of Hormuz, but they don't get to actually receive any sort of American sanctions release.
Risk. Therefore, I think it really shows that this war isn't about Lebanon or the Lebanese people. This war is about Iran's forward strategy and maintaining its Hezbollah stronghold.
Daniel Thaffer, thank you very much. It is tempting to see Iran.
True to Parsi, one of the most true sentences ever written. A regional order organized around Israeli impunity requires levels of coercion that are accelerating American decline. Yes. 100%. 100%. America is doing Israel's bidding in the region because it thinks that in the long term, I guess, or at least some of the calculations are that in the long term, Israeli dominance and Israeli impunity in the region or an entire region that is destabilized at the behest of Israel will be beneficial for American interests. It's not the case at all. It's actually both in the short term and the long term devastating for American interests. This was also the writing on the wall for the post-October 7 strategy, the bear hug strategy that Benjamin Netanyahu and Joe Biden engaged in, right? That's part of the reason why there were people within the State Department that were obviously very critical and said this is not a good idea.
As a people ruled by fear and fervor, a religious state underpinned by military might. There is, of course, much more going on, and 2 wars in 1 year have had a complex impact on many people.
We do not need a white savior in order to save us, let's say. We can solve our problems here.
In between the polarized reactions on the street, there are generations wrestling with whether they can build a future without burning down the present. For whom change in modern Iran still dances to the tune of thousands of years of Persian culture.
Now what we have? We in a dead end. We are in a dead end, and we have to change ourselves.
It's the first co-working space of the country, we can say it. It was founded like 2013.
The Innovation Factory is a hub for Iranian startups, built out of a converted factory around the hopes created from Obama's Iran nuclear deal, the JCPOA. But the motivation of entrepreneurs like Ahmed and Hussein now is very different.
I mean, the war was a turning point, I would say.
Yes.
After that, we started to see things differently. We saw that there is an outer force that wants to cripple the country, and it doesn't really matter which government. It is about Iran as an entity, as a nation state that they want to cripple. And we saw this as an obligation for us to actually do something in this situation.
You'd be happy with whatever system, effectively? Is there a type of government that is
let's be
better
clear.
suited?
Let's be clear, okay? We have problems. We have a lot of problems. But it's not about people coming out of this country to solve our problems.
And don't get us wrong, I mean, we do have an utopia which is democratic and developed and everything. I mean, we cherish this picture. But we do not want to, I don't know, use street as a way to achieve that. It is about doing what we do, and by doing what we do, improving the situation step by step until we get there.
That change in mindset caused by the war is partly why they didn't join the protests in January, in which thousands were killed, even though they have marched for democracy before.
Yeah, we were on the streets. I was a student. I was in the Green Movement, yes. And I was on the street. I mean, I tasted it. I mean, we went through this together. I mean, and then we saw that we had this fantasy, as Ahmed says, about how outside forces would come to our, let's say, help. But what we see right now clearly, as we are in our 4th decade of our lives, we can see that regardless of the rhetoric, regardless of what they say about, let's say, freedom and, I don't know, the democratic values and whatever, it is a clear project to cripple the country.
Hussein and Ahmed want to build Iran's economy, which they believe will help deliver political and social change. It's a long way from those who want a rapid end to the Islamic Republic.
So what do you say to those people who say this view is the one that defends the people who are in power now and keeps them in power, and that this is just a clever way of propagandizing a defense of the government?
Yeah, I mean, if they are outside the country, I cannot really understand the expats that want their own people bombed. They gave up the game. They are gone. So I would say, start off. Stay out of it. This is the country. We are striving here. We are fighting this fight. And this is our fight. This is not some other people's fight. It is not Americans' fight. It is our fight. We need to fight this fight.
In Iran, rock and roll is no longer the sound of rebellion. There is an underground scene, but the Islamic Republic has also accepted and licensed Persian rock, like Human and his band Zavush. What are the rules if you want to be in a rock band in Iran?
They basically have a jury. You know, they decide if the lyrics is fine or not.
and then they hear the music.
It's so funny to be like, hey, I know you guys protested against the government during democracy protests, but why do you actually want the IRGC to remain intact as opposed to the alternative option, which would be the complete destabilization of Iran and the destruction of thousands of years of history and shared culture at the behest of a foreign country that has done a genocide to people that don't look that different than you do and have a shared culture as well. Why won't you just allow Iran to be balkanized and leave the entire region in a state of disarray? Yeah, of course they're going to be like, this was the calculation from my end as well, by the way. This is precisely what I said as well. If you recall, okay, if you recall, this is precisely what I said early on when it was very clear that there was no real like regime change happening, which by the way shouldn't be up to us regardless, obviously. But if you recall, I said the only pathway forward for the Iranian population from this point on is literally for the IRGC to be able to successfully and militarily deter Israel and defend the Iranian borders. That was 102 years ago. 102 days ago. Okay? If you recall, 102 days ago, I said, in leading up to the fucking troops amassing in the region, I said over and over again that the IRGC was the only option for the Iranian population, and that the only other alternative would be complete destruction of Iran. Meanwhile, here's what Reza Pahlavi is talking about. The Islamic Republic, in its support of Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon, has started yet another military conflict and further revealed its anti-Iranian nature. This regime has taken the Iranian nation hostage and views the lives and property of Iranians as mere tools. Seamus says, not a fucking word from this guy about the bombing of Iranian port cities and islands during the ceasefire, but as soon as Israeli air bases are attacked, suddenly it's time to start sounding the alarm about how the Islamic Republic only fights on behalf of others. Something interesting to me, the Farsi version of this message includes a phrase talking about the Islamic Republic revealing its anti-Iranian and un-Iranian nature, implying a foreign Arab-coded occupation. The English message only says anti-Iranian nature. Israeli ministers clashed in a cabinet meeting Monday over how to escalate against both Iran and Hezbollah, according to I-24 News. Foreign Minister Saar warned Hezbollah was trying to draw Israel into a war of attrition. Minister Elkin said Israel had managed to strike Iran without visibly undermining ongoing U.S.-Iran negotiations. Minister Orit Strock argued that territorial pressure remained the most effective lever against Hezbollah. They understand when you take their territory, he said. The meeting grew more contentious when National Security Minister Ben-Gvir proposed detaining Hezbollah members, wives, and youth in dedicated prisons. That's what hurts them the most, he said. Straight up fucking Nazi. Yeah, but when I say this is a Nazi country, and they got, more aggressive Nazis, they got less aggressive Nazis, but it's still a fucking Nazi country doing Nazi actions, I'm the bad guy. Former Shin Bet chief Avi Dichter called for harder strikes on Iran in the next round. Minister Wasserlauf demanded more munitions funding, calling out Finance Minister Smotrich, saying Smotrich needs to open the purse strings and wake up. Defense Minister Katz backed urgent expansion of IDF ammunition stockpiles. I mean, what is more extreme than this statement? I'm thinking about it, and it's like, what? Like, I guess, like, the more, like, the only other, like, historic equivalent at that point would be, like, Vlad the Impaler shit, right? They have to, like, if Itamar Ben-Gvir came out and was like, we have to, like, behead them and put their heads on pikes or something. Like, that's actually, because he's literally saying we should mass kidnap women and children. And then motherfuckers would be like, whoa, 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 dude, this is not reflective of the broader Israeli society's attitudes. It's like, well, it doesn't even fucking matter, does it? Whether it's reflective of the broader attitude or not, because he's a part of the leadership structure. And it's not like these guys are going, hey, man, that was pretty extreme. I think you should no longer be a part of the fucking war cabinet.
And decide if it's okay or not.
And what do they tell you about the content? Like, can you sing about love, sex, drugs? No.
You can think about anything, but with no insultation. And
Mevlana. That's sick. We Turks are so shameless and take ownership over Mevlana as well. A little bit. Maybe I was misinformed when I was growing up, but I grew up thinking that Mevlana was like, you know, also Turk coded.
No political angles.
The war has been disastrous for them. Unable to perform or sell music to struggling fans, they haven't earned money for months.
Melody.
The impression I'm getting is that
Yeah, it's because Mevlana is in Konya, inside of Turkish boundaries.
Survive in
right?
Iran, doing what you love and doing what you want to do, you kind of have to have a tunnel vision. Yeah. You know, you have to kind of turn a blind eye to the things that are going on.
It's not tunnel vision, it's tolerance, you know? It's...
just accepting.
Yeah, it's acceptance, you know? This is the way the things are.
Because
what do you want to do?
Power.
What do you want to do?
People have no power. Exactly. In the main of power of people. Power of people means you can change the prime minister in Great Britain in 1 week. If the people, they don't like him or her.
Can
but
they?
In this country, it's, you should...
Big dog. That's not how it goes either. You know. Not saying that like the Iranian system is better. I don't believe that. But probably not the best example to point to a notoriously unpopular leader in a country that has been, you know, demanding that he resign, and a party that is not showing any consideration to the demand from the masses. It's just funny because look, all things considered, if we're being totally fair here, okay, obviously, the notion of like political repression taking place in foreign adversary nations is simply causes belly for American intervention. It's not actually a real reason why Western imperialism takes place. It's just a way to justify it, right? But slowly but surely, over time, as Western superpowers' global prominence wanes, we are also seeing the exact same, or rather similar, attempts at state repression take root here in the United States of America and certainly in the UK as well. Obviously, it's not to the same degree as the IRGC. I'm not saying that. But make no mistake, it was already bullshit to offer justification for military intervention, especially when we know that that kind of military intervention only hardens the position of the state, no matter how repressive it is, as we have seen in Iran. But also on top of that, we are seeing similar attempts at state repression in the Western world. Turns out, we don't give a fuck about it when it's happening here either. Okay? We don't care. We're doing it. It hasn't gotten to the point of, developing prisons specifically for political dissidents and jailing them for, ridiculous reasons. But we're certainly moving in that direction. We're absolutely moving in that direction. And this is yet another thing that I predicted ahead of time and told you, or warned ahead of time and told you would most likely happen, right? I said that as America's power around the globe is contested, as America is no longer the hegemonic superpower status that it enjoyed in the post-World War II design of the world. Even during the Cold War, obviously, there were instances where America would restrict speech and political expression quite openly, right, as it felt under threat by another superpower. But as America's hegemonic status, especially in the post-90s end of history period that we lived through, goes away, you will see a very different state, one that does not care about the bountiful liberties that it claims to enjoy, it claims to protect for its own citizens. We're there right now. I mean, this is even the referee story. Like, don't you feel like that's a clear-cut example of this? Like, this is what a weak country does, right? Somali referee Omar Artan was questioned for 11 hours before being denied entry. I am just the referee trying to live my biggest dream, going to the World Cup. I'm really, really disappointed. I had the correct documents and the correct visa. I think they have a problem with my country. This is not what a powerful country does. This is what a weak country does. A weak country that wants to enforce its power on some of the most vulnerable populations. That's it. Like, you think this guy's a fucking terrorist, dude? You think this guy's a danger? We can't have this guy on American soil? What are you, out of your fucking mind? An award-winning referee. He won in 2025, I think, the best referee in the African continent, too. But regardless, even if he wasn't an award-winning referee, he's just a referee from Somalia. We are the most powerful country on the planet. And we're scared of a fucking referee from Somalia? Get the fuck out of here. It's just the purest expression of racism, racist violence. And we're doing it to feel powerful. And we only do this to feel powerful because we are actually aware of our powerlessness. It's that simple.
Accept some things or many things.
A lot of people are getting very angry at this idea that change is gradual.
Change is gradual.
And they want change now. They're saying, a lot of the people who've left the country are saying we can't go back, we can't see our families, we can't see our property. You need to get rid of the government now.
Living in Iran from 1,000 years before till now teach you, if you want to be alive and see your grandkids, you have to little bit hypocrite and shut your mouth down sometimes, and it's better you keep your head down. And this is a culture. We suffer by our own culture.
Much has been written about Iran's eclectic cultural elasticity as key to the longevity of Persian civilization. The Islamic Republic at war is a small moment in that timeline, and it is clear, as the government feels it has gained the upper hand in recent days, generations of Iranians are wrestling with how elastic they should be in their sense of national unity and their desire for change.
The Iranian got what they want, so we basically lost.
For sure we didn't win, but we are not winning for 2 years.
Tel Aviv speaks out after Iran strikes halt. Incredible work, man. Yeah, no politique here. No politique here.
Already. Almost 3.
The Israelis, the people of Israel are losing for sure. No one slept. Kids aren't in schools. Who's at work? All of the restaurants that are usually busy are empty.
12 hours of missiles are a waste of time for us. We didn't get anything out of that. The Iranians got what they want, which is create an equation between Lebanon and Tel Aviv. So basically now Israel is locked in terms of Lebanon and locked in terms of Iran. So we basically lost.
For sure we didn't win, but we are not winning for 2 years already. Almost 3. That's winning, having every 6 months having a little bit of missiles from Iran.
You know, I think also the Israelis, the people of Israel are losing for sure. No one slept, kids aren't in schools, who's at work, all of the restaurants that are usually busy are empty. You know,
there's no tourism.
He says it like it's a bad thing that Israel got put in its place. His idea of losing is Israel not being the regional superpower over its neighbors. Yes, dude, it's a fucking domineering ideology. Because remember, every single other country in the region are subhuman from their perspective. Like these are Arabs. It's a very racist society. Zionism is a racist ideology. It's so funny that people make a big fuss about me saying this factually accurate thing. Okay. Your tie and not look better, but I had the stripes with the pattern. Okay. Thanks. Bomb the Arabs. Bomb the Arabs. How dare you?
Iran shouldn't be acting as like the patron of the area and shoot on us because we defend our people. And if they...
Yeah. Iran, who the fuck do they think they are? Israel? Only we get to do that. Literally. That's the entire argument here is, why do you think Iran gets to behave like Israel? Only we get to behave this way. America fucked us. And eventually they will turn on America. They will or if they haven't already, they'll eventually say like, oh, it was America's fault. Obviously, there's not going to be any like reflection on the increased belligerence, increased militarism, and you know how the rest of the region sees Israel. There's no consideration about that. It'll just be America's the responsible party here. They actually are restraining us. It's really fucked up.
do shoot on us, then, you know, there's going to be consequences. To be honest, I wish they would attack even harder.
I told you this before already. There's also, like, this is considered egregious by Israeli societal standards. It's not the death and destruction of October 7 that was the most frustrating element. It was the fact that these Arabs were able to engage in an uprising. It was the Arabs that were able to do this, and that was unbelievable, right? It's like it's a far, like, there. If you think, societally speaking, if Zionism is a racist ideology, which it is, then the people that you have subjugated, the people that you've humiliated, rising up is extra egregious, because it's Arabs that are of lower status, of lower class, the inferior beings that were able to take the lives of Israeli citizens. Like, that's considered exceptional. That's considered additionally unacceptable. And the same goes for Iran.
And maybe show the Ayatollahs, you know, that they shouldn't be doing what they're doing. And if they're doing it, then, you know, there'll be severe consequences, but they didn't. And to be honest, I'm a little bit disappointed.
If this happened in the U.S., there would be riots. The only riots that might result from this in Israel will come if this soldier is arrested. Would love to be proven wrong. Yeah, B'Tselem obtained the footage.
A top Somalian referee has been...
B'Tselem obtained the footage that uncovers the moments when Abu Haikal's family was shot. 7-month-old Sam Abu Haikal was killed in the shooting, and both his parents were injured. The footage clearly shows that the Israeli soldier fired at cars as it was slowing. Hold on, I'm not gonna show you this, obviously, but yeah, fired at his car as it was slowing to a stop. The car was far from the soldiers and posed no danger to them whatsoever. I can't show this on stream, obviously. There's blood in the video. Moments later, in another video obtained by B'Tselem, 7-month-old Sam's father, Fahed, is seen just after his son was shot. Fahed is holding baby Sam in his arms, trying to stop the bleeding from his head with his hands, while Sam's mother, Dania, who was also injured by the gunfire while holding her son, is seen sitting on the ground next to the car. Last Friday, 5th of June, an Israeli soldier fired at a Palestinian family driving home from a family visit as they sat in the car in the Tel Rumeida neighborhood in Hebron. The family was shot as the car was slowing to a stop at the soldier's command. Sam, a 7-month-old baby who was in his mother's arms in the back seat, was struck in the head and pronounced dead shortly afterwards. Sam's parents were also injured by the gunfire. His mother is still in the hospital. After the shooting, the soldier who fired and another soldier who was with him left the scene without checking the car or offering any assistance to the critically wounded baby or to his mother. In the past 2.5 years, Israel has killed tens of thousands of children in Gaza and the West Bank. For the record, you can actually make a comparison here to the American military, or the American police force, sorry, which also behaves as an occupational force, sometimes, as a matter of fact, trained directly by the IDF in black and brown neighborhoods. And yes, when the American police have done similar things, there have been protests, unbelievable amounts of protests. The entire point of fucking Black Lives Matter was this, right? So before people get mad at Ryan and say, oh, Americans don't give a shit about this, it's not true. This has happened, and Ryan is right. There have been literally fucking riots. So just remember that. By the way, the New York Times is doing some fact. Yeah, that's actually also interesting as well. What visual evidence tells us about Israel's use of white phosphorus in Lebanon? Yeah, Israel is not having a good time in American press. I mean, you have quite literally the paper of record, one of the most pro-Israel newspapers in the United States of America, that has offered unlimited amounts of coverage to Israeli war crimes. And by coverage, I mean not just like direct coverage, but ass covering, is now finally reporting on some of the things that Israel has been doing. I noticed this change in pattern, if you recall, in the post-Nicholas Kristof article. Nicholas Kristof wrote the article about Israeli occupying soldiers and the settlers raping Palestinians. That was obviously a major moment from the New York Times. I mean, it was like 3 years too late. I mean, you could even say it was 75 years too late, if we're being honest. I mean, this has been an ongoing thing. And yet they did that. Israel then threatened to sue the New York Times. That kind of didn't go anywhere. And the New York Times now, since that change in attitude, has actually offered some critical coverage on Israeli war crimes. These are war crimes that have been ongoing, mind you. This is not new. The utilization of white phosphorus in Lebanon or in Gaza is not a new phenomenon. Israel has been deploying white phosphorus, which is made in the United States, by the way, just so you understand. This is made in one place. I think it's in Arkansas, right? It's made in an Arkansas facility, for the record, shipped to Israel to use against the civilian population and burn them. Yawn. Cool, man. You're the fucking man, dude. You're my goat. All white jury finds Carmelo Anthony guilty of murder. Yeah, we'll get to that story. I assume that's like the biggest story on the right currently, even though we're, literally waging a war at this moment. I'll obviously cover that as well. But yeah, as I was saying, Of course, this is the first time New York Times investigation allows them to plainly say it is indeed white phosphorus and it is indeed a war crime. Yeah. That quadruple article above the fall from the New York Times day was a unique day. It should not be in a just society, in a moral society, in a society that actually honors the truth, cares about accuracy and reporting. That would have been every single day since October 7, and perhaps even prior to October 7, right? With regular frequency, because Israel's violence is not new. It's been ongoing. It's been unimpeded. Now, it's interesting that the New York Times actually did that coverage. They talked about how the threat of espionage from the Israeli side had increased. They talked about the 7-month-old that Israel shot in Hebron. And they talked about the Lebanese people that were slaughtered by the Israeli military in Lebanon. That was unique. And that was unexpected. J.D. Vance also did a one-on-one last night with Jesse Waters and said some interesting shit. Let's take a look at that
about
before moving on from this story.
Israel spying on the United States and freelancing in Lebanon.
Well, look, I think obviously the Israelis and the Israelis and the United States, we have a lot of shared interests, but we also have some situations where our interests diverge. And I think where the president has been very clear here is that while Israel obviously has some objectives that it has, the United States' main objective in Iran is to ensure that Iran does not have a nuclear weapon. And we've actually, thanks to what's happened over the last few months, but really over the last year and a half, we've created the space necessary where the president believes, and I think that he's right, that we can get the long-term settlement to Iran's nuclear deal. Now, Israel may like that, they may not like that, but fundamentally, we think this is in the best interest of the United States of America. So we're going to keep on pursuing it because that's what the President of the United States was elected to do. That's what we have to do in order to properly serve the American people.
Do you think the Iranians are trying to play us at the negotiating table?
Well, I think, Jesse, everybody's always trying to play everybody. I think the president's attitude on this is we have to verify, of course. One of the most important things to whether this ultimate settlement is a success is not what the Iranians write on the paper, but whether they actually comply with some of the requirements of the settlement that we come up to. I think it's very important, and this is one of the big differences. You always hear people talk about the Obama deal and what went wrong with it. The number one thing that went wrong with the Obama deal, Jesse, is that there was not a proper inspections regime to ensure that the Iranians.
Yeah, the number one problem with the Obama deal was that it was actually successful, and Israel won't allow it. So we had to break it, which Trump bravely did. Thank God for Trump. You know, that's it. That was the biggest problem with the Obama deal was that it was actually successful. Straight up. That's it. Everything else is a lie. Everything else that J.D. Vance is saying here is a complete and utter lie. Okay?
Could never build a nuclear weapon. And that's one of the big differences between what happened then and what the President of the United States would get to, assuming we're ultimately able to make a deal. So I don't assume that anybody's acting in good faith. Obviously, we've been very involved in these negotiations, Jesse. We're going to take the attitude of accomplish the president's mission, but verify over the long term that the Iranians are keeping their end of the bargain. It's a tall order, but it's one that the president has put us in a good position to achieve, because let's be honest, Jesse, the Iranians don't want this war to continue. It's not in their best interest, and I think they're coming to the table, putting some real things on the table. We're, of course, going to verify it, but if we get to this deal, it's going to be a home run win for the.
Yeah, totally, man. You're killing it. Thank you. Oh, by the way, CBS News boss Barry Weiss poised to oversee CNN editorial operations report. I don't even know what to say about this. I mean, this has been a deal that is imminent for quite a while. It's part of the reason why you hear from the likes of Brian Stelter, who are constantly actively glazing Barry Weiss. Chris Cillizza is another one who's trying to get a job back at CNN, also doing the same thing. So yeah, ZBS and CNN. The least trusted name in news. Democracy dies in the darkness. And yeah. This kind of obvious media consolidation is going to lead to worse reporting overall, obviously. And it's genuinely devastating for truth and accuracy in reporting. It's not like CNN was already critical of Israel. They certainly weren't, and neither was CBS, if we're being honest. I mean, a lot of mainstream outlets were not. Having said that, however, expect way worse coverage out of these guys somehow. The planet's most fanatical Israel loyalists now own and control, or are about to, Paramount, CBS, TikTok, Warner Brothers, CNN, all acquired in the last 2 years by Netanyahu's close friend, Larry Ellison. Right as public support for Israel in the West, Israel in the U.S. and the West collapses. They are going to do one of the most annoying, one of the most flagrant, one of the most egregious influence peddling operations that they've tried to do. Okay? I have no idea if it will be successful. I don't think it will be. But be on the lookout for even more deplatforming initiatives, even more censorship initiatives, because clearly, the influence peddling from CBS and CNN is not going to cut it. People already fucking despise Israel for good reason, because Israel has done despicable things, right? So when they realize quickly that they can't actually soft pedal Israeli bullshit anymore, they will move to also censor those in opposition to Israel. The question for us is, will we let it happen? Okay? It wasn't enough that the mainstream media had whitewashed Israel's crimes for the last 3 years and continue to do so. They want the most aggressive posture. Yes, I know. Scott Pelley's interesting interview was very interesting. I listened to it. I didn't have time to cover it, but there were some key moments in this interview that were incredible. Okay? Key moments in this interview with the New York Times that openly revealed the depravity, the utter depravity that we suspected taking place behind closed doors. Here's one moment from it.
Barry Weiss sends an email to my boss, Tanya Simon. Two of the things in the email include, can we make the protesters look more violent? Now, I'm paraphrasing. I don't have the quote, but that's what was communicated to me. And the other thing was Renee Good's car. You need to describe her as driving toward the officer.
This is not news, right? Like, I mean, this is just straight up. Like, the news always does propaganda. We know this already, but this is like beyond the fucking pale. This is a deliberate interception by a person who was brought into this position of power that they did not actually work for, ironically enough. They are there specifically to be like, you have to lie because this makes our president look bad. You have to lie because it makes the MAGA movement look bad. You have to lie at the behest of Donald Trump. Donald Trump's ICE agents, Donald Trump's Gestapo. It's insane. And we knew this was happening because they were doing it at CBS, if you recall. Remember? At the time of the assassination of Renee Good, CBS aggressively was leaning into the notion that the ICE Gestapo agent that shot Renee Good was actually not at fault and that he was actually harmed. If you remember, they were the only ones that came out with a report that said that the ICE agent actually was harmed. Now, we were fortunate enough to have actual footage, almost 360 footage from numerous angles that very quickly destroyed that narrative, but that didn't stop a lot of the dick riders of this administration, like Asmongold, from actively lying and going along with this bullshit. Be on the lookout for more of that. Dude, this old dude was a company man who thought he was too good to be fired. This interview pissed me off, man. Dude, come on, dude. Come on. That's one way of looking at it. Another way of looking at it is that this motherfucker spent, you know, decades at an institution, okay? Regardless of my disagreements with 60 Minutes as an enterprise, you have to at least understand that this is a guy who was the highest ranking journalist in the room who actually got fired for speaking out against Barry Weiss's fuckery. He could have just not spoken out. He could have continued being the company man, and he demonstrated integrity. Whether that was integrity because he wanted to maintain the brand of 60 Minutes or not doesn't matter. What matters is he said the truth in that moment. He said the truth in that moment, and then he also went along and revealed the truth to the New York Times. Part of the reason why this is happening is because everybody fucking hates Barry Weiss, okay? Let's be real. I know a lot of journalists. Some of them can get very petty. They all despise Barry Weiss. The reason why they despise Barry Weiss isn't just because Barry Weiss is a charlatan and Barry Weiss is a brown noser of billionaires. It's also because Barry Weiss doesn't deserve the position that she's in. And this enmity will only continue to grow. It's not just going to be about Barry Weiss. It'll be about dick riders of Barry Weiss, like Brian Stelter, or careerists that will glaze Barry Weiss, regardless of what she's doing, regardless of how she destroys media properties at the behest of billionaires. Okay? Yeah, I'm not going to do the Dick Suck Mountain story again, but that's basically what it is. There's Dick Mountain, and if you don't suck dicks appropriately, you know, sucking the right dick at the right level, and you just helicopter yourself to the top of Dick Suck Mountain and you suck the top dick, then all of a sudden you've advanced through Dick Suck Mountain without sucking the necessary amount of dicks. Brian Stelter, again. Worth noting, amid all the coverage of Scott Pelley's scathing criticism today, according to a person with knowledge of the matter, Barry Weiss and Nick Bilton sought out Pelley for a private meeting last week, but the longtime correspondent did not take them up on the offer to talk. Brian Stelter is the guy I'm talking about, who is... What's wrong with sucking dicks? There's nothing wrong with sucking cocks, man. It's great. It's fantastic. That's not the point. Look, we all have to eat, and I don't envy anyone who works at CNN right now, but this is so undignified. Be like Scott Pelley and don't be like this. Yeah, Brian Stelter is also on Dick Suck Mountain currently, two-handing it, okay?
This is not what you see on the video. On the video, you see the officers standing slightly off the front of the car, and you clearly see Miss Good's wheels turned completely as far as they will go, away from the officer. But he shoots her in the head, kills her, and says something about her in that moment that I can't repeat in polite company. So we have gone out of our way in our...
Yeah, dude. Scott Pelley was at CBS for 37 years, dude. Almost 4 fucking decades. Okay? It's ridiculous. You come in out of nowhere because, again, you are a stooge of billionaires. Okay? You are a stooge of billionaires. And you fire half of the staff. This is your life's work. These are the people that you have sometimes been in combat zones with, okay? Like, this isn't just, you know, you're doing journalism, you believe in your mission. It doesn't matter if, like, at times, you know, they're doing State Department propaganda. Ultimately, you're just trying to make ends meet. You're trying to make it work, okay? There's investigative pieces that are important that have come out of your operation, all this stuff. And then an outsider comes in because they are a servant of billionaires. And at the behest of billionaires, an outsider comes in and just fires half the staff out of nowhere. You're like, what the fuck? And then you speak out and they fire you for speaking out. The media already is controlled by corporate investment and corporate interests. But this is beyond that. The direction of the media could be bad, and then this could be worse. That's what's going on here. The direction of the media was already bad, right? But now, this new direction is even more hands-on, is even more egregious, is even more in your face with its propaganda.
Plan from the very beginning to show the protesters for the responsibility that they had. We had already scrubbed the video archives looking for those scenes. But it somehow wasn't enough for Ms. Weiss.
He has no problem with Barry Weiss. He's mad that she didn't do propaganda the right way. Okay, guys, I get it. You fucking hate mainstream media, but you're out of your mind, dude. Come on, dude. He's literally saying, like, they wanted us to literally not report on what we could see with our own two eyes. Okay? I get it, dude. Yes, I despise 60 Minutes' coverage, especially as it pertains to Israel as well. You have to also remember the reason why this happened, straight up, the reason why this happened is because one time, I mean, literally, one time, CBS News and 60 Minutes covered America's weapons being used in the genocide of Palestinians. One time. And that was enough for the Redstone family to be like, we're selling this property. This is crazy. I can't believe it. One time. The first time they engaged in a little bit of critical reporting. So what do you want me to do? Sit here and act like that's not significant? It is significant.
Video showed that the officer wasn't standing in front of the car and she wasn't driving toward him, but that's what the president said about that, and that's the way she wanted it described.
Anyway, let's continue. We'll talk about I already covered the Somali referee. We're going to skip that.
We're going to dive a little bit deeper into all of this with France 24's.
We're going to skip the restrictions and whatnot, and the World Cup teaser.
It's the day before the 2022
All right, we'll do one on Infantino.
World Cup in Qatar. And FIFA's president, Gianni Infantino, has something he wants to say.
Today I feel gay. Today I feel disabled.
He keeps going.
Today I feel a migrant worker.
And going.
At school, I was bullied because I had red hair.
For nearly an hour.
Plus I was Italian, so imagine.
The media called it a bizarre tirade, an unhinged speech, and a PR own goal that will be hard to beat.
It's the most famous of many PR own goals that Infantino has made in his 10 years as FIFA president.
He once also said the World Cup can solve Europe's migrant crisis.
To give hope to Africans so that they don't need to cross the Mediterranean in order to find maybe better life, but more probably death in the sea.
And he claimed the Rwandan genocide inspired his career.
And how this country came back up is inspiring. So I certainly couldn't give up. I continued to campaign. I was elected FIFA president.
But what might seem like blunders are actually, in a strange way, part of Infantino's strategy.
A strategy that has made him one of the most powerful leaders in FIFA's history. And to pull off this 2026 World Cup, he's had to crank his strategy up to 11.
The IOC opened an investigation into wearing that hat.
Infantino has defended awarding its inaugural Peace Prize to Donald Trump.
Infantino has taken every step imaginable and unimaginable to please and appease Donald Trump.
He is quite good at getting his way and quite a good political machinator, always talking out of different sides of his mouth, depending who he's speaking to, and he's very skilled at that.
So how did Gianni Infantino become the most powerful man in football? And how has he made this World Cup unlike any other?
world's most popular sport has been plunged into turmoil.
Gianni Infantino's rise to the top began in 2015, right as FIFA hit rock bottom.
Several officials from FIFA were arrested today.
FIFA officials were charged with racketeering, bribery, wire fraud, and money laundering. Its
Yeah, good
president
thing they-
resigned in disgrace.
Guys, good thing that FIFA stopped being corrupt after that. Famously, that happened, and then FIFA was like, never again. We will never repeat this level of unprecedented corruption. It turns out it was the most precedented corruption. But, you know. That's where the story ends, actually. That's where the story ends. It's just like they get caught, and then famously it's over.
FIFA also lost $360 million after sponsors fled. To many football fans and journalists, it was a long time coming.
If you were to say, what do you know FIFA for? It was a byword for corruption.
Adam Crafton writes for The
I got a
Athletic.
protein bagel,
Now,
egg, and cheese.
Infantino's not
Bacon,
involved
egg,
in
and
any
cheese
of that
with,
stuff
everything
whatsoever,
bagel.
but he was one of the beneficiaries.
In 2016, FIFA's 209 member associations convened to elect a new president. But they didn't choose one of the prominent candidates, like the head of the Asian Confederation or a former FIFA vice president. Instead, they chose the more obscure one.
He was a bit of a technocrat kind of figure. Most football fans would have known him as the slightly kind of bumbling guy who would be on the stage when they would do the draw for the UEFA Champions League.
Now you look over there to Giorgio, you can have a chat, because I'm going to shuffle this a little bit so that we are sure that you cannot see.
But it was a smart choice because it let FIFA put on a fresh face. Infantino promoted reforms, like limiting FIFA's presidency to 3 terms and disclosing executive pay. And he skipped FIFA's private jet for a budget airline on his first trip.
We have shown that we are listening to the fans, to the players, to football. We are listening to football.
Infantino was able to lure sponsors back. And at the next World Cup in Russia, FIFA made $4.6 billion, a record amount. Infantino used that money to buy loyalty within FIFA. He gave an extra $5 million to each member association, who governed football on the national level. The extra money was appreciated by the wealthy members in Europe and North America, but it made a huge difference for the less wealthy members, largely in Africa and Asia. Cape Verde renovated this field. Bhutan held more youth programs, and many countries invested more in women's football, something Infantino put extra emphasis on. These members became Infantino's base of support. And in 2019, they helped elect him to a second term. At the next World Cup in Qatar, FIFA made more money and re-elected Infantino again. Meanwhile,
Guys, I will look into what's going on in fucking Belfast. Can you please stop spamming? Holy shit, dude. I don't know what you want me to do. God damn.
Infantino expanded FIFA's tournaments. He led the effort to expand the Women's World Cup from 24 teams to 32, then a tournament for professional clubs from 7 clubs to 32, and finally the Men's World Cup from 32 teams to 48, beginning in 2026. More teams meant more games that FIFA could sell tickets and TV rights to. It was also another way for Infantino to buy support, because more teams also meant more members could make money from the tournament and have him to thank for it.
They have a one-member, one-vote system. So the more nations who believe they have access to tournaments that are going to bring them revenue, the outcome is that that is better for Gianni Infantino when the next election cycle comes along.
But once Infantino bought enough loyalty within FIFA, he began rolling back those reforms.
He ousted FIFA's ethics officials, secured backing to extend his presidency past the 3-term limit, and rebuilt the system that enabled FIFA's past corruption. Infantino also started to make major decisions seemingly on his own, like expanding that Club World Cup.
There was no real explanation of where that came from, who was asking for this, why it happened the way it has, how the money was allocated. FIFA has become a very centralized decision-making process.
Infantino was making money hand over fist for FIFA, but he was no longer acting like its humble servant. He was acting like its king.
Quickly, I want to thank the sponsor of this week's episode, and that's Outskill. Outskill is offering a 2-day AI Mastermind course this weekend. It's 2 days of expert mentoring, 16 hours of learning, and covering 10 plus AI tools so that you can go from AI rookie to AI pro.
You'll learn deep research with Claude, build dashboards and AI artifacts, create full presentations, use Claude connectors to automate tasks, build custom GPTs and AI agents, and generate videos and visuals with AI.
The best part is it's completely free for the first 1,000 people that sign up using the link in the description. Typically, this costs around $895, but for Search Party viewers, those first 1,000 seats are free. This AI Mastermind course has been attended by over 4 million people around the world. Make sure to clear your calendar for this weekend because training starts on Saturday and Sunday, 10 a.m. to 7 p.m. And if you sign up now, you'll get over $5,000 worth of bonuses,
including an AI prompt Bible, 50 secret Claude codes, and a personalized AI toolkit builder.
Thanks again to Outskill for supporting my work at Search Party. Check out the link below to sign up for the course.
Infantino wasn't president when FIFA awarded World Cups to Russia and Qatar, but he seemed to love working closely with their leaders. In the lead up to 2018, he made appearances with dictator.
We get it, everyone. Yes, it was an AI ad. Okay, can you please fucking calm down? Oh my God. Lock in, motherfucker. Lock in.
Vladimir Putin, where they laughed, kicked a ball around, and said nice things to each other.
Russia is absolutely ready to celebrate a summer of festivities here in this beautiful country.
Infantino caught a lot of criticism for this, but to be fair, working with the host government is a necessary part of his job.
You have to have a relationship with the host government. Whichever country you're in, there's certain things you need. So, of course, they should be engaging. I think the question is whether it's been an overindulgence and, frankly, over the top.
It started feeling over the top in the lead up to the 2022 World Cup in Qatar. As early as 2017, human rights groups reported that Qatar was abusing migrant workers building its stadiums, and journalists wrote of workers dying.
Crashing out of AI ads is valid, bro. Dog, I'm not the one who's selling it to you, okay? Shut the fuck up. Oh my God, y'all are so goddamn insufferable. We're watching this dude's video. That's why I'm watching the fucking ad, okay? That's it. Oh my God.
Heat stress. But Infantino stuck very close to the Qatari monarchy. He used one of their private jets, moved to Qatar's capital, Doha. And on the eve of the tournament, he gave an extraordinary speech.
Today I feel Qatari. Today I feel Arab. Today I feel African. Today I feel
gay.
A migrant worker. I'm not really a migrant worker, but I feel like them because I know what it means to be discriminated.
Infantino was shifting the blame from Qatar to its critics.
You know what this is? This is racism. This is pure racism.
Many in the West found Infantino's speech absurd, but it wasn't really meant for them.
It played well with his audiences in the Middle East and potentially with the global South as well. I think there's a lot of parts of the world who don't really like the Europeans and Americans lecturing them about human rights abuses and about who's in the right and who's in the wrong.
Infantino was demonstrating to his base that he would do anything to back them. And over the next few years, Infantino cultivated relationships with other world leaders, especially in Africa and Asia. He formed a close alliance with Saudi Arabia's monarchy.
There is a double standard here, which I really don't understand.
And defended Putin after Russia.
Here's how it goes, buddy. Okay? For those of you who don't understand what's going on, as the wealth disparity grows around the world and the power gap continues to increase, there will always be loyal servants. There will always be loyal servants like Barry Weiss and Infantino that will serve the interests of power. Yeah, this World Cup will have empty seats too. Yeah. FIFA faces empty seats as 180,000 World Cup tickets hit the resale market. Also, yes, CENTCOM officially announces that there are retaliatory strikes on Iran. I know.
His full-scale invasion of Ukraine.
I hope that we can bring back as well Russia in the football landscape, because this would mean that everything is solved.
These relationships helped Infantino secure support and helped FIFA raise more money. But they didn't do anything to help Infantino or FIFA's reputation.
He provokes very, very strong feelings from a lot of football fans, and not always good ones.
Now Infantino's grand strategy is culminating at the 2026 World Cup. Of course, it's the biggest ever, spanning the US, Mexico, and Canada, and including 48 teams, a few countries for the first time. And it's no surprise it'll likely make FIFA more money than ever, possibly $11 billion. And as usual, Infantino is going above and beyond to back the hosts, particularly this one. Infantino began wooing Trump during Trump's first term.
I am lucky enough in my life to come across some of the most talented athletes in soccer, and President Trump is made of the same sort of fiber.
And as soon as Trump won his second term, Infantino was all over him. He showed up at Mar-a-Lago, at the inauguration, chuckling in the back row. Infantino also met Trump in Saudi Arabia and Qatar, and by my count has visited the White House at least 5 times in the last year. Infantino is even going to things that have nothing to do with sports, like a summit about peace in the Middle East, and Trump's so-called Board of Peace, where he donned a Trump hat. Most infamously, Infantino made up a new award just for Trump, the FIFA Peace Prize, something Adams says was news to the rest of FIFA.
It really does appear to have been one man deciding to do that. On the one hand, who cares, right? It's a prize. The other side is, that is arguably one of the things now that FIFA is most known for, reputationally, in the United States.
And that's the first problem Infantino is running into. The more he appears with Trump, the more Trump becomes the headline.
When Infantino tried to announce a visa program for World Cup ticket holders, Trump changed the subject.
Tren de Aragua, the gang, they're worse than MS-13.
They're killers, they massacre people, they cut them up into pieces and they bury them.
Then threatened to relocate World Cup games in cities run by his opponents.
If we think there's going to be the sign of any trouble, I would ask Johnny to move that to a different city.
Yeah, well, I think safety and security is the #1 priority.
And at another football event, Trump brought up transgender athletes.
Men playing in women's sports. Could a woman make your team, fellas? Tell me, you think?
From my perspective, as someone who covers
He is such a dick eater, bro. That's crazy.
It's brilliant. Like, every day there is something to write about, but there's also like times where Infantino's in the Oval Office and kind of you're squirming for him.
And the second problem is that it's not really clear that...
Yeah, this was some nasty business too. FIFA President Gianni Infantino was rebuffed when he tried to get the leaders from Israel and Palestine's Football Association to shake hands.
Last year, Infantino...
You're out of your fucking mind for this, by the way. What an animal he is
This
for that.
pandering has won Trump over.
Trump called Infantino a piece of work for refusing to kick Iran out of the tournament. And as
Bro, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think we've ever lived in a world where like this level of dick eating was rewarded this egregiously, this aggressively. Like this is straight up fealty to the king shit. Back in the day, there was at least like the presence of meritocracy, the meritocratic approach. There was like some semblance of process, civility. It's gone. It's gone by the wayside because the new overlords demand maximum loyalty, maximum fealty. They actually revel in your genuflection, right? And there are seemingly plenty of people who will actually give that to them, and they get rewarded for it over and over again.
Of April, Trump's yet to agree to halt ICE raids in host cities. Now, city governments are opting out of FIFA events, and picking fights about costs. Infantino turned to politics to supersize the FIFA World Cup. But now it's politics that many say is bringing the World Cup down.
I think it is going to be a story across the country, and particularly if Infantino keeps going out publicly and saying we're going to make $11 billion.
But here's the thing. At every World Cup I can remember, scandals dominate the headlines until the first game starts. Then by the finale, everyone's forgotten, and FIFA moves on to the next one. Gianni Infantino knows that better than anyone.
Those fans who come to the stadium, they just want to spend 90 minutes without having to think about anything else.
And he can probably count on it happening again.
The next Men's World Cup in 2030 will be hosted by 6 countries across 3 continents. The 2031 Women's World Cup will be in 4 countries and include 48 teams for the first time. Infantino also bent the rules to award the
Bro's gonna do a World Cup next? That's everywhere all at once.
2034 World Cup to one of his staunchest allies, Saudi Arabia. And he intends to see these tournaments through. He recently announced he's running for a 4th term as president.
At the moment, there's no competitor for it, but if someone wants to come forward, he needs those federations to realize he's made them as much money as possible.
Infantino was elected to rebuild FIFA from ruin. He made it bigger and richer than ever, but whether he's improved FIFA's reputation is another story.
All right, thanks for watching another episode of Search.
SMP is a classic Johnny Harris style channel. He whitewashed the ethnic cleansing against 3 million Indian immigrants that took place in Myanmar by bringing the English dude who oversaw the whole process on the show and letting him talk for 20 minutes with no pushback. Damn, I did not know that. Yes. U.S. launches new attacks on Iran in response to downing of helicopters, CENTCOM says. U.S. Central Command forces began launching self-defense strikes against Iran. Dude, isn't that funny? We're doing self-defense by striking Iran because we struck Iran first, which led to this now 100-plus day quagmire. It's great. Obviously, the only thing you can do in a self-defense style situation is more self-defense. None of these words have meaning anymore. What the fuck is self-defense, dude? How is this? How can you engage in an act of self-defense against a country that did nothing to you, that's thousands of miles away? Bonzer Berry says, the response is certainly not proportional. There are reports of explosions in several coastal cities in the south. There will almost certainly be missiles and drones fired towards the Gulf shortly. Trump to ABC. I was on the phone with Trump as CENTCOM announced U.S. retaliatory strikes against Iran. Here's what he said. I think it's very important to respond. They shot down a helicopter and we're responding as we speak. He added, this is a response to what they did with our helicopter last night, and I believe that response should be very strong, very powerful, and that's what this one is. The one thing I will give Trump credit for is that Iran showed the same national pride and might that he shows, and he was like, damn, well, fair is fair, I guess. None of this makes sense. Like, how the fuck did an American helicopter get shot by a goddamn drone? And how is this the response to it? It just like doesn't
Latest
make any
now in Los
sense.
Angeles.
It's called preventative self-defense, son. Yeah, preemptive. You mean? Yeah, Israel and America always constantly find themselves in the preemptive self-defense situation. Isn't that crazy? They never want to do it. They just always have to do the first preemptive first strike. Don't rule out the false flag. I mean, do we even need a false flag? I don't think we need a false flag, chatter.
Number of business connections there. However, there's also a multi-year relationship between Gates and Jeffrey Epstein. And I know that much as Epstein was trying to play Gates just like he did Wexner.
House Oversight Committee to interview Bill Gates. Anyway, if the U.S. being honest and says exactly what they're doing, the same people defending the admin will still defend the admin. Yeah. Yeah, I don't think they need to do like, I mean, maybe I'm crazy, but I just don't think that this administration gives a fuck about like public approval any longer, which means that there's not really any need for a false flag incident. What the fuck? This link is a failure.
If it's important, it's not worth compromising. That's why with farmers, you can get quality and savings.
And we're that in Washington.
Hey, Mom, your mouth and eyes are doing that thing again.
Yeah, we're attacking Iran. Do we have an Al Jazeera link? Chatters, y'all got that Al Jazeera? You lost your reward? Is there actually, you know, any outlet currently covering the Iranian retaliation? Oh my God. Yes, chatters, I had to disable ad blocker and those websites pump ads, okay? I know to your sensitive auditory issue having autistic ears, this was a major problem. Please get over it.
In 1972, Nixon's Blue Ribbon Commission said, that's not right. It doesn't belong there. We should move it. So this is not a new discussion. What happened was, under the prior administration,
Okay, they're not covering it yet. It just happened. Bro hates his chat today? No, I love my chat. But sometimes y'all can be a little annoying, you know? I love my chat. That's why I come in here every damn day and do news coverage every damn day. Explosions heard in Qashm and Sidik, south of Iran. They are near the strait per Al Jazeera. Nice. Classic. Classic. Dude, don't worry. Trump informed the president beforehand. President Trump spoke over the phone with... Oh, thank God. I was a little worried because obviously Congress doesn't have the power to authorize war. But there is one party that has to get the authorization and pre-clearance, and that's Benjamin Netanyahu, the real president. Thank God. I was a little worried that he was anti-Semitically attacking Iran without asking the real president, the real leadership. Now we know. Daddy gave us the permission. Thank God. Anti-immigrant pogroms currently taking place after a Sudanese man charged with trying to stab and behead someone in public. Video of it has circulated like wildfire, getting people agitated and personalizing the attack. And now mobs have mobilized and are actively going door to door, burning homes and doing checkpoints, checking cars to see if you're white or not. Unsurprisingly, it's loyalists doing it. Yes, I've heard that Belfast is in a state of bedlam, a state of chaos. There's also the Carmelo Anthony story, the black teenager at the high school meet that stabbed the white teenager to death. The court has ruled him guilty of murder, from what I understand. Carmelo Anthony found guilty of murder over the Texas track meet stabbing. A teen has been found guilty of murder over the fatal stabbing of another teen at a high school track meet last year. Carmelo Anthony, 19, was indicted on first-degree murder in the fatal stabbing of 17-year-old Austin Metcalf at a track meet in Frisco, Texas, in April 2025. Prosecutors called the stabbing senseless and plain and simple murder, while the defense argued that Anthony acted in self-defense. The murder charge carries a sentence of up to life in prison. Ahead of closing arguments on Tuesday, the judge decided that jurors could also consider manslaughter, which carries a sentence of up to 20 years in prison, according to ABC Dallas affiliate WFAA, which was in the courtroom for the trial. The jury began deliberating midday Tuesday before reaching a verdict in 3 hours. According to a court spokesperson, Anthony could be seen crying when he returned to the court for his sentencing, which will be determined by the jurors, the station reported. Anthony's mother was the only person to take the stand during the punishment phase, asking the jurors to show him mercy as he is sorry for what he did. The judge said that Anthony waived his right to testify during the punishment phase, according to the station. The deadly stabbing occurred at Frisco Independent School District Stadium on April 2nd, 2025, during a track and field competition involving multiple schools in the district. Police said Metcalf, an 11th grader in Frisco Memorial High School, was stabbed during an altercation under a school's tent in the stadium bleachers. Witnesses said the two got into an argument over Anthony, a then 17-year-old student at Frisco Centennial High School, being under Metcalf's school tent during the rainy track meet. Jurors heard testimony over 4 days. Anthony did not take the stand in his own defense. Judge John Roach imposed a gag order in the case, restricting what those involved can say, and barred any electronics from the courtroom during the trial due to the attention the case has garnered. Collin Country First Assistant District Attorney Bill Wiersky told jurors that the stabbing was not self-defense but unjustified murder. In his closing argument on Tuesday, Wiersky claimed that Anthony provoked Metcalf, questioned why the defendant didn't walk away, and then called the stabbing disproportionate. You don't get to meet a shove with a stab, especially if you provoke a shove, Wiersky told jurors, according to WFAA. Defense attorney Mike Howard told jurors that Anthony had gone to the memorial tent to get out of the rain when Metcalf confronted him and told him to leave. Howard said Anthony acted in fear and chaos after Metcalf pushed him and stabbed the other teen in self-defense. During his closing argument on Tuesday, Howard said Metcalf had no legal right to use force on Anthony. In response to the contentions that Anthony could have just left, the defense attorney said, "I'm sure he wishes he did." Multiple students who were at the track meet that day testified that they saw Metcalf push Anthony, who was seated on the bleacher, with some describing it as a two-handed push, like a lineman move, while others said it was a one-handed small shove. One witness testified that Anthony was asked to leave the tent about 15 times, according to WFAA. Some recalled Anthony saying, "Touch me and see what happens," during the altercation, which witnesses said lasted about 4 to 6 minutes. Another witness quoted Metcalf as telling Anthony, "I'm not going to fight you." Surveillance footage from the track meet played in court did not show the stabbing, and some of the witnesses were asked to demonstrate the incident. After the stabbing, witnesses said Anthony jogged away from the tent, and a coach who spoke to him on the track testified that he said, "He put his hands on me, I stabbed him." A pocket knife used in the stabbing was found on the bleachers, police said. Collin County Medical Examiner Dr. Elizabeth Ventura testified that Metcalf was stabbed on the left side of his chest, and the knife perforated his right ventricle, according to WFAA. Several people spoke during the trial of the efforts to save Metcalf. A football coach who was helping the track meet testified that he put pressure on the stab wound, and Memorial's athletic trainer said she did CPR until paramedics arrived. Everybody was praying, Memorial High School head track coach Robert Starr said in an emotional testimony. I just knew Austin was gone. Metcalf was transported to an area hospital where he was ultimately pronounced dead. Frisco ISD reacted to the verdict, saying in a statement, "We respect the judicial process and will continue to support our students with compassion and care. We know this trial has brought strong emotions and deep grief, and we ask our community to continue supporting each other with respect, sensitivity, and understanding." Yeah. I mean, it's pretty wild to hit it with a straight up murder rather than manslaughter, which again still carries an immensely high penalty. But I mean, it's the standard. Like the escalation still came from the party that was defending itself in this circumstance, and you can't, lethally defend yourself with a knife, according to this court proceeding, and it's an incredibly sad situation. But first degree would imply, I don't know how it works in this state. I don't know if this means like premeditation, which is ridiculous. But I guess all white jury. Texas is the state. That's part of the reason. Am I missing something? Because it sounds like they got into a high school fight and he stabbed the dude, killing him. Why would this become such a big case? Part of the reason why it became a big case and received a lot of national attention is because people were like, initially, Carmelo Anthony's test of Carmelo Anthony told people on the scene immediately that he was acting in self-defense. And there was at least some evidence, as you've seen from eyewitness testimony, firsthand accounts that were there, that there was at least like an instigation coming from the victim. But it doesn't matter at the end of the day. Just because somebody pushed you, shoved you, or was behaving this way, it doesn't mean that you can like take out a gun and shoot them or take out your knife and stab them in the chest and kill them. So there was obviously a crime that took place. But I think that the consideration here is the severity of the penalties. But the reason why it turned into a big issue is because immediately every like right-wing white nationalist account was like, oh, we have to kill Carmelo Anthony immediately. This was a racialized hate crime. It was a racialized anti-white hate crime. And white people, when they're victims, still get punished, blah, 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 all the stuff. They postured. They leaned into this case to create this false dynamic as though like white people get punished unjustifiably in the eyes of both the media and also in a court of law, which obviously is not. I mean, there's no evidence to bear that out. I believe the defendant saying, touch me and see what happens, was solidify the first degree charge. First degree doesn't always mean long and well thought out. What about stand your ground laws? Is that not a defense? I don't think, I mean, that's situational. And also, usually stand your ground is if you're white and standing your ground. And stand your ground only works against black people more often than not. Black and brown people. There are rare instances where stand your ground will protect a black person, rarely, but it happens. But having said that, dude, I understand why this would not be considered a situation where stand your ground would apply. I mean, it's a severe escalation, especially considering that this wasn't in the process of like a brutal beatdown or something, and he just like had a knife in his pocket and he pulled it out. Like there were numerous outs for de-escalation, in this back and forth, it seems, or at least that's what the prosecutors showed, and that's the reason why the case ended up being the way it is. Yeah, he was at a track meet. Yeah, it's a unbelievably tragic situation. I mean, I feel terrible. I mean, this is Hasan, I love you, but your legal takes are dog shit. Please stay out of this stuff. You're right. I should never talk about I should leave Asmongold to do the coverage. He should be the only responsible party that does coverage on this platform. Certainly, he has a far better grasp over this kind of stuff. Or maybe you just don't agree with me, and that's why you're pissed off. First degree in Texas doesn't have a premeditation clause. It only requires knowing and willing conduct. Yeah, stand your ground is about not having duty to retreat when in danger. He pulled a knife after a fucking shove. Like, if the eyewitnesses, because this happened in front of a lot of people, okay? If all of the other testimony from the individuals that were on scene showed that Carmelo Anthony's life was in imminent danger, then I don't think that I don't think it would go the way that you think it would. Like, it's not like it's not like he was getting like pummeled, or he was like getting punched or brutalized, and in that moment he, like, in a panic moment, in an effort to defend himself, he pulled out his knife from his pocket or something and then stabbed him. Even then, they would probably try to fucking throw the book at him because he's a black teenager killing a white teenager, but it would be a much more defensible situation, I think. Whereas if there were numerous outs in that circumstance, it's unjustifiable regardless. Like, Austin Metcalf obviously shouldn't be going up to this guy and being like, get the fuck out of my tent and whatnot. But, like, obviously he doesn't deserve to be killed. It's fucking insane. That's an insane thing. I'm not going to stand by that. I'm never going to. If you were expecting me to say some shit like that, you're out of your mind. I'm sorry. Okay? What is this? So in Texas, there's only capital murder, death or life sentence without no parole mandatory, and murder, 5 to 99 years max. There's no first and second degree, but there is manslaughter. In another state, this would probably be second degree, but that doesn't exist in Texas. Yeah. Like, his defense could not establish that he was under imminent threat to his safety. And that it was obviously seen as a severe escalation from the party that was being bullied. Now, unless there's like additional evidence that was hidden in the trial or something, and they did a very good job of like hiding the evidence, I understand why he would be. I understand why the case would go this way. I still think it's I do think that there are plenty of instances of leniency, political leniency, right? Kyle Rittenhouse and the like, many circumstances in the American criminal justice system where if there was a role reversal, this would not be as controversial, I guess. It would not. There would absolutely be a much more lenient sentence if Austin Metcalf was sitting in a tent and Carmelo Anthony walked up to him and shoved him, and then Austin Metcalf pulled out a knife and stabbed him in the heart and killed him. I think Austin Metcalf would probably walk free, or at the very least would get a much lighter sentence. That is the truth. Having said that, however, that would not be justice either, right? That would not be justice. Like, so my argument isn't necessarily that there should be leniency in both circumstances, or, well, leniency isn't like they should be able to walk free in both circumstances. Like, it's understandable that a egregious crime was committed, and therefore it's understandable for there to be some kind of punishment. We just saw it happen and the boy ran. You're wrong. What do you mean? Yeah, maybe if he ran around the track, then let him shoot him in the back, then it would be justified, right? Wait, what? What are you talking about? Why would I say yes to that? Run a mile, shot in the back again, man go free. Okay, chatter. I understand that you're trying to say something that I already accounted for and mentioned, which is that in a lot of other circumstances, in other circumstances, if there was a role reversal, I suspect the white person probably would have walked free. I don't think that's justice. I never said that that would be appropriate. I've already explained that that is usually the case, which is part of the reason why a lot of people are impassioned about this case as well. They're not confusing cases, chatters. They're saying that there was an instance where someone who ran away got shot in the back and killed, and the person who shot them walked away free. But that's not this situation. That's a totally separate situation. And that is more so about the racialized elements within the criminal justice system, which I already mentioned. Okay? So yes, I agree with you. But if you're asking about this particular case, in this particular case, they hit him with a max penalty when there could have been more leniency, certainly. And the reason why they hit him with a max penalty is because he was a black teenager who stabbed and killed a white teenager. That's 100% my assessment. Having said that, there should have been some penalties from the facts that were revealed about the case. I'm so sick of you, Hasan. You never talk about anything. You just sit and argue with your chat. It's true. It's not separate if you are black? No. 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 You're not understanding the point I'm making. I'm saying that, of course, being black is a relevant factor. Being black is a relevant factor in what would have taken place if the role reversal took place. If the role reversal was that a white teenager stabbed a black teenager and killed him. Fuck you mean? No. Yes, the fuck it is. No, I'm not saying no, being black makes this not a separate case. I'm saying that systemic analysis is absolutely apt, which I offered. Okay, this is going to be an instance where people are either intentionally misunderstanding what I'm saying and act as though I'm not accounting for racialized sentencing disparity, which exists in the criminal justice system, and I talk about it all the time. And I just did in this circumstance as well. I wasn't saying that what your statement is, your statement itself is not incorrect. Okay? The deployment in this situation against me, as though I am at odds with what you're saying, is incorrect. Chad is doing the thing where they agree with my overall analysis, but come at it as though they're in disagreement. There is no disagreement. And I can't tell if people just have some kind of I mean, tensions are high. So I guess that's probably part of the reason. Is the alt-right really saying this was a race war killing? Somewhat, yes. They are saying that. Okay.
Process here. What do we expect? Is the sentencing, the number of years up to this jury? Does the judge weigh in? This does vary from state to state and district to district.
It does vary, Martha, and obviously the fact that the jury is going to be weighing in on sentencing leads me to believe that they're going to be able to have some type of say, because otherwise the only focus or purpose they would have would be as if this were a death penalty case, which it is not. So given the fact that the jury is around for the sentencing phase leads me to believe that they will have a say. What I do think is really interesting here, and I think that this is the reason the case played out the way it did, the defense attorney knew that this jury was going to be involved in the sentencing phase. The judge was listening to all the testimony here, and I think this is the reason some of these facts came in. The things that we were talking about earlier, how he reacted after the fact, I think some of that is trying to be mitigating. I don't think that the defense truly believed that there was ever a true self-defense claim here, and that this is what they had to try on behalf of the client. But given the facts and circumstances here, I think putting this forth in the way to show this level of remorse, to show that he was upset and crying after the fact, I think that was part of the sentencing phase of this case. I also think the fact that Carmelo Anthony himself did not testify was very interesting, given the defense in this case, and that's not something that we've talked about today. And I think that that's a very, very significant portion of the jury making this decision on murder. I think had he testified, manslaughter may have played into it a little bit more, because he would have been able to say, I felt in fear. I felt like they were coming at me. It was a split decision. And looking back at the video, I don't see what it may be.
I wonder why. I actually do wonder why the defense didn't want him to testify. Maybe it was because they had a fucking all-white jury and it was a rap. Most of us in chat never said that absolutely no punishment should be given in this case. For myself, I think that they have a really low tolerance for hearing the balanced perspective, even if it's correct, because the punishment is always it always feels like it outweighs the crime and the appropriate punishment. Like, you're right, but please don't focus on making a balanced point. I don't think I'm right for that, but it's how I feel. Wait, what do you mean?
I thought was happening at the time. And I think maybe those things may have played into a less serious conviction here. But the fact that he didn't testify, I don't think the jurors had any other evidence that they could hang their hat on. And we'll see if in the sentencing phase we hear more about that. But I really do think that the defense played into the fact that if he was convicted, these...
You're applying systemic critique to the court, but not the environment of racism that Anthony lives within. It's not fair to compare his actions to a similar instance where the races are flipped. Black people live in constant fear of white violence. No, I agree. I understand that. I understand that. And the moment that there's a lethal weapon at play, that falls by the wayside in most circumstances in every court of law.
Were certain pieces of information they needed to put out in front of this jury, so maybe the sentencing would not be, as significant as it could be.
I don't know if we can hear this person who's speaking, or if we know if this is one of the attorneys. If anybody, okay, this is not one of the attorneys. It's someone.
No, that chatter is not saying. That chatter is offering justification to why Carmelo Anthony felt an immediate threat, an immediate fear of his life, which is why he took lethal action. I don't even think he meant to literally kill the person like with a kill shot. You know what I mean? Because I don't think he's an expert assassin who knew exactly where his fucking heart was and like was able to one tap him in the chest. Like, obviously, it would require a lot more skill and a lot more knowledge of how to do that. But at the end of the day, whether he was in fear of his life or not, he pulled out a knife. And clearly, all of the other witnesses around saw it as an escalation from his side. I don't see any reason as to... I don't even understand why the... I mean, he's 17 years old. He was 17 years old, took a life, and now his life is gone too. It's an incredibly fucked up, incredibly tragic situation.
Speaking outside the courthouse. Paul, let's talk a little bit about what Donna touched on here. Carmelo Anthony did not testify in his own defense. Do you think his attorneys now second-guess that decision?
Well, in light of the fact that he's guilty of the highest charge, how could you not? Sure. And all I can say is if the cynical ploy here was to say, leave him off the stand, take...
Also hard to argue you didn't think stabbing someone could kill them? Oh, no, absolutely. I was just saying that, like, I don't think he was like an assassin who was like, oh, I'm going to stab him directly in the fucking heart and kill him. Like, even in a panic moment where he's like, this is the only weapon that I have. I'm trying to give the most favorable to the perpetrator, like the most favorable scenario to Carmelo Anthony. And even in that circumstance, it's still at least manslaughter. Do you see what I mean? Like, it's impulsive. There's real fear. And even in that circumstance, it's hard to see it as not manslaughter, regardless of the imminent threat, because the imminent threat didn't reach a physical level beyond a push. Two-handed shove, one-handed shove, doesn't matter. Part of the reason why I think he got the maximum worse sentence here is because of the racial component, though. All-white jury, state of Texas. He doesn't testify, doesn't get cross-examined, and they hit him with the maximum penalty because it has a national prominence. The case became like an issue of national significance.
The guilty verdict, and let's hope we get some...
How do people come to a judgment on this without seeing a video or some kind of evidence? Eyewitness testimony. There were numerous people around.
Of a minor victory at sentencing from this jury, I think it was a mistake. The way this went, and in light of the tenor of the defense witnesses, who, as I said earlier, some of whom were reportedly black. There's no cameras in the courtroom, but that said, reportedly black testimony from black witnesses, and testimony on the defense side, wherein at least one of them started crying. It broke for the prosecution. So at that point, if you're sitting where the defense is and you're about to continue with your case, you probably have to go back and say, hey, look, we got a Hail Mary here, and that is we put you on the stand to play for a sympathetic jury sentence after a top charge conviction.
Didn't all the testimony say Anthony was guilty and was the one who escalated? Eyewitness testimony said that, no, Anthony was, no, they didn't say that Anthony was guilty. Eyewitness testimony said that, yes, he was bullied, or yes, he was, some said he was shoved with one hand, some said he was shoved with two hands, but it wasn't like the overall eyewitness testimony from every single person involved, it didn't make it seem as though Carmelo Anthony's life was in imminent danger. There were 4 non-white members of the jury, non-black though.
feels to me like the kind of 1 in a million shot you never want to put your client in the position of. Feels to me like it would have at that point, the way things were going, to Donna's point, say, you know what, let's try to elicit some sympathy. Carmelo, get up there and do your best. The only thing I can think of is that they felt like, for some reason, there are some facts that we have not heard that the prosecution may have been able to draw out of Carmelo that they felt would have even further hurt their case. Things like why he went to the tent, why he had the knife. There may be things that come out that we didn't get in the and this happens, that we didn't get for various evidentiary reasons in the four corners of the case that we're going to hear subsequent. Because one of the things you notice you didn't get a lot of is character stuff here. You didn't get even about Metcalf. Like, one of the things I was kind of waiting for when the defense came forward was I was starting to wonder, do they have some sort of thing up their sleeve that's going to paint the victim, however unsavory that is, and I think we'd agree it is because the kid is dead, but do they have something where they're going to essentially paint the victim as somebody who almost deserved it, a bad kid who's had what was coming to him? And of course, all the reporting cuts against that, and ultimately that's not what happened. But I'm wondering if we're going to get some kind of character stuff that's going to come out that for whatever reason they decided, let's not roll those dice. Because the way this thing went,
come on,
and you
man.
can't argue with...
Now he's implying that, like, classic Fox News, implying that he's like, if he were to defend himself, if we go on the stand, if he were to go on the stand, it would be fucking... He would come across like unfavorable.
The way it concluded, if you're sitting where the defense is, I think I might have taken the shot. Carmelo, get up there, do your best to be sympathetic. Maybe we get the manslaughter, and as a relatively young man, you'll see the light of day again.
Very interesting. Paul Morrow, thank you very much. So, Donna Rotuno, we're waiting to hear from these attorneys, and we're also going to hear from General Jack Keane here in a moment on the downing of a U.S. helicopter. So we want to get to that story as well. But is there a framework for sentencing here that is applicable based on this, the environment of this case, that speaks to you?
Well, I don't think that he's going to get the maximum. I don't. I think that we are going to hear him be more humanized in front of this jury now for sentencing. I do think that given the fact that manslaughter was on the table and the jury rejected that, I don't think you'll see less than 20 years. But I definitely do think that you will see a sentence where maybe this young man can see the light of day at some point in his life. You know, one way or another, Austin Metcalf is never coming back, and this tragedy has already been compounded, given the fact that he will never be able to live again. And of course, Carmelo Anthony can, and his family can still go and visit him. And so I definitely think that the jury is going to, or the judge, whoever's going to hand down the ultimate sentence, it's going to be stiff. And I do think that it's going to be several decades. I'm just not so sure we're going to hear a life sentence here.
So in terms of how this is going to work, I imagine we're going to hear victim impact statements. The judge and the jury will hear some statements from these families, correct? And is there any opportunity on the Anthony side for them to, you know, plead for leniency in this case for any reason?
Absolutely. Absolutely, Martha. You will. You will hear victim impact statements from his twin brother, from his parents, anybody that was close to him, if he has grandparents living. I mean, I'm sure we will hear from all of those people. They will also testify, most likely, in front of this jury if asked to do so. And Carmelo Anthony's family will have the same ability. His parents will be able to get up and talk about what life will look like without him. Now, remember, he has been out, and so he has been home with his family. That changes today upon this conviction, and he will be taken into custody, as we heard earlier. So they will talk about what it means to not have him at home, the siblings that he...
Yeah, I mean, there was one moment where they were being a little ridiculous, but overall, Fox News' commentary on this has been surprisingly even keeled. And that I don't mean like it's good. I'm just shocked that they're not literally fucking endlessly posturing about how, oh shit, fuck, endlessly posturing about how this was a race war that was almost lost but is now won. You know what I mean? Maybe my framing on this is so busted by what I see on the internet all the time. Because like on the internet, the way that they talk about this case is like, is people foaming out the mouth. Like they were like, oh, he's doing this because he wanted to kill white people, blah, blah, blah. All this shit. Like they were trying to turn this into a, they were doing the same thing that they did in the UK with the other kid who was stabbed by the Sikh man. The Sikh man. The white guy. What's his name? Nowak? Where it's like, this is classic. This is what happens to white people. White people are under attack. Henry Nowak. But for Fox News to not do that is I guess, kind of strange. I feel like it's a little unexpected. Maybe because, like, Twitter has rotted my brain and I just assume that that's... Nah, I think Fox News would do that normally. I don't know why they're not openly baying for blood. Strange.
He may have and how it affects their lives and how he, you know, although alive, will be missing from their family for a long period of time as well. And so they will talk about that impact. They will talk about things in his life that are different from this. Because remember, this is a, 4-minute aspect of his life. And so we're going to hear about the other 17 plus years that he's lived and the things that he has done and the impact on his family. And so again, there are no winners here. So no matter what happens, this is a tragedy.
Indeed.
Actually, it's because it's not Jesse Waters. It's their fucking daytime broadcast. That's probably what it is.
Mayor's race. General election now set. Mayor Karen Bass will face off against progressive challenger Nydia Rahman after reality star Spencer Pratt fell into third place. Trevor Ault is on the scene in L.A. Good morning, Trevor.
Good morning, George. On election night, Spencer Pratt was in second place with a 40,000 vote lead, but he has now dropped below Councilmember Nydia Rahman by more than 20,000 votes, and the race has been called. So she will go head-to-head with current Mayor Karen Bass in a November runoff. Spencer Pratt had said if Mayor Bass or Rahman won in this race, he was going to give up on living in L.A. His campaign was fully focused on critiquing the mayor, and it did generate a lot of traction online, but not enough traction with voters in the city of Los Angeles, and he'll come up just short of facing the mayor head-to-head. Now, we know there's been a lot of questions on why it's taking California so long to count the votes. Well, 80% of voters here vote by mail, and ballots postmarked by Election Day can arrive as late as today and still be counted. Plus, election workers are cross-checking the signatures on all of those mail-in ballots. It is not a very fast process, but it is meant to prevent voter fraud.
Start the steal, baby. Wow. Meet Doris. She lives in California, registers a 126-year-old who has voted in 51 elections and has no idea. California's voting system is so corrupt that by simply knocking on the door of one of the 126-year-olds, you can prove election fraud, expose it all. Oh my God. Every fucking year, but every election cycle, man. Do we have to do this every election cycle? Do we have to do this every election cycle? I feel like these people... Not to get all Chinese with it, but I do think that maybe we should just stop people from doing commentary if they're not, if this is not their profession. Like, you should get a license to be able to speak about this kind of stuff. People are too fucking stupid. There has been comprehensive investigations on widespread voter fraud because Republicans, number one, lie in an effort to justify voter suppression is that there is widespread voter fraud taking place. Yours is the first revoked, though, law. Buddy, I know you're probably talking about how like this biased government would try to do that. But if we're talking about like a normal process, I think I might literally be one of the only people in the political commentary sphere that actually has a degree that corresponds exactly to what I do as a profession. You realize that, right? Banned in the UK, though. Yeah, I know. But we're not talking about like an unjust system. We're talking about like a perfect system. Obviously, it's not going to happen anyway. All right, so my point was, as far as this like voter fraud shit goes, okay, in the United States of America, the number one technique to justify voter suppression is to falsely claim that there is voter fraud going on. Okay? It's the number one technique. There have been comprehensive studies conducted on it, and they've never found significant amounts of voter fraud in this country. It's actually laughably low.
And as this count continues, the primary for governor is also still too close to call. But former Biden Health and Human Services Secretary Javier Becerra and former Fox News host Steve Hilton have the inside track to make the runoff. Rebecca?
Nationwide attention on this one. All right, Trevor, thank you.
It is primary day in 4 states, and the main attraction appears to be Graham Plattner and the U.S. Senate race. It's in Maine. Voters are choosing a Democrat to challenge Republican Senator Susan Collins there. They've heard a lot of negative stories about Plattner's relationship with women. Caitlin Huey Burns is at a polling place in Portland with the latest. Caitlin, people on both sides of the aisle are watching this one. Good morning to you.
And good morning to you, Gail. And voters are voting today right behind me. And a Plattner win today would make way for a marquee matchup that could help determine the balance of power in the Senate, but also could test just how much voters are willing to tolerate to ensure success for their party.
Despite a slew of high-profile controversies, Democratic Senate candidate Graham Plattner remains defiant.
We're going to win on Tuesday. And after Tuesday...
The Maine oyster farmer and Marine veteran spent the days ahead of his party's primary pushing back against allegations from some former girlfriends of unsettling and toxic behavior. One alleged he physically bruised her. Plattner denies the allegations of physical abuse, calling them politically motivated. Many Democrats we met here still back him.
Do you have any concerns about some of the things that have come out about him?
I feel like people who have experienced hardship and made mistakes in their lives, we've all made them.
And others are at least willing to hear him out.
I think a lot of people have a lot of skeletons in their closet that we don't know about.
But winning the primary would be just the start. Plattner is trying to do something no other Democrat has done in 30 years, defeat Republican Senator Susan Collins, who last week set a Senate record for casting 10,000 consecutive votes.
I think she's done a lot for the state of Maine. I truly believe that Susan Collins is
yeah, a lot to fuck the state of Maine and also America.
One to represent us.
Definitely Susan Collins will have my vote.
Now, many Democratic lawmakers are standing by Plattner, but his former political director, who quit the campaign in October, wrote an op-ed in the Washington Post yesterday saying that Plattner should not be a U.S. senator and that his flaws...
ZBS News, by the way. ZBS News. Holy shit. 106-year-old, the dipshit discovered the SQL server at one point replaced blank date of birth fields with the default 11-1900, so we harassed an 86-year-old woman. Nice.
Yes?
Hello, Doris.
Yes.
How are you doing?
I'm good.
We're just going through the voting rolls here, and we're just confirming anybody who's above the age of 100 years old. And right here it says you're 126 years old.
No, you got the wrong house.
Are you Doris Wood?
Yeah, but you got the wrong house. I'm Doris Wood, but you got the wrong place. That's the wrong information, all that stuff. No.
It's even funnier that they literally do go to the house and they do see that that person is there and that person has literally voted. 86-year-olds love voting. I'm just assuming that they definitely have voted because that's the favored activity of people over the age of 65. It's what they look forward to every 2 years. And therefore, instead of undermining his fraud argument, everybody turns around and goes, oh my God, clearly there's a lot of fraud happening here. Like, ugh. But even then, I can't stress this enough. America has a lot of issues. Okay? America has a lot of problems. Our systems are busted overall. But if there's one thing that America unironically has very few problems with, at least for the time being, that might change, it's literally voting. Okay? The vote systems are fairly intact. There are numerous comprehensive studies and millions of dollars poured into this shit over and over again by right-wing committees, by bipartisan committees, by right-wing think tanks. The most comprehensive study on widespread voter fraud comes from the American Enterprise Institute. Okay? The American Enterprise Institute went out and tracked every single instance of voter fraud they could find. And their results were comical. Okay? I can't remember the exact number off the top of my mind right now, but I believe over the course of like multiple decades, billions of votes were cast and counted, and they found, I think, like 1,200 instances of voter fraud total. Okay? And for the record, those people were not all Democrats. I need you to also understand this. Those people were not all Democrats. This wasn't one race. This wasn't one race in one locality, and they were all Democrats that engaged in voter fraud. It was over the course of 30 plus years with billions of votes cast. Okay? Billions of votes were cast over the course of 30 plus years, and they found like 1,200 or 1,300 instances of voter fraud. And it was, I don't know if it was like, half and half, Democrat or Republican, but that was the total number. It is the most comprehensive. Oh, it was Heritage Foundation. It wasn't the American Enterprise Institute. I apologize. Yes, it was the Heritage Foundation. So it is kind of funny that the argument always is like, you don't understand, like this is happening, it's widespread, all this shit. Voter fraud is not an issue in American politics, surprisingly, because there's issues everywhere. And ironically enough, voter fraud is not one of those areas where there's like severe problems. Our electoral system has severe problems. We don't have compulsory voting. We don't have a federal holiday on the day of voting. There are many hurdles in the placed in front of people to go out and vote. There's voter suppression, which is done at the systemic level. There's also electoral fraud, which is again done at the systemic level, where ballot harvesting initiatives is sometimes looked at critically because sometimes there might be some fuckery. I think it was North Carolina. There was a famous case, right, which was again Republicans that were engaging in it, but that's besides the point. Okay. Yeah, lack of voting locations, people being purged off their voter rolls without being told that they were purged. At the systemic level, I mean, the Secretary of State at the time, who became the governor of the state of Georgia, literally had his hands involved personally as the Secretary of State in purging numerous names off voter rolls and winning that election, the gubernatorial election. There is tremendous amounts of suppression. In America, the problem isn't that too many people are voting, okay? In the United States of America, the problem is too little people are voting, okay? Brian Kemp, yes. It's one of the biggest lies, aside from immigrants do crime. There's two major lies that Republicans tell all the time, and they've told it to themselves so much, and everybody else that will listen, so much that they now believe it. Number one, immigrants do crimes, like in overwhelming numbers. Okay. That's a lie. The evidence is the exact opposite. Okay. I cannot stress this enough. The evidence shows that time and time again, there's been numerous studies on this as well, that migrants, undocumented and documented non-citizens alike, are responsible for a lower share of crime per capita, much lower share of crime per capita than documented citizens are. Okay? That's number one. The second biggest lie that Republicans have told in perpetuity is the idea that there are far too many people voting in this country and that we have to restrict them. The problem is not that far too many people are voting. The problem is far too little people are voting. Okay? I'm a numbers guy. I know you like number. And as a numbers guy, I looked at the number and I couldn't believe it. Voter fraud, not a problem. The real problem is voter suppression. And the issue is Republicans have won this conversation on voter suppression because it's somewhat beneficial for the Democrats too. You don't want too many pesky little poors voting. You don't want too many black and brown people voting. Let's be real. I mean, Democrats don't mind black people voting. That's true, but the right kinds of black people, right? That's their estimation, at least. The ones that will go out and vote for the Democratic Party. Democrats in the primaries take advantage of the voter suppression against their left flank, and Republicans in the general take advantage of voter suppression against their left flank. Yeah, Kemp literally removed precincts from majority black areas where he could remove precincts. He removed machines. So some precincts in fucking Atlanta only had 2 machines. Yes, it was an incredible theft that took place. Amazing new phenomenon on prediction markets juiced by dumbass Republicans being cited by Republicans as proof of fraud when their dipshit candidate loses. Yes. What is this? Hey, Sean Hannity, I think if you debated us on the Hun, your favorability would go into the green. This is disrespectful meme in his community, which I have nothing to do with. Mate, show them who's boss. Yes. I did see this, and I shook my head. I was like, no, this is not good. I'm retweeting it to highlight the thing that I don't appreciate. I hate this meme. Wild that you guys don't have compulsory voting. Freedom ain't free, brother. You force my ass to vote, I'll fucking die to fight to make sure I never vote. When it comes to immigrant crimes, it seems to me that the marginal amount of it doesn't matter to them. It's the fact that there is any. Yeah, that's ridiculous. That's not how that goes. That's not how you. That's not how you set rules. Okay, you can't just be like, well, even one crime is too many. That's like saying, okay, even one gay crime is too many, so we have to abolish gays. That's fucking insane. Okay. Also, systemic enforcement cannot be done on the basis of immigration status regardless. It's ridiculous. Like, you can't just like section off different parts of American society and be like, well, these guys are the ones who are responsible for the crimes. It's fucking stupid. Especially if you were to look at that, you know, that would, like, for example, in an effort to combat pedophilia, that would require you to, I guess, cordon off white men. In an effort to combat school shootings, that would require you to you know, cordon off and preemptively jail white kids, white students, white male students. And that's not how you do some sort of crime enforcement. That's not how it works. You can't just like fucking pre-crime. You can't just pre-crime people on the basis of their immigration status or on the basis of their fucking you know, ethnicity or race or gender, and then decide that's it. These guys are all liable. They're all going to do crimes. They're just waiting on the appropriate time for them to do it. So we should fucking jail them ahead of time.
Obviously, there's a lot in that behavior that's really challenging. It's hard to stomach, you know, in some of it. But at the end of the day, I think that this is a choice. If the choice on the ballot is between that and a senator who's voted to take health care away from millions of Americans, that's the situation that we have to weigh. Obviously, there's a lot in that behavior that's...
How can Left Action Australia reach you? I don't know. What does Turby Derby think about it? I don't know, but I love thinking about Turby Dirty. Turby Dirty! Turby Dirty is gonna be the governor of South Dakota. Hasan is a chud? Yes, I am a chud. Yes, dude. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm an unapologetic chud. As a 36-year-old who was spoon-fed conservatism 2003 to 2008, seeing you and Hannity in the same room would be my Barbenheimer. Yeah, if only. How's your back doing these days? Not great currently because I'm fucking sitting on the most ass chair of all time. I'm a chud. I'm a fucking chud-ass loser, bro. This other question was worded when voters were informed of Plattner's controversy. Rumors allege Grant Plattner sexually assaulted multiple women and texted, "I would rape them to show I'm dominant." His wife is defending him. Knowing this, would you vote? Oh my God. His wife is defending him. Knowing this, would you vote? Who would you vote for? And they still went to Plattner by 48%. Dude, what the fuck? That is fucking insane. Also, rumors allege. That's the load-bearing sentiment here, really? Rumors allege? Yeah. You could say rumors allege Grant Plattner is a pedophile who wants to fuck your kids. Would you still vote for him? You can just say that as well. You might as well go the distance. Oh, fuck. Wait, what the fuck? There was a brief F. There was a brief F. Hold on. We're back. We didn't go anywhere. Calm down. It was for 1 second, man. Calm down. Jesus Christ. Get your hotel to get you another chair. They can accommodate you before your back breaks. I already asked. It's so funny. When we first came in, we were like, this chair sucks. We should get a new one. And we were like, hey, I have a back problem. I have a back problem. Is it possible to get a better chair? Like a more ergonomic chair to sit in? You know what the chair they sent up? One of those fucking director chairs, dude. They sent me one of those chairs that they give like film directors, like the high chair. I was like, that's not going to fix it. It's going to make things much worse, I think. Some people are saying it's a fake AI poll. Yeah, I just don't believe this fucking poll at all. I feel like it's just the standards are totally out of whack. It seems strange. Iran probably strapped a man pant to a Shah head. This is, yes, they do this. The Houthis started doing it first. Ethan is suing iDubbbz. He can't seem to learn. Wait, what the fuck? Ethan Klein is suing iDubbbz. What the hell?
He's
What is happening? What the fuck is happening? What is this? Ian Jomha, aka iDubbbz, announced he's being sued by Ethan Klein for defamation. Ethan is a monster, and anyone that doesn't see how he's destroying speech online will look back at this with disgust. What is this?
Official. I am being sued by Ethan Klein in the courts of Calgary, Alberta, for defamation. I do plan on fighting against this.
Bro's opening new fronts like he's Israel? No, literally. What the fuck? I mean, is Ethan Klein the most spiritually Israeli podcaster out there? Like, actually? He's doing NSEG. He's just opening up new fronts for no reason. Why Alberta? Probably stronger likelihood of winning a defamation suit as opposed to America, where there's a lot more, there's a lot stronger rules around it. Ian lives in Edmonton. Did you say America deserves 9/11? You fucking terrorist. I lost my brother in Iraq. You fucking Diddy Piker. What? What the fuck? Man who's been in here for months. Can you do only political discourse and don't include Islamic doctrination? No, I can't. I have to. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I have to keep doing Islamic indoctrination chatter. Sorry. It's time for the daily saying of the Shahada. Sorry about your brother. But if I were you, I wouldn't be, constantly accusing Muslims of being terrorists, Kind of feels like that mentality is what justified the failed global war on terror, which led to your brother dying. So I feel like you're perpetuating that same exact cycle of hatred that will then cause others to go and die overseas. But at least this time they'll be doing it for a higher purpose, maybe to, preserve the interests of the most moral nation state of all, the nation state of Israel. Em Israel Chai, Em Israel Chai, Em Israel Chai. Anyway. Have you gotten your daily America Deserve 9/11 yet? No, I haven't.
But for now, it is in the hands of the courts and our attorneys. I will say that it worries me what it means for the commentary community and especially the Canadian commentary community. But this is about all I can say, at least for now. I'm sorry that the stream is so short. I wish I could give you a lot more grease, but I will resume the regularly scheduled content.
I think it's pretty crazy that if you're like legitimately a mentally disturbed person and you just like lucked in to unfathomable amounts of money, you can just consistently be a demon and just sue people and try to bury them in fucking costly litigation over and over again. And especially if you like, especially if you're capable of reaching an audience that's like constantly demanding and rewarding you for bullying other people through this sort of frivolous litigation. then you can kind of keep it going. I mean, maybe your audience shrinks over time, but you can just like keep it going for as long as you have money. I find it very strange that there is no repercussions against this sort of thing. What is this? Ethan Klein is such a rat fuck coward. Now he's suing iDubbbz and his wife. He's made an entire career out of talking shit about people, and now he can't stop suing everyone who talks back. I'm sure the course will love seeing clips of Ethan saying he will never stop harassing them. The sad part is, Destiny, omni-liberal sex pest, is the only one who said H3 is likely a pedophile who has molested his own children, so Ethan decides to sue iDubbbz instead. He loves to go after people who he assumes don't have money to fight back. Yeah, that one is actually really weird. Like, this one is like such a strange case because like, what's the defamation? Like, iDubbbz didn't do the defamation. A whole ass third party, a separate person did, but you can't fucking go after them because you're afraid. So you're just choosing to go after the person who put the statement on screen. Is that what it is? He's suing Ian for showing this message on stream. Yeah, I don't think that is going to hold in a court of law. Like, I don't think you can do that. What's the, I don't think that's even, I don't think there's even a, is there even a precedent for it? Like what could you possibly do in that situation? I mean, if someone else is defaming you and if someone else has defamed me and another person is like using that for commentary purposes, is that defamation? Maybe in Canada? I mean, I don't know how it works in Canada. I mean, but the point here is not to win this case anyway. The point here is to fucking make them suffer. Yeah. The point here is to make them spend a shit ton of money in defense. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like this seems like it's an exceptionally silly defamation suit. Like it's not even like I don't know how any judge looks at this and goes, "Wow, this seems pretty egregious," and you know, we're gonna take this to court. Like, imagine going through fucking law school, passing the bar, like maybe becoming a prosecutor, spending your whole career reading, teaching law, maybe becoming a judge, and then you're fucking facing this particular defamation suit. You're like, I've been a judge for 30 years, and now I have to sit here and look at this dumb bullshit. They got to do like a Interpol style full court ban for Ethan Klein. They got to make it so that it's illegal for him to ever sue anybody. They're going to have his face up in courts all around the world. Like, they're going to be like, do not take any lawsuits from this man. And when people say, oh, his lawyer is like taking him for a ride, like, I think he's on the journey together. Like, I don't think his West Bank lawyer is the one that's like taking him on a ride. I think his West Bank lawyer is just like silly enough to take whatever fucking case that Ethan wants to pursue. And sure, I'm sure he's being rewarded handsomely for it. But like, I'm fairly certain that Ethan is aware of what he's doing. There's a term for it. It's called vexatious litigator. I know, but it's somewhat difficult to become a vexatious litigator, no? A vexatious litigant is an individual who abuses the judicial system. Like, what are the criteria? The 5 and 7 rule. In many states like California, a person is deemed vexatious if they file at least 5 meritless, self-represented lawsuits in a 7-year period. Oh my God. How many has he done? Well, this is in Alberta, so it doesn't even count. How many has he done so far? So we just gotta keep punishing him in the court of law. So in a matter of 7 years. So then after that, it's over. Wait, you have to be self-represented? Like, oh. Yeah, this system is so cooked. Relitigating lost claims, attempting to sue the same person over the facts and issues have already been definitively ruled on by a court, repeatedly filing unnecessary motions, dragging out discovery, or using legal processes solely to cause delays or rack up legal fees for the opposition party. I mean, he has done that. Hasn't he? Ethan literally said a while back that he'd be looking at suing Ian in Canada instead of California because he said he was almost positive it wouldn't hold up in California courts due to our slap law, so he already gave the game away. You would know better than anyone. Does he really have that much money to keep doing this shit? I have no fucking idea, bro. How am I supposed to know that? I guess the only retaliation in this circumstance could be potentially against his lawyer if he's like participating in these frivolous lawsuits over and over again. I guess you could complain to the bar or something. But that's it. Not really anything you can do. It's America. If you have money and you're fucking crazy enough, you can literally consistently bully people. What is this? Take my breath away, baby. My God, moan in my ear like that. Talk dirty to me. Be my Twitter dom. Okay, no thanks, chatter.
On Thursday, again, I'm sorry it's so short, but we will be back. And I appreciate you being here for this important announcement. Have a good day, everyone.
They're convinced Ian went broke. Maybe he did. I don't know. But it was under the impression he rode that early YouTube money to chill life filming squirrels. I hope he has enough to go after Ethan's dumb ass. I mean, what's exceptional about this is the fact that the other person that made the defamatory claims is and then doubled down on them is not being sued at all by the victim. We're back outside the Garden. We have approved ticketed MSG watch party for Game 4. As soon as we prepare to watch together, let me be clear, this is a historic, joyful moment of our city. We will not allow it to be disrupted by violence. Be safe, take care, celebrate responsibly. Knicks in 5. Mayor's out front for the game. In my opinion, you should go over Ethan Zionism again sometime for a video. His audience still think he's pro-Palestine. Brother, I'm going to be honest with you. I don't think we can salvage his audience. Okay? I think if at this point, after numerous frivolous lawsuits against pro-Palestinian content creators, after suing fucking Noah Samson, specifically for his piece, his opinion piece on the service that Ethan Klein has provided in defense of Israel's crimes. And he considers that to be defamation. I mean, it's just, I don't even know what kind of audience he has left. I suspect that it's just a fucking weird assortment of like random reactionary toadies all over the internet that congregate and basically use Ethan like a lolcow. Right? At this point, it's got to be that, right? I mean, maybe that and like some old head Teddy Fresh lovers, like 37-year-old HR ladies that still think, you know, oh, he's messy, that's why I like him. That's what I envision his audience to look like. That's the demographic makeup. It's just like weird fucking 4chan groypers and Kiwi farm enjoyers that are like, yes, pursue our base desires against these people that have wronged me personally by being a hijabi woman online or you know, pissing me off because they were a woman. Many of them just because they're women, but then also iDubbbz because he actually changed his mind on saying the N-word, and I can't stand that. He grew up, and it reminds me constantly that I never did, and I hate that. How dare he lord over me like this? Kill them, destroy their lives. You know, that kind of people. Was shocking to me. Kiwi farmers hate him because he's Jewish? Nah, but the thing is, you forget, it's like the Nick Fuentes equation, right? Nick Fuentes hates Jews, but he hates me more than he hates Jews. You know? And his fan base is the same. I think Nick Fuentes hates Jews more than he hates Israel. And I certainly think he hates, you know, people like myself more than he hates Jews. Straight up.
A disgrace to every veteran that has PTSD, like I do, because he's using it as an excuse to cover up his own personal failings. You do not abuse women because you were in combat. You do not say things about trans people, all sorts of, you do not wear Nazi symbols because you were in combat. That is because you are who you are. He's a little bitty, well-to-do, hiding behind his
They found the one bad empanada. They found the one bad empanada in Maine, dude. They found him. They found the bad empanada fan. It's just weird because his criticisms of Grant Plattner are identical. I don't know why.
His status as a veteran and not acknowledging himself as a failed human being.
Nothing good about him. I mean, I can't really get into the bad part, but it's like anybody with a Nazi tattoo, and it's not a Bugs Bunny tattoo, okay? It's like, oh my God, I got a tattoo, I don't know what it was. It's just, if you're honest about it, if he was honest about it and said, hey, it was a mistake, I got a Nazi tattoo, and it was stupid. I was drunk.
Yeah, I don't think you would be in favor of that either, but that's...
And I was in the service, and that's what you do in the service. But it was like, at that point, it's like, hey.
Yeah, not shown. Fox News is guarding 30,000 prior street interviews until they found a -1 in the 30,001st.
At that point, it's a no-brainer for me.
Do you think Democrats should drop him?
Of course they should. I mean, it's like they're locked in now. This has nothing to do about being a Democrat or a Republican. They want to get rid of Susan Collins, take over the Senate, and that's the bottom line.
They want to get rid of Susan Collins. They want to take over the Senate. Interesting. So this is not just a regular Maine voter. This is a Republican Maine voter. Very interesting.
He could be Adolf Hitler. It doesn't matter who he is. It's just the fact that they want to take over the Senate, and that's their only option right now.
I think it's crazy. I think there's a lot of things about him that people should understand, that it's not just, they say, oh, it's personal, but then that also indicates his character.
Well, you know, nobody's perfect. Everyone makes mistakes. He's apologized for the mistakes he's made, and he's taken action about it. And if you listen to what he's about in terms of policy, he is very much...
I swear to God, dude. White, chud-coated guy with left populist messaging genuinely, I think, is catnip. Like, I don't... Dude. I cannot imagine what the attitude would be if he was like even Italian. Okay? Like, if he was like, you know, Hispanic, oh boy. Oh my God. There's no shot. I mean, we have a direct one-to-one comparison, right? We have it. It's Abdul al-Sayed. Just literally unvarnished, perfect reputation, lifetime of service, defending people's access to health care, lifetime advocacy for Medicare for all. And the way that the media tries to talk about Abdul al-Sayed is like as though he's a monster. He's like a very scary Muslim guy. Like, I cannot comprehend what it would look like if he had one of the controversies that Graham Plattner has had. Yeah, I mean, Hamawi. They're calling him an Al-Qaeda militant, man. This dude's a doctor. They're calling him an Al-Qaeda militant. They're saying he did 9/11. He was literally at 9/11. Okay? He was at ground zero saving lives. Like, think about the audacity of some folk to be like, hey, this guy who was at ground zero saving lives at a field hospital actually is an Al-Qaeda 9/11 terrorist. Muslim or not, they're smearing all leftists is true. If you're anti-Israel, you're getting smeared. Okay? If you're anti-Israel, you're getting smeared. That's a certainty. That's a certainty. However, what I'm talking about is the public reception. Because this barrage that they've opened up against Graham Plattner, this multifaceted, ongoing, never-ending manufactured outrage campaign has seemingly not put a dent in his fucking reputation. I'm not talking about whether or not they attack you if you're anti-Israel or, you know, against corporate interests in this country. That's going to happen. That's a given, right? What I'm simply stating is whether or not people will trust you. It's hard for me not to, you know, compare my own experiences as a quote-unquote political operative over the many years that I've done this, advocating for similar, if not sometimes more radical things that these guys are advocating for. And the way that motherfuckers talk about me online, you think I'm like strangling puppies and murdering children on a fucking daily basis. Meanwhile, the people making said accusations literally have like pedophilia charges and shit, and it still doesn't matter. It's actually crazy. I'm always like, dude, do you hear the person that's saying this? Hello? Like, they have no credibility to make accusations. You just want to believe it. Plattner's candidacy matters in part because all the worst people in America are knives out at him. And that does matter, along with his positions on Gaza oligarchy, democratic organizing. His candidacy is a battering ram against the Dem Party establishment, fascism's enabler. I agree. When other officers hit the building? What? What the fuck is this? Okay, dude, come on. Start the style. The style. I don't think it's happening, okay? I'm pretty sure it's over. I'm pretty sure it's sty over, bros. Styer bros, it might be sty over.
I voted for
Plattner versus
yeah,
Plattner
I voted for Graham.
Okay. And then who did you vote for the governor's
Governor
race?
Shenna.
Shenna. Okay. Did you rank anybody else for that one?
Hannah second.
Okay, cool. And why'd you vote for Graham?
You know, I really like what he has to say, and and what makes me crazy is how they attack not his policies, but him personally. And, you know, some of this stuff, I think it's great that it was brought out.
I swear to God, the Vanguard is actually the olds, man. The Vanguard is actually the olds. They have what it takes. They don't give a fuck. They don't care. They see their eyes are on the prize. They're like, nope, that guy's a politician. He's not my best friend. Okay? I don't care. San Fran just dropped. Tom Steyer over Xavier Baccaria. They don't do this. They don't do this like wishy-washy bullshit, you know, where they're like, well, sorry, my candidate has to be literally the most perfect person that's been kissed by angels. And anything short of that, I will literally vote for the Republican personally, even though I fully recognize that their actions have been far worse, because I don't think about these things at all. I don't give a shit. Since the generic Dem is beating Susan Collins by 10 points in at least one poll, 8 points better than the candidate they half vetted, because perhaps these folks could have some introspection on their ability to discern what voters want. So in this scenario, Maine voters have no agency, and the two operatives working with a non-pro candidate control the Dem electoral outcome. But in a presidential election with many more operatives and a pro candidate, outcome is determined by a few independent political reporters and commentators. You people have no idea what kind of shit Maine liberals are on, law. Yeah. Chris Rabb spoke.
I wanted to get you to weigh
about Plattner. My goat, Chris Rabb. I stand with Chris Rabb against all enemies. Okay. If Chris Rabb has no defenders, that must mean I have died. I have perished. Okay. I will be the last standalone defender of Chris Rabb.
in on what's going on right now with Graham Plattner up in Maine, because I do think it has some important fissures here in terms of the direction of the Democratic Party. You know, his ideological program and yours is not exactly the same, but you're more or less in the same lane and have, you know, similar views of the world, and certainly, you know, have been clear-cut, clear-throated opponents of genocide.
Are you only going to cover Plattner and never cover the increasing anti-trans violence? Yes. Is this just the Plattner show? Are you ever going to use your privileged position to cover the increasing anti-trans violence? Why don't you use your privileged position to cover the increasing anti-trans violence? More and more trans people are being murdered every month. I'm sorry. This is the Graham Plattner show. Yeah. For the last 5 hours, as you guys know, we've been doing Plattner only. and we're gonna continue doing Platinum only. I apologize. This is the Platinum only show. It's just how it goes.
Of AIPAC funding and the influence of the Israel lobby. He has faced a number of allegations, some of which he's, acknowledged that he had a very rough go of it after serving.
What is it about Graham Plattner that, like, this is literally the first time I'm covering Graham Plattner today when there's straight up a fucking primary taking place where people are voting for him? Like, it's been 5 hours. I've obviously talked about Iran, MSG, the Carmelo Anthony case, numerous other things throughout the process, Infantino, FIFA corruption, and like now, literally, it's the primary day, right? It's the primary day in Maine. People are voting for him right now. And after 5 hours, I briefly touch on the issue, and they're like, dude, this is literally all you cover every day, non-fucking stop. You cover every candidate who gets pushed back from the mainstream media, and today's Maine's primary day? Yes.
In the military, that he had a drinking problem, he has PTSD, that he engaged in toxic behavior and relationships.
Ironically enough, Graham Plattner, one of the most pro-trans, openly pro-trans candidates running on the Democratic Party ticket, but that's totally besides the point.
Other aspects of which he's completely denied. There was an allegation from a Republican political operative that he had grabbed her by the shoulders forcefully, that he had yanked her by the hand out of a cab, that he had put her arm behind her back and pushed her inside of a room. Again, she says this occurred. He denies it, and the New York Times was unable to confirm it. I wonder what you make of the allegations and also what has been seen as extreme scrutiny into his life that doesn't seem to be matched with a level of scrutiny into others who do not challenge the oligarchy and do not challenge, AIPAC and the status quo on Israel as aggressively as he does.
Yeah, this is challenging for me because I've felt that folks who have been identified as hard-scrabbled, populist, left of center, white guys get far more leeway than folks like me, black progressives. And that's a double standard that is largely based on race. And I think that's a conversation we need to have. If I had some problematic tattoo that related to white folk, I don't think I would be viable, even in a majority black district, because I think the money would not be there for me to run the campaign I needed. I think there's a clear double standard that the left has to talk about as it relates to our racial politics and what is acceptable.
I mean, everything he said is correct, by the way. It's not like he's wrong. It's literally true. One of the greatest examples of this is Summer Lee, okay? Summer Lee is one of the best congresspersons in the United States of America, okay? And she never gets coverage. Like, never, ever, ever gets coverage. This is something that Cori Bush also took issue with as well in our conversation, if you recall, especially when it comes to fundraising. It's just black candidates, specifically black insurgent candidates, because like machine politics has a fundraising vehicle built into it, but black insurgent candidates, black anti-establishment candidates, they don't get the shine. They don't get the coverage, and they certainly don't get the infrastructural support that they need. They have to create it on their own, and on top of that, they have to battle obvious forces of racialized animus, systemic discrimination, the entire fucking process. It sucks. And it's doubly fucked up for black women. It's like exceptionally harder for black women. The only time that insurgent candidates ever get coverage, if they're black, is if they're being presented in a negative manner in a more mainstream setting. So he's technically not wrong. Obviously, this is a Senate seat. It's a high-profile Senate seat. That's part of the reason why there's a lot of controversy. The Israel lobby is obviously coming after him pretty aggressively. But yeah. I mean, look at Daria Lisa, Afro-Latina, running against Espaillat right now. The only mainstream coverage that she gets is often negatively framed. And it's really interesting because in spite of the negative framing on the coverage, it's usually on issues that she's good on. So it actually ends up backfiring. But like, that's crazy. I have yet to see one fucking positive article about Daria Lisa. Not one. There's no like, oh, what's up with these insurgencies? Young Afro-Latina candidates running around the country, you know, all this shit. Not one. Where the fuck is it? Where's the New York Times piece? If she was a centrist establishment Dem, the machine would support her. They'd be like, oh, finally unseating the old guard. Here we go. There'd be profiles. There'd be positive fucking profiles on her.
And, you know, I also have PTSD. I have actual PTSD. And I also have political PTSD because in this state, we elected a fake populist in
political PTSD.
Fetterman. And when I feel Fetterman vibes, I get very, very nervous. I don't know Plattner. I've not followed his race closely. I've had, a grueling 10-month campaign I'm just coming out of. So now I'm really seeing what's on the landscape of opportunity in the House and the Senate. But I do think we need to hold space for folks with genuine grievances, and we need to have a process for those folks who are expressing legitimate concerns about the behaviors and choices of candidates, but to do so in a way that is in the spirit of restorative justice, as opposed to the spirit of the politics of personal destruction. And I think that is something that is really, really necessary, because what we don't want to do is to silence or erase the voices of people who have felt real harm, particularly women. But we also have to make sure that we do not feel that there's a class of candidate that has to be perfect. There are no perfect candidates. And we also have to make sure that those candidates acknowledge their faults. Everyone has them, and how we work through them. So if he said, I have I understand when someone says, I made a bad choice as a young man and I was struggling with addiction and that sort of thing. We need to hold space for that. But you also may have intervening years or decades where you did not do any further introspection about what you've done, so that you can feel a sense of atonement that other people can value as legitimate long before you ever considered public office. We can hold those two truths at the same time.
This left is infighting, man. I don't vibe with this sentiment. He's going all over the place. What's his point? I don't think he knows enough about Graham Plattner. Guys, I think you're placing more emphasis on his, random analysis than it deserves. You're getting betrayed on I've Had It? Uh-oh.
Hello, Fox News. I'll take an interview. Anything you want to know about Hasan Piker?
A tell-all.
Oh, a tell-all with Hasan Piker. His obsession with gay sex.
Okay.
Hello, Fox News.
That's fucked up, man. Daria Lisa's opponent completely dodges question from Andrew Solander on whether he will reject AIPAC spending on his behalf. He accepted a direct AIPAC contribution as recently as March and is backed by several PACs that have seen recent flood of funding from crypto and Israel lobbies.
AIPAC, their brand has become completely toxic in the Democratic primary.
This is presented by Anthropic. Oh my God. Dude, I hate everything.
Electorate. So I just want to ask you directly, would you reject AIPAC spending on your behalf?
I think the most important thing with regards to campaign funding is that we must reform campaign financing at the federal level, and that money should be taken out of politics at the federal level.
Obviously.
He's not calling out people for supporting him. He's calling out the inconsistencies of his story. It's not a good look, bro. I know he's not paying attention for 10 months. It sounds like he's asking people to consider Susan Collins. I think it'll be all right. Bad news for Nate Bluen. Update. Super PAC sour pour. Oh my God. 2.8 million into Utah's congressional primaries. New Dems drop 1 million ad buy for Ben McAdams. Holy fuck. Oh, this sucks so much ass for Nate Bluen. New Democrat majority PAC is absolutely trying to cook Nate Bluen in Utah. And he's double fucked because on the other side, there's other like vote splitters as well. Ay, ay, ay. This pro-business DMFI AIPAC front group is trying to rewrite our opponent's record. It shows that they're taking it seriously, though. Yeah. New U.S. strikes on Iran. Breaking new explosions have been reported in the Josk area of southern Iran. Local residents said they heard blasts a short time ago, marking a second wave of explosions since early Tuesday. Earlier, informed sources confirmed attacks targeting Josk port and the nearby Kuhe Mubarak area. The exact cause and extent of the explosions remain unclear. I have an idea on what it could be. Mai Vong. Surge is in the first place? What the heliante? Oh my God, that's incredible. Despite its defeats on the battlefield, the U.S. opted to test our determination. Our powerful armed forces will leave no attack or threat unanswered. Leave our region if you want to be safe. History of the Persian Gulf has many chapters on dire fates of intruding outsiders. Forever Persian Gulf. What is this? Bro, their visual aids have gotten a little bit worse. I'm not going to lie. Okay. I mean, they were doing banger after banger with the Lego stuff. Like they were straight up cooking. And now it's kind of sad to see that they're, I mean, this is not the best. The Forever Persian Gulf, it's kind of weak. My man is unk posting. YouTube took down all the Lego vids? That's fucked up. Barack Ravid confirms Wave 2 is happening. U.S. officials, second wave of attacks in Iran against air defense systems and radar. It's so funny how far the internet shit spreads. Furious that I know what this means. Dude, Dave Weigel being tapped in on Ethan Klein's status as a vexatious litigant is really funny. Dave Weigel, due to his many years of knowing who I am, has unlocked new levels of fucking brain rot that I don't think he ever foresaw himself unlocking. And it's very funny. He is Ethan's Barack Ravid. What? That doesn't even make sense. What the fuck does that even mean? Saying someone is someone else's Barack Ravid is a very funny way to determine what they do. It doesn't even fit for Dave Weigel, but it's still pretty funny. Yeah. Dave also has a tendency to retweet some of the craziest shit that he is not actually in support of, just so you understand. And I do think that his perspective has shifted a little bit more to the center over the years, but he's still, you know, fairly solid.
Saying the right things for Maine and the right things for the country more broadly. And I think he's a very good candidate.
He's the best candidate by far, and probing into the minutia of his personal relationships when you don't do that for any other candidate is ridiculous.
If we want folks that are representing us from the working class, they're not necessarily going to have a groomed and perfect political record coming into the politics.
He's got new ideas, and he's saying things for the people and about the people, and I just really appreciate that. It's not the old school stuff, and yeah, there's some baggage, but I think that he's dealt with that, and I'm not concerned about that.
Be sure to like and subscribe for all the Fox News latest on YouTube, and catch full shows streaming now on Fox One.
Senator, you mentioned you have made endorsements in races across the country ahead of the midterm elections in some of these primaries. There is a major primary election tomorrow in the state of Maine. The candidate you endorsed there is Graham Plattner.
How about a look at a Mills voter? Oh, hell yeah. Oh, fuck yeah. Okay, listen. That's a treat, because that's a HasanAbi head. As you guys know, it's Pills Mafia around these parts until the day we die. Pills Mafia to take the bitter pill till the very end. As you guys know, this is my take. Sincerely, the RNC certified it as well. If you recall, they were like trying to attack Janet Mills by using my endorsement against her. This is probably one of our guys. So let's hear what this Millsonary has to say.
That was Plattner and Mills.
Oh, okay. Thank you. I need that. Mills and Plattner.
So you ranked Mills first?
Yes.
Okay. And then for governor, do you remember?
Tell me the list again.
That was Nirav Shah. You had Troy Jackson. You had Hannah Pingree, Shanna Bellows.
HasanAbi's a dog shocker? Yes. It's true. And this guy actually loves it. I do it for this guy. Okay? Brother, this is what I mean when I say these people love voting. Okay? They don't even vote for things. They don't even vote against things. They just like the act of voting. Genuinely, I think there's a good deal of people out there who are just like, I'm 867 years old, and I have voted in every election. Okay, I voted in every primary. I voted in the general. I love voting. I live to vote. Doctors told me I have to get healthy. And I thought to myself, do I even have a life worth living? And then I reminded myself I can go out and vote. I can go out and do my civic duty. This is what old people like, okay? Old people hobbies are ranked as follows: having unprotected sex, voting. That's it. That's all old people do. That's all old motherfuckers love to do. They fuck without protection and they vote. They love it. They don't even care about voting for something. Voting for a better future? No, thank you. I won't see that future. I'm going to die soon. Is that a better future as in I will be able to vote more? Because if that's the case, I'm going to do it. Dropside, did this man so dirty? I feel bad for him. He's just a guy trying to land the plan that was his life. I'm sure he would have impressed any of us in his day. I mean, yeah, okay, don't make me feel sad about this, okay? He's doing what he loves best, which is voting. He's doing what he loves best. This is the thing that he's living for, you know? Big G, where's the tie from? It's fire. Dude, thank you. Thank you for the tie notice. I just got it today. It's a vintage Polo Ralph Lauren tie. And thank you so much for saying it's a nice tie. I really like it. And I was very excited to wear it. And then some chatters in the morning were very mean to me. And they were like, yo, your tie sucks. Someone said my tie looks like a giraffe. You're so autistic about the tie. This is my new hyperfixation. For the record, this is the new thing. This is the new meta for me. Is fucking suits and ties and suiting. You know, I've become like the Derek guy. You know, the tie doesn't even fit the suit. Yes, it does. Shut up. I'm gonna suit. Yeah, I'm gonna voot. If you're old man, you say I'm gonna voot. If you're me, if you're Hasan Piker, you say I'm gonna suit. I'm gonna suit. You're copying Zoran's tie. Don't think you're slick. Zoran has never had a swaggy tie like this. He's never. He wouldn't know what a swaggy tie like this looks like if it hit him in the face. Zoran Mamdani would condemn this tie if the New York Post demanded it. Okay? He would go, oh my God, I'm so sorry I wore this tie. Oh, I didn't realize that this would be offensive to the feelings of people who love the state of Israel. I condemn this tie. That's what he would do. Okay? He would say, oh, I condemn you, tie. They'd accuse him of anti-Semitism? Yeah. Well, he breathes. Figuring out a fit is touch. Putting on a suit is much easier. Nobody ever took me seriously until I put on the mask, chatter. And by that, I mean the suit.
If, in case people haven't been following, in recent days, well, we don't know if everyone's been following, Senator. In recent days, the New York Times published a story. Some women went on record raising questions about Mr. Plattner, his character, his conduct, his interactions with them over the years. Graham Plattner is continuing to run for the U.S. Senate in Maine. Senator, do you stand with Graham Plattner, and how do you view this, especially those?
Yeah, why won't he drop out, man? That would make us feel really good. Can you drop out, please? That's basically the meta at this point. Like, they're just like, hey, we tried everything else, but we haven't tried this one yet. Would you like to drop out?
Who might have questions in Maine of good faith, people who read things online, read things in the newspaper, and wonder where a major supporter of his lands on this issue and all of this controversy.
I'm going to do everything I can to make sure that Graham Plattner is the next senator from the state of Maine. I think what you did not mention. Okay. Could you call it?
Excuse me, sir. Sir.
Do you have any?
Sir, can we get security, please?
How are they still doing this to Bernie? He's 80. He's 800 years old. You got to stop doing this to Bernie. What? Like, do it to someone else, man. Why is it always Bernie that they do this to? It's so funny. Like, there are hundreds of other congresspersons that are way more worthy of your ire. What is it about? I can't even hear him. What's he saying? What's he yelling about?
Excuse me.
Israel doesn't need defensive systems. They're a genocidal apartheid.
Oh my God, that's the Israel stuff. Okay, well, even if your criticism is valid, I think, you know, is Bernie even for defensive weapons for Israel still? Yeah, I mean, he's right. Is he the person yelling is not on the wrong side of this argument. but yes, he is. No, isn't he? Is he? Bernie experiencing IRL chatter. Yeah, but why in this situation is counterproductive?
Sir, thank you. Okay. Okay, let's continue. Senator, we're going to get to this question after we discuss. Yes, let's all stay cool. Senator Sanders, just wait a moment. Sorry about this disruption. Senator Sanders, do you stand with Graham Plattner? And we'd love to hear your views on this race, the primaries tomorrow.
What you did not mention when you talked about Graham is that Republican super PACs have already lined up some $99 million just on TV.
Damn, Medea Cook Bernie. This is. I mean, look. You hate to see two legends duke it out like this. Okay. Really, Bernie? Two people just spoke out about U.S. support for Israel during Senator Sanders' talk at the press club. Instead of saying, I understand, get your passion and we will get that issue soon. Bernie said, get out of here. Okay, to be fair, that's not what they said. but yes, that would have been a nicer response for sure. A more apt response. I have to support Medea unconditionally and uncompromisingly. He will never address it. Yeah, it's just one of those things. It's an oomph civil war. Look, the reality of the matter is Bernie Sanders is simultaneously, at least for the time being, the most anti-Israel senator, ironically enough, and yet he falls short of what is necessary on the conversation by a wide margin. I said senator, by the way, not congressperson broadly, because he's not the most anti-Israel congressperson, but he is the most anti-Israel senator. Now, the irony is that he's also literally working to elect far more anti-Israel voices into Congress. Anti-Israel voices that are far more anti-Israel than Bernie is. With both Abdul El-Sayed and, ironically enough, Graham fucking Plattner. So, like, weirdly enough, this is the calculation on my mind where with Bernie, his own personal opinions on the matter are very clearly insanely biased. Okay? It's true. It's true. And the saddest part about this analysis is that the hang-up comes from, I hate to say it, because I really do have a lot of respect for Bernie Sanders, but racism. It's a little, you know, that's what it is. But clearly, his brother's analysis better? Yes, his brother is awesome. His brother's an anti-Zionist. So, unfortunately, he's also 86 years old, you know? There's no getting to him on this issue. Okay? It's just not. And if he was an impediment to much more radical voices getting elected, if he was standing in the way, then my calculation would be far different about Bernie Sanders. But he's not. Bernie has literally stood by me on numerous occasions and defended me on numerous occasions. It's tough for me to look at that and be like, well, fuck this guy, you know? Because I think a lot of people don't understand, like, he has all of the platform and he has all of the influence in that situation. And what he does with that influence matters. Okay? So as long as his own personal shortcomings on this issue don't get in the way of organizing and advocating for much more radical voices on this exact same issue, then it seems incredibly silly for me to sit around and be like, yeah, fuck this guy. You know? Bernie has defended you more than some your IRL friends. True. And I'm certain that he doesn't. I mean, we are not in agreement, right? Like on Palestinian resistance, Lebanese resistance. Bernie's no Corbyn. I will tell you that much, right? And he certainly knows Jean-Luc Mélenchon. Bernie's not even Ofer Kasif. And Ofer Kasif is literally in the Israeli Knesset. Having said all of that, Bernie also doesn't let his own personal bias in this issue get in the way of further organizing, get in the way of advocacy for anti-Zionists to be elected. Defended you behind the scenes or defended you in the media? No, defended me in the media. He's done the same thing he's doing with Graham Plattner. He's like, I don't care. I don't care. I support him. You know? Bernie also is doing something that I think a lot of people, especially in his position, never do. Right? Which is, he recognizes that, you know, he's not going to run again, right? He recognizes his age. And he is actively trying to build a movement rather than just taking his toys and going home. I know some will say, oh, dude, what the fuck? Oh, it's the bare minimum. But honestly, the bar is that low for many people in politics. So I have to give him credit where credit is due. By the way, Mélenchon just had a giant rally. I know. My goat. Mélenchad. Not to downplay Bernie, but I also defended you. Thank you, chatter. Some Dems would rather see Republicans hold the Senate and keep us at war than accept Graham Plattner's effort to redeem himself and do the right thing. This is because a lot of people see war as this political game where civilian lives are negligible, human beings shrugged off. I can't tell who's more unkish, Bernie or Hasan. I mean, are you crazy? It's definitely me. So yeah. And it'll never not be funny to me that so many people that are where they're at ideologically, literally because of Bernie's insurgent candidacy, who have understandably read more since then and have evolved in their worldview, now turn around and are like, you're a fucking piece of shit. I hate you. It's crazy. I mean, if he was able to do that to you, if he was able to do that for you and start your ideological journey, instead of fucking yelling at him, go be that person for others. Adjusted to the modern setting, a much more modern setting where people are far more receptive to socialist theory. That's what's so ironic about this predicament is that I would go so far as to say the overwhelming majority of Bernie haters became Bernie haters because of Bernie. Straight up. Without Bernie running in 2016, there's not a lot of Bernie hate. I'll tell you that much. There's not a lot of people outflanking Bernie from the left. I don't know. People are always confused because I'll straight up say, like, I think liberal Zionism is born out of racism. But then they don't hear the second part where I say, you got to work with racists. We live in a racist country. There's going to be shortcomings. People get so mad at me. They're like, how dare you? Non-Muslims get mad at me because I say, look, I've been on the receiving end of Islamophobia quite a bit. However, I understand that this hang-up exists, so I have to work within the system and try to get people to not feel this way. And I've seen tremendous success in getting people to not feel this way. Always funny to me when, it's a fucking Cypriot, Greek, Australian man living in Argentina being like, you don't value the lives of Muslims like I do. It's like, okay, man. Think about Ilhan Omar and Rashida Tlaib and the way they look at Bernie. I'm certain that their calculation is not different than mine, even if we have our disagreements, like when Bernie was trying to actively work with Joe Biden amidst the genocide of the Palestinians.
Yes, to defeat him. Why is that? Do you think they're worried about his views or what his relationship to women has been? I don't think so. What they are worried about is that he is going to be a strong voice against oligarchy. This is a guy, and I don't want to spend a great length of time on this. I think, as most people know, he served 4 tours of duty in Iraq and Afghanistan as a Marine and then in the Army. And what I do know is he saw some very horrible things and participated in some very horrible things that one wishes human beings do not have to go through. And what he has...
Getting rich guys elected is your kryptonite? What do you mean? We will see. I'm concerned that he will go along with Israel paying their own shit, but then not police Israel's genocides. Buddy, you don't have to worry. My point is, you don't have to really worry about Bernie Sanders doing that, especially because there's plenty of other people in Congress that are doing it and then some. And he is far more, he's far closer to the anti-Zionist position than, he's far closer to the average anti-Zionist positions than like the overwhelming majority, if not the damn near entirety of Congress. And not only that, oh, are you talking about Graham Plattner? Or are you talking about Bernie? And not only that, but also he's not going to be in Congress for much longer. Right? Bernie isn't. And he recognizes that. And not only does he recognize that, but he wants to literally fucking use his existing prominence, his existing credibility, and his existing popularity to get as many people that are far more radical than he is elected right now. I don't think there's a single person, like, there's not, I can't think of anyone else that is engaging in that kind of act. Instead of legacy building or doing anything like that, he's literally working to build a movement. So yeah, it's not easy for me to overlook Bernie's inconsistency on the issue of Israel as someone who has, promoted the humanity of people over and over again. But he's not an impediment to building a broader anti-Zionist movement at all. So from that perspective, I have respect for him still, regardless of the fact that, Zionism is a racist ideology.
Admitted is that he came back home with serious problems. He talks about the VA care that he got in the VA for PTSD, which went a long way to giving him the strength and that he has right now. He is now married to I've met her several times, very nice young woman, Amy, and has gotten his life together. So to my mind, I don't know what is true or not true. He denies it. She says something else. But what I do know is that there are people in the United States Senate right.
Do you think he needs to hold his positions? No. Bernie Sanders, as the most prominent Jewish politician in this country, could have greatly accelerated the conversation on Israel's war crimes, Israel's genocide, if he just came out of the gate swinging and was like, this happened because of Israel's actions, this is apartheid, Israel's doing a genocide on October 8th. Okay? Are you kidding me? He was the most influential and the most powerful figure in American politics for this issue. Okay? Straight up. I mean, remember, I had this conversation with Noah a while back. And he didn't do it. And even to this day, he's like, he will say he reluctantly admits that what happened in Gaza is a genocide. And that's crazy. It's like he recognizes his own personal bias in this issue is what I mean.
Now,
it's just so shocking because he was, I think, the most prominent politician to condition aid to Israel in fucking 2016. Like, that was not even a fucking point of contention, guys. When he was saying that shit, it was not even, it was unheard of. There's a reason why so many, pro-Palestinian advocates loved Bernie Sanders for the longest time, and many of them still have respect for him, regardless of his shortcomings on this issue.
Who are not saints, I can tell you that. There are people who have voted for tax breaks for billionaires and threw 15 million people off of the health care that they have, which resulted in tens of thousands of Americans dying. There are people who voted for the war in Iraq, which was based on a lie. There are people who voted to support the president in this terrible war in Iran right now. So I think when you look at politics in general, there are...
Yeah, Yeah, while Bernie Sanders was saying we need to condition aid to Israel at the same time frame, they said Obama was a Jew hater for saying settlements were bad. Okay? To give you insight into what things used to look like for anti-Zionists. Every time I bring this up, people get so mad at me. It's just true. And I think you just don't know. You don't remember.
No saints in the United States Senate. People can argue about this aspect of Graham or another, but to my mind right now, we need allies in the United States Senate who have the guts to take on the big money that is dominating this country, who have the guts to say that every American is entitled to health care as a human right, who have the guts to say that maybe we don't give tax breaks to billionaires, but demand that they start paying their fair share of taxes. People who have the guts, and in his case, from a very personal experience, that we...
Yeah, here's what he said about Israel, apparently.
Most people in this room know. I led the effort in the United States Senate to end U.S. military aid to Israel. And I think what happened in Gaza is, in fact, and I say this reluctantly, is genocide. The suffering of the Palestinian people exists today. The fact the newspapers aren't there doesn't mean it's going. People living in 10 cities. The healthcare situation is a disaster. There are no toilets in many parts of the area. It's really quite horrible and unacceptable. The United States should not be funding the Israeli military. And now, by the way, in case some of you don't know, there's a defense bill that is coming up which has the U.S. in cooperation with the Israeli government in terms of the development of new weapons. And that is a provision which I will very...
The weird thing is Bernie was better on Israel in 2021 than he is now. I don't know if October 7th broke his brain. Yes. Yes. Because all the way up until 2021, you can make the argument that Palestinians were perfect victims. Post-October 7, Palestinians were no longer perfect victims. And I think a lot of Americans, especially if they have any kind of connection to the state of Israel, and Bernie certainly does, past that point, they found it to be indefensible. And there was a distinction. So even now, there are still like, you know, people with Zionist opinions, people with like pro-Israel tendencies, opinions that will even go so far as say Israel's doing a genocide, but they still don't think anyone should fight back, and that the people that are fighting back are you know, kind of deserving of this kind of militancy, this kind of violence. That's the major distinction. That's why I think a lot of people get super mad when I talk about the Hamas-Israel thing. When I say like Hamas is 1,000 times better than Israel, that's what people get fucking mad about. You know what I mean? Yeah, Bernie was better on Israel pre-October 7. The thing is, he was still bad though. I mean, he would still be asked questions and stuff, and he would answer like poorly. Anyway, I like, my point is, we're gonna have disagreements with people. This is one of them. Time to get off Stream King? Wait, I thought we were leaving it in half an hour. Are we leaving now? Half day Hossie? Isn't it interesting how leftists like Cenk and Hasan probably could get banned from the UK, as well as Muslim speakers like Shadi El Masri, because they criticize Israel, but Wahhabis like Farid are free to go to UK tours and spread sectarianism? I don't know who this guy is. I visited a few colleges at Cambridge today, and the atmosphere alone felt sufficient to inspire students to excel in both mastering a field and contributing to it. I don't know who this guy is. Be sure to catch a talk on shirk is the deadliest sin, unless it's the UAE building Hindu temples, in which case you should never talk about it. IRL stream the Knicks. We're not doing the Knicks, chatter. We're
covering
it's
politics
podcast
in Rhode
time.
Island and Boston, and then nationally. I had the bug though when I was a kid. I had no idea I was going to do this, but my dad told us to pay attention, stay informed, read the newspaper, watch the news, care about your community. So that's where it started when I was somewhere down here.
I love John King so much. He's so... This live and unedited Magic Wall John King bits are so funny to me because you see a man who's like not trying to fucking continue doing this. And yet they just fucking... they just post his ass up there. They just post his ass up there and he's just like, yeah, I don't know how to fill time. But this is what the youngsters demand.
Elliot, I really appreciate the question. Thank you. And I appreciate the compliment very, very much. South Carolina Republican gubernatorial primary. We're up to 17% now. This is Pam Yvette. She's the lieutenant governor. Again, she has Trump's endorsement. This is Alan Wilson. He's the state attorney general in South Carolina. Two conservatives atop the race right now. Businessman Ron Reddy, you see him in third place there right now at 17%. He essentially trying to test the national mood. We've seen this in a lot of races, trying to be the non-politician. We see a lot of evidence in many parts of the country. People are just tired of politicians. That's part of the Plattner dynamic up in Maine.
He's a more grateful
people are looking for
than
something
you are.
different. That's what brought us Donald Trump, right? People looking outside the box.
Nancy Mace is in fifth place?
Oh,
my God.
Disillusioned, pick your word, with the political system. So, but right now, you have two established politicians on top of the field in the South Carolina governor's race at 17%. Again, just want to bring up, many of you have probably heard of Nancy Mace. She was the first woman, female, to go to the Citadel Military Academy in South Carolina, a trailblazer in that regard. Member of Congress now, once worked actually for Donald Trump's campaign back in 2016, but she and the president have been at odds in recent months over a number of things, including she is one of the people pushing, she was one of the people pushing to get the Epstein files released, and one of the people who says the Trump administration, including the Attorney General, former Attorney General, and current Justice Department, have been dragging their feet. So President Trump clearly hoping that Nancy Mace stays at the bottom of the pack in this race in South Carolina.
You already have 4 minutes till
4 minutes till
Kyle
Anderson
ended her
Cooper on
career? No, dude, it was Trump. Guys, there is no reason to even look at the fucking Republican primaries. Like, it's whatever Trump says goes. They are literally so incredibly invested in Trump, dude. It's crazy.
Look, it's 17% at the moment. At the moment, Lindsey Graham way above 50, and he would like to stay there. It would be embarrassing if a Republican incumbent senator who has the endorsement of the President of the United States, who spent several $1 million in recent weeks to hold this off, that would be downright embarrassing. Still make Lindsey Graham probably the favorite in the runoff, probably the favorite in November because it's South Carolina, a very red state. But we will see how this one plays out. 61% at 17% as we go. I'm just going to go, before I go on to television, I'm just going to come up to Maine here and take a look because the polls have closed. Susan Collins, the Republican incumbent, she's in her 5th term. She's asking for a 6th term. She's been in this is her 30th year in the United States Senate, unopposed in the Republican primary. Let's just look and see what we got so far, and we have nothing in the Democratic primary. So obviously we're waiting to see results here as we go forward. If you've been with us in past weeks, I'm going to start to put this earpiece in now because I'm going to be on television in just a couple of seconds.
You have time. I just want to make sure.
And I'm watching the TV. If I seem distracted, watching the TV camera over here. I'm going to keep this about halfway here as we go through this. Just as we wait, just want to come back out to the map here. These are not all tonight. This is just to give you a sense. All these states that are filled in, right? All these states that are filled in have already had their primaries, right? And so we're getting there. Primaries run actually until September. Imagine that. You're having a primary in September. Massachusetts does that. You have a primary in September. Then you have to gear up for the general election in November. So most try to get them out of the way in May, June, et cetera. But we're about halfway through the primary season. as we do it and go through it. I'm just going to check one more time here. Just want to come to Senate Republican just to see if we're getting any higher there. 18%, and that one's holding. Governor Republican, 18%. This is a close race right now. Again, we're only at 18%. Put this down for a second. We're only at 18%, so we'll see if it changes. But again, this is Donald Trump's favorite candidate, the Lieutenant Governor, Pam Yvette. The State Attorney General, Ellen Wilson, 2 points behind at the moment. If it stays that way, number one, you'll have a runoff. Number two, there'll be some questions in South Carolina about the power of the Trump endorsement. That has been a question. 2 weeks ago, that was not a question. Bill Cassidy in Louisiana, Thomas Massey in Kentucky, and so on and so forth. 5 state legislators in Indiana. But Randy Feenstra, the president's preferred candidate in Iowa, lost the gubernatorial primary. The president said he was for Spencer Pratt in the Los Angeles mayor's race. I'm not going to make as big a deal of that as some people are, but the president did say he was for him, and he didn't make the final. Going to put my earpiece in now as we prepare to go on Anderson Cooper 360.
We have to start with South Carolina.
We're going to start there. Arlette Science is on television right now. For any of you who have 2 devices, she's up at Graham Plattner's headquarters up in Maine.
And then they're going to go to Diana.
And so now we're going to South Carolina. Again, if you have 2 devices, Diane Gallagher is one of our correspondents. She's based in North Carolina, but at the moment she's in Fort Mill, South Carolina, right there. And she's talking about how important the governor's race is.
It's good.
Of course, the governor's race would be important in your state too, right?
What
We
you
focus a lot on
doing?
Congress and
Check in
Senate
with
here in
us,
Washington because one of the big questions in the midterms is can the Democrats take the House,
on
can
that
the
real
Democrats take
weirdo
the
type
Senate,
energy.
which party will control Congress
I've had
after
3
the midterms, can the
Stiegelsteins
Democrats
already.
take both chambers
How many
or even just
Stiegelsteins
one
have
to
you
put the
had?
brakes
What the fuck is that? A
It's
beer?
a Stein of Stiegel. Come on, let's go.
What's good?
Come on.
Hello.
Hi.
How are you guys doing?
We've been enjoying New York.
Let's get
Yeah.
Yo, let's get the Timbs on. Let's get outside. Come on, let's go.
We outside. Oh, look at you wearing a fucking a blazer and everything. Let's go. Let's go. This is the wave, dude. Will S-Fan went live on your stream.
Oh, we know.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm okay with it because mad people started subbing. It's so chat to be like, something's wrong. Let me throw some money at it. So
Hell yeah.
I'm okay with it.
Hi, everybody.
All right. Well,
What are we looking at? What part
it's South Carolina. Nancy Macy eating shit. Graham Plattner, Mentum is happening. But I mean, none of this is like unexpected. There's nothing like that interesting happening today in any of the primaries. Anyway, everybody, that'll be all for today. I gotta end the broadcast here because I gotta do I gotta do a podcast and you know, chud ass loser stuff. Steyer Bros is over.
Oh, so Jover.
Steyer Bros is Jover. Mumdanistan, we're here. What? Yeah. Oh my God. Dude, everyone is mad about that. They're like, we are not taking money from a billionaire. It's like, no one's giving us money. Okay, calm down. Like, that's not happening. Anyway, love you guys, and I'll see you tomorrow. Okay. All right. Peace, everybody. Bye bye.
Stunning Rofi introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hustle people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left to me, a dumb himbo still on course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL with March the Goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to see. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll pull your lawns real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? Hey, that's PBS for you. But he'll do your advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's PBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait.